Queer questions and ready replies. 1. What town in Vermont was taken by the Confederates during the late Civil War? On the 19th of October, 1864, between 20 and 30 armed Confederates left Canada, entered St. Albans, Vermont, robbed the banks, stole horses and stores, fired and killed one man, wounded others, and returned to Canada. 13 were arrested October 21, but they were discharged on account of some legal difficulty by Judge Coursel, Dec. 14. This raid caused great excitement in the United States. Gen. Dix proclaimed reprisals. Volunteers were called out to defend the Canadian frontiers, but President Lincoln rescinded Dix's proclamation in December. The raiders were all discharged March 30, 1865, and Secretary Seward gave up claim to their extradition in April. 2. What is a left-handed marriage? A morganatic or left-handed marriage, as it is sometimes called, is a lower sort of matrimonial union, which, as a civil engagement, is completely binding, but fails to confer on the wife the title or fortune of her husband, and on the children the full status of legitimacy or right of succession. The members of the German princely houses have for centuries been in the practice of entering into marriages of this kind with their inferiors in rank. Out of this usage has gradually sprung a code of matrimonial law, by which the union of princes with persons of lower rank, in other than morganatic form, involves serious consequences, especially toward the lady. The penalty of death was actually enforced in the case of the beautiful and unfortunate Agnes Bernauer. In the 16th and 17th centuries a fashion began among the German princes of taking a morganatic wife in addition to one who enjoyed the complete matrimonial status, Landgrave Philip of Hesse setting the example, with a very qualified disapprobation on the part of the leading reformers. An energetic attempt was made in the first half of the last century by Anton Ulrich, Duke of Saxe-Meiningen, to upset the established practice, and to obtain for his morganatic wife the rank of duchess, and for her children the right of succession. The most recent morganatic marriage was that of the late Tsar of Russia, Alexander II, to the Princess Dolgoruki, 1880. 3. What mollusk has a distinct head, and swims by fins attached to the side of the neck? This is the Gymnosomata Greek, naked-bodied, an order of pteropodous mollusks, destitute of shell. They constitute one family, the Cleidae. They are all marine, and the right whale feeds largely upon some of the species, engulfing great numbers in its open mouth, and straining them from the water by means of its baleen. The Clio borealis of the Arctic seas is the best known and most interesting example. 4. What substance was once a vegetable, but is now a mineral, was once valued as a medicine, but is now used only for purposes of ornament? Amber is the fossilized resinous exudation from several species of extinct coniferous trees, of which one, the Penaetes sucinifer, is supposed to have produced a greater part. It now appears like coal, in connection with beds of which it is usually found, as a product of the mineral kingdom. It formerly had a high reputation as a medicine, but the virtues ascribed to it were almost entirely imaginary. It is usually of a pale yellow color, sometimes reddish or brownish, sometimes transparent, sometimes almost opaque. It is now extensively used for ornaments, and especially for mouthpieces of pipes, the consumption being greatest in Eastern Europe, Turkey, Persia, etc. Fine pieces are worth more than their weight in gold. The largest mass known is in the Royal Cabinet at Berlin. Its weight is 18 pounds, and it is valued at $30,000. Most of the amber of commerce is obtained from the shores of the Baltic, between Königsberg and Memel. It was an article of exchange long anterior to the dawn of history, as we know by its frequent occurrence in the remains of the lake dwellings of Switzerland. The earliest notice of amber we find occurs in Homer's Odyssey, where, in the list of jewels offered by the Phoenicians to the Queen of Syria, occurs the gold necklace hung with bits of amber. Odd. 15. 460. It becomes negatively electric by friction, and possesses this property in a high degree, which, indeed, was first observed in it, and the term, electricity, is derived from electron, the Greek name of amber. 5. How did the ancients account for the origin of amber? Among the Greek fables purporting to account for the origin of amber, it is narrated that the Heliadae, on seeing their brother, Phaethon, hurled by the lightning of Zeus, Jupiter, into the Eridanus, were by the pitying gods transformed into poplar trees, and the tears they shed were dropped as amber on the shores of the river. A less poetical theory of its origin states that it was formed from the condensed urine of the lynx inhabiting northern Italy, the pale varieties being produced by the females, while the deeper tints were attributed to the males. 6. What is the value of a pound of steel when made into hair springs for watches? A pound of steel that costs but a few cents becomes worth $128,000 in the shape of hair springs for watches. 7. Who devised the instrument for determining the pressure of the blood in the arteries and veins of the living body? The hemadynamometer, from the Greek haima, blood, dynamis, force, and metron, a measure, was devised for this purpose by Poiseville. The pressure of the blood is measured, as in the barometer, by the column of mercury that it balances. The instrument has recently been improved in various ways, and a contrivance has been added by which the oscillations of the mercury are inscribed in the form of an undulating curve on a cylinder made to revolve by clockwork, the height of the undulations denoting the pressure, and their horizontal amplitude the time. 8. What ancient city perished through silence? Amyclae, an ancient town of Laconia, situated on the eastern bank of the Eurotas, was a famous city in the heroic age. It was the abode of Tyndarus and his spouse Leda, of Castor and Pollux, who are hence called the Amyclaean brothers. It was only shortly before the First Messenian War, 743–724 B.C., that the town was conquered by the Spartan king Teleclus. The inhabitants had been so often alarmed by false reports of the approach of the Spartans that, growing tired of living in a state of continual alarm, they decreed that no one should henceforth mention or even take notice of these disagreeable fictions, and, accordingly, when the Spartans at last came, no one dared to announce their approach. Hence arose the Greek saying, Amyclae perished through silence, and also the Latin proverb, Amyclas ipsis taci turnur, more silent than even Amyclae. 9. What dramatic poet has been called the Shakespeare of India? Kalidasa was the greatest dramatic poet of India. His drama, Sakuntala, translated by Sir William Jones, 1789, produced a great sensation in Europe. He is noted for the variety of his creations, his ingenious conceptions, beauty of narrative, delicacy of sentiment, and fertility of imagination, hence the sobriquet. 10. What trivial incident in 1666 led to one of the grandest discoveries ever made? It was during this year that the celebrated philosopher, Sir Isaac Newton, while sitting beneath an apple tree in his mother's orchard at Woolsthorpe, England, conceived the idea of gravitation from seeing an apple fall from the tree. This tree remained standing until the year 1814, when it was blown down. The wood of it was preserved and made into various articles. Several trees still exist which were raised from the seeds of its fruit. 11. Which is the only bird that can use both eyes at once in looking at an object? This bird is the owl. Its eyes are very large, directed forward, more or less surrounded by a disc of radiating bristly feathers, and in most of the species formed for seeing in the twilight or at night, presenting a vacant stare when exposed to daylight. The Greeks and Romans made it the emblem of wisdom, and sacred to Minerva, and, indeed, its large head and solemn eyes give it an air of wisdom which its brain does not sanction. 12. What bird has neither tail nor wings? The apteryx Greek alpha, privative, pteryx, wing is a bird allied to the ostrich and emu. It is found in New Zealand, particularly in regions covered with extensive and thick beds of fern, in which it hides when alarmed. It is called kiwi by the natives. It has a very long and slender bill, of which it makes a remarkable use in supporting itself when it rests. The natives pursue it for its skin, which is very tough and flexible, and much prized by the chiefs for the manufacture of their state mantles. Happy is the Maori who possesses a cloak of kiwi feathers. 13. What race of Indians, still unconquered, is supposed to have red hair and pale complexions? The Guatuso Indians, a race of the Aztec family. They dwell along the banks and headwaters of the Rio Frio, which flows into Lake Nicaragua. Their country has never been penetrated. The attempts made by the Catholic missionaries and the governors of Nicaragua to reach them, though often renewed, have always been repulsed. 14. Who was the veiled prophet? Hakim ben Allah, or Ben Hashim, the founder of an Arabic sect in the 8th century, during the reign of Mahdi, the third Abbasidian caliph, at Nekhsheb, or Meru in Khorasan, was surnamed Mokanna, or the veiled prophet. He was so called on account of his constantly wearing a veil of silver, or, according to others, of golden gauze. Some writers attribute this habit to a desire to conceal a deformity, one of his eyes having been pierced by an arrow, others to the desire to conceal his extraordinary ugliness. His own explanation, which was believed by his followers, was that the veil was necessary to shroud from the eyes of the beholder the dazzling rays emanating from his divine countenance. Hakim set himself up as a god. He had first, he said, assumed the body of Adam, then that of Noah, and subsequently those of many other wise and great men. The last human form he pretended to have adopted was that of Abu Muslim, a prince of Khorasan. He appears to have been well versed in the arts of legerdemain and natural magic, principally as regards producing startling effects of light and color. Among other miracles, he, for a whole week, to the great delight and bewilderment of his soldiers, caused a moon or moons to issue from a deep well, and so brilliant was the appearance of these luminaries that the real moon quite disappeared by their side. On this account he was sometimes called Sajend Na, or the moon maker. When the Sultan Mahdi had, after a long siege, taken the last stronghold in which Hakim had fortified himself, he, having first poisoned all his soldiers at a banquet, threw himself into a vessel filled with a burning acid of such a nature that his body was entirely dissolved, and nothing remained but a few hairs. This was done that the faithful might believe him to have ascended to heaven alive. Some remnants of his sect still exist. Hakim has furnished the subject of many romances, of which the one contained in Moore's Lalla Rookh is the most brilliant and best known. 15. What were supposed to be the fiery serpents, which attacked the Israelites in the desert? It has been argued with great plausibility that they were in reality Guinea or Medina worms, Filaria medinensis, a parasite that inhabits the flesh of men and other animals, and that seems to have been known from the earliest times. It is from 6 inches to 4 feet in length, and about 1/9 of an inch in diameter. It is found in many parts of Africa, India, Sumatra, Persia, Arabia, and the island of Curaçao. It is believed to enter the flesh through the skin, and as many as 50 have been reported in a single person. In some cases they cause much pain and inconvenience, in others, none. Death has sometimes resulted from them. 16. What sovereign owns the greater part of the territory over which he reigns? At least 3 different rulers can claim this distinction. Prince Heinrich XXII, present sovereign of the Principality of Rus-Grise, has no civil list. He is very wealthy, and the greater part of the territory over which he reigns is his own private property. Prince Heinrich XIV is the present sovereign of the Principality of Rus-Schleswig, of which the greater part is the private property of the reigning family. Friedrich Wilhelm I, present Grand Duke of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, is one of the wealthiest of German sovereigns, more than half of the Grand Duchy being his own property. 17. What Oriental town is called the mother of cities? Mecca, one of the oldest towns of Arabia, the capital of the province of Hejaz, and, through being the birthplace of Muhammad, the central and most holy city of all Islam, is, on this account, called by the Arabs al-Qura, the mother of cities. This title is also given by the native population to Balkh, in Central Asia, formerly a great city, but now for the most part a mass of ruins. This is a city of great antiquity, and was at an early date a rival of Nineveh and Babylon. 18. What seed was supposed to render its possessor invisible, and why? Plants were once thought to impart their own characteristics to the wearer. Thus the herb dragon was thought to cure the bite of serpents, wood sorrel, which has a heart-shaped leaf, to cheer the heart, liverwort, to benefit the liver, etc. Certain kinds of ferns have seeds so minute as to be invisible to the naked eye, and, carried about the person, were supposed to confer invisibility. Shakespeare says, "We have the receipt of fern seed, we walk invisible." 1 Henry IV. Act 2, 1. 19. What king prided himself on being the best cook in his country? Louis XV. 1710–1774, the grandson of Louis XIV, is said to have boasted of being the best cook in France, and to have been much pleased when the courtiers ate eagerly of the dishes which he had prepared. 20. What island was discovered by 2 lovers? There is a story to the effect that 2 lovers, Robert Mokim and Anna d'Arfet, fleeing from England to France in 1346, were driven out of their course by a violent storm, and cast on the coast of Madeira at the place subsequently named Mexico, in memory of one of them. The truth of this romantic story has recently been demonstrated by Mr. Major 21. Where is the fat man's misery? This is a narrow serpentine path in the Mammoth Cave. The walls, only 18 inches apart, change direction 8 times in 105 yards, while the distance from the sandy path to the ledge overhead is but 5 feet. 22. What tree is regarded as an emblem of death? The cypress has been so used for centuries, from the somber aspect of its dark green leaves, and from the fact that when once cut down it never grows again. In ancient times cypress logs were placed on funeral piles, probably on account of both their emblematic use and the aromatic odor emitted by the burning wood, which would counteract any smell arising from the burning body. 23. Where is the largest clock in the world? In the English House of Parliament. The 4 dials of this clock are 22 feet in diameter. Every half minute the minute hand moves nearly 7 inches. The clock will go 8½ days, but will strike for only 7½ days, thus indicating any neglect in winding it up. The winding up of the striking apparatus takes 2 hours. The pendulum is 15 feet long. The wheels are cast iron. The hour bell is 8 feet high and 9 feet in diameter, weighing nearly 15 tons, and the hammer alone weighs more than 500 pounds. This clock strikes the quarter hours. Its pendulum beats every 2 seconds. The motion is kept up by a remontoire, or gravity escapement. 24. When were post offices first established? The first letter post was established in the Hansa towns in the early part of the 13th century. A line of letter posts followed, connecting Austria with Lombardy, in the reign of the Emperor Maximilian, which are said to have been organized by the princes of Thurn and Taxis, and the representatives of the same house established another line of posts from Vienna to Brussels, the most distant parts of the dominions of Charles V. This family continued to the present day to hold certain rights with regard to the German postal system, their posts being entirely distinct from those established by the Crown, and sometimes in rivalry with them. In England, in early times, both public and private letters were sent by messengers, who, in the reign of Henry III, wore the royal livery. They had to provide themselves with horses until the reign of Edward I, when posts were established where horses were to be had for hire. Edward IV, when engaged in war with Scotland, had dispatches conveyed to his camp with great speed, by means of a system of relays of horses, which, however, fell into disuse on the restoration of peace. Camden mentions the office of Master of the Postes as existing in 1581, but the duties of that officer were probably connected exclusively with the supply of post horses. The posts were meant for the conveyance of government dispatches alone, and it was only by degrees that permission was extended to private individuals to make use of them. A foreign post for the conveyance of letters between London and the continent seems to have been established by foreign merchants in the 15th century, and certain disputes which arose between the Flemings and the Italians regarding the right of appointing a postmaster, and were referred to the Privy Council, led to the institution of a chief postmaster, who should have charge both of the English and foreign post. The American Post Office is one of our earliest institutions, and was provided for by legislation in Massachusetts in 1639, and in Virginia in 1657. A monthly post between New York and Boston was established in 1672. 25. Who was Old Bullion? This sobriquet was conferred on Col. Thomas Hart Benton, 1782–1852, a distinguished American statesman, on account of his advocacy of the gold and silver currency as a true remedy for the financial embarrassments in which the United States was involved after the expiration of the charter of the National Bank, and as the only proper medium for government disbursements and receipts. 26. When, where, and between whom was the first duel fought in the United States? The first duel in the United States was at Plymouth, Mass., on June 18, 1621, between Edward Doty and Edward Lester, 2 servants, both of whom were wounded. For this outrage they were sentenced to the punishment of having their heads and feet tied together, and of lying thus 24 hours, without food or drink. After suffering, however, in that posture an hour, at their master's intercession and their humble request, with the promise of amendment, they were released by the governor. 27. How is the northern boundary line of the United States marked? The northern boundary line of this country is marked by stone cairns, iron pillars, wood pillars, earth mounds, and timber posts. A stone cairn is 7½ feet by 8 feet, an earth mound 7 feet by 14 feet, an iron pillar 7 feet high, 8 inches square at the bottom, and 4 inches at the top, timber posts 5 feet high and 8 inches square. There are 385 of these marks between the Lake of the Woods and the base of the Rocky Mountains. That portion of the boundary which lies east and west of the Red River Valley is marked by cast iron pillars at even mile intervals. The British place one every 2 miles, and the United States one between each British post. Our pillars or markers were made at Detroit, Michigan. They are hollow iron castings, 3/8 of an inch in thickness, in the form of a truncated pyramid, 8 feet high, 8 inches square at the bottom, and 4 at the top, as before stated. They have at the top a solid pyramidal cap, and at the bottom an octagonal flange 1 inch in thickness. Upon the opposite faces are cast, in letters 2 inches high, the inscriptions, Convention of London, and October 20, 1818. The inscriptions begin about 4 feet 6 inches above the base and read upwards. The interiors of the hollow posts are filled with well-seasoned cedar posts, sawed to fit, and securely spiked through spike holes cast in the pillars for that purpose. The average weight of each pillar when completed is 85 pounds. The pillars are all set 4 feet in the ground, with their inscription faces to the north and south, and the earth is well settled and stamped about them. For the wooden posts well-seasoned logs are selected, and the portion above the ground painted red, to prevent swelling and shrinking. These posts do very well, but the Indians cut them down for fuel, and nothing but iron will last very long. Where the line crosses lakes, mountains of stone have been built, the bases being in some places 18 feet under water, and the tops projecting 8 feet above the lake's surface at high water mark. In forests the line is marked by felling the timber a rod wide, and clearing away the underbrush. The work of cutting through the timbered swamps was very great, but it has been well done, and the boundary distinctly marked by the commissioners the whole distance from Michigan to Alaska. 28. What is the origin of the minute and second? We have 60 divisions on the dials of our clocks and watches, because the old Greek astronomer, Hipparchus, who lived in the 2nd century before Christ, accepted the Babylonian system of reckoning time, that system being sexagesimal. The Babylonians were acquainted with the decimal system, but for common or practical purposes they counted by sosi and sari, the sosos representing 60, and the saros 60 times 6, 3600. From Hipparchus that mode of reckoning found its way into the works of Ptolemy about 150 A.D., and hence was carried down the stream of science and civilization, and found its way to the dial plates of our clocks and watches. 29. Which is the pine tree state? Maine. The majestic massed pines which have given this state its sobriquet are fast receding before the demands of commerce. This tree is the heraldic emblem of the state. 30. What city is called Little Paris? Milan, Italy, from its resemblance in point of gaiety to the French capital. 31. What was the origin of the term Uncle Sam? This term came into use in the War of 1812, and was born at Troy, N.Y. The government inspector there was Uncle Sam Wilson, and when the war opened Elbert Anderson, the contractor at New York, bought a large amount of beef, pork, and pickles for the army. These were inspected by Wilson, and were duly labeled E.A.U.S., meaning Elbert Anderson, for the United States. The term U.S. for the United States was then somewhat new, and the workmen concluded that they referred to Uncle Sam Wilson. After they discovered their mistake, they kept up the name as a joke. These same men soon went to the war. There they repeated the joke. It got into print and went the rounds. From that time on the term, Uncle Sam, was used facetiously for the United States, and it now represents the nation. 32. What is the origin of the phrase, the 3 R's? It is said that this phrase was originated by Sir William Curtis, who was Lord Mayor of London in 1795. A writer in Notes and Queries says, I remember an aged member of the corporation, now deceased, asserting that Sir William Curtis, in the days when Dr. Bell and the Quaker Lancaster were pleading on behalf of increased facilities for the education of the poor, gave as a toast at a city dinner, the 3 R's. My friend assured me that Sir William Curtis, although a man of limited education, was very shrewd, and not so ignorant as to suppose his presumed orthography was correct. He chose the phrase in the above form purely for a jocular reason. 33. How is an umbrella put together? The first thing to be done is to prepare the stick to receive the cover. The 2 springs are first put in, one at the top to hold the umbrella open, and one at the bottom to keep it closed. The slots in which the springs are put are cut by a machine. This is a very delicate and dangerous operation, as, unless great care is taken, the man who does it is liable to lose his fingers. After this is done, another man takes the stick, and with a knife prepares it to receive the spring. The springs are then set, and the ferrule is put on at the top of the stick. If the handle is of different material from the stick, it is now fastened to it. All of the counters in the workrooms are carpeted to prevent the sticks from being scratched. After the handle is securely fastened and a band put on to finish or ornament the stick, it is sent to the frame maker. He fastens the stretchers to the ribs, strings the top end of the ribs on a wire, and fits into the runner notch. He then strings the lower ends of the stretchers on a wire and fastens with the runner. When both of the runners are securely fixed, the umbrella is ready for the cover. The cutter lays his cloth very smoothly on a long counter, folding it until the fabric is 16 layers deep and several yards long. The edges have been previously hemmed on a sewing machine. When everything is ready, the cutter lays on his pattern. This is usually made of wood tipped with brass, and with a very sharp knife cuts along the sides of it, thus cutting two covers at once. Every piece is then carefully examined, to see that there is no bad place or hole in it. A man then carefully stretches the edges, that it may fit the frame. The pieces are then stitched on a sewing machine, in what is called a pudding bag seam. The tension is very carefully adjusted so that the thread will not break when the cover is stretched over the frame. The cover is first fastened to the frame at the top and bottom. The umbrella is then half raised, and held in position by a small tool for that purpose, while the seams are fastened to the ribs. When this is done, the tie is sewed on, the cap is put on, and the umbrella is entirely put together. A woman then takes it and presses the edges with a warm, flat iron. Afterward, another woman takes it and inspects it before a very strong light to make sure that it is perfect. If it bears this inspection, it is neatly adjusted about the handle, the tie fastened, and it is then ready for a purchaser. 34. What is the origin of the phrase, "I acknowledge the corn"? This phrase originated in the following manner. In 1828, Mr. Stewart, a member of Congress, said in a speech that Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana sent their haystacks, corn fields, and fodder to New York and Philadelphia for sale. Mr. Wycliffe, of Kentucky, called him to order, declaring that those states did not send haystacks, corn fields, and fodder to New York and Philadelphia for sale. "Well, what do you send?" asked Mr. Stewart. "Why, horses, mules, cattle, and hogs." "Well, what makes your horses, mules, cattle, and hogs?" "You feed $100 worth of hay to a horse. You just animate and get upon the top of your haystack and ride off to market. How is it with your cattle? You make one of them carry $50 worth of hay or grass to the eastern market. How much corn does it take, at 33 cents a bushel, to fatten a hog?" "Why, 30 bushels. Then you put 30 bushels into the shape of a hog and make it walk to the eastern market." Then Mr. Wycliffe jumped up and said, "Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the corn." Another account of the origin of this phrase is as follows. Some years ago, a raw customer, from the upper country, determined to try his fortune at New Orleans. Accordingly, he provided himself with 2 flat boats, one laden with corn and the other with potatoes, and down the river he went. The night after his arrival he went uptown to a gambling house. Of course he commenced betting, and his luck proving unfortunate, he lost. When his money was gone, he bet his truck, and the corn and potatoes followed the money. At last, when completely cleaned out, he returned to his boats at the wharf, when the evidences of a new misfortune presented themselves. Through some accident or other, the flat boat containing the corn was sunk, and a total loss. Consoling himself as well as he could, he went to sleep, dreaming of gamblers, potatoes, and corn. It was scarcely sunrise, however, when he was disturbed by the child of chance, who had arrived to take possession of the 2 boats as his winnings. Slowly awakening from his sleep, our hero, rubbing his eyes and looking the man in the face, replied, "Stranger, I acknowledge the corn, take 'em, but the potatoes you can't have, by thunder." 35. How did a flight of birds change the history of America? When Columbus sailed westward over the broad expanse of the unknown waters of the Atlantic, he expected to reach Zipangu, Japan. Having sailed westward from Gomera, one of the Canary Islands, for many days, he grew uneasy at not having discovered Zipangu, which, according to his reckoning, he should have met with 216 nautical miles more to the east. After a long debate, he yielded to the opinion of Martin Alonso Pinzon, the commander of the Pinta, and steered to the southwest. Pinzon was guided in his opinion by a flight of parrots towards the southwest. The effect of this change in his course curiously exemplifies the influence of small and apparently trivial events on the world's history. If Columbus, resisting the counsel of Pinzon, had kept his original route, he would have entered the warm current of the Gulf Stream, have reached Florida, and thence perhaps have been carried to Cape Hatteras in Virginia. The result would probably have been to give the present United States a Roman Catholic Spanish population, instead of a Protestant English one, a circumstance of immeasurable importance. Never, says Humboldt, had the flight of birds more important consequences. It may be said to have determined the first settlements on the new continent, and its distribution between the Latin and Germanic races. 36. When did an American race have recourse to a stratagem similar to the celebrated wooden horse of Troy? In order to destroy the last settlement of the Northmen in Greenland, the savages, says Dr. Hayes, the famous Arctic explorer, had recourse to a stratagem worthy to be compared with the celebrated wooden horse of Troy. Over an immense raft of boats, they constructed an immense scaffolding, and covered it with white sealskins to make it look like an iceberg. Filled with armed men, it floated down the fjord. It was seen by the sentinels and other people of the settlement, but was supposed by them to be nothing more than a harmless mass of ice, till it was run aground near the church. Then the Eskimo rushed out of it, slaughtered the inhabitants, and destroyed the settlement. 37. Which was the first land discovered by Columbus? The spot which he first reached was a small island, called by the natives Guanahani, to which Columbus gave the name of San Salvador, the Spanish for Holy Savior. This was the island now known as Watling Island, as was suggested by Munoz in 1793, and proved by Mr. R. H. Major in 1870, and not the island now called San Salvador. 38. With whom did the name America originate? In a paper distinguished for great learning and able criticism, Mr. Major has shown that the word America first appeared on the Mappe Monde, drawn by Leonardo da Vinci, and he explains the circumstances which led to its adoption. The first map known to exist with the New World delineated upon it is that drawn by Juan de la Cosa, the pilot of Columbus in his second voyage. This map is dated 1500. Juan de la Cosa was with Ojeda and Vespucci, and afterwards with Ojeda in his last and ill-fated expedition. In May, 1507, just a year after the death of Columbus, one Martin Waldseemüller Hylacomelus wrote a book called Cosmographiae Introductio, to which was appended a Latin edition of the 4 voyages of Vespucci. In this book, which was published at St. Da in Lorraine, he proposed that the name America should be given to the New World. In 1508 the first engraved map containing the New World appeared in an edition of Ptolemy printed at Rome, but it does not bear the name of America. But in 1509 the name America, proposed by Hylacomelus in 1507, appears as if it was already accepted as a well-known denomination, in an anonymous work entitled Globus Mundi, published at Strasbourg. The Mappe Monde of Leonardo da Vinci, to which Major assigns the date 1514, has the name of America across the South American continent. 39. What was the ancient name of the ring finger? The fingers, as anciently known, are thumb, toucher, foreman, or pointer, long man, or long finger, lich man, or ring finger, little man, or little finger. The Romans believed that a nerve ran through the ring finger to the heart. Both they and the Greeks called it the medical finger, and used it for stirring their mixtures, believing that nothing harmful could touch it without dispatching a warning to the heart. The notion is said still to exist in some parts of England that salve must not be applied to the flesh or the skin scratched with any but the ring finger. 40. Who was the beautiful parricide? Beatrice Cenci was so called. According to Muratori, her father, Francesco, was twice married, Beatrice being his daughter by the first wife. After his second marriage he treated the children of his first wife in a revolting manner, and was even accused of hiring bandits to murder 2 of his sons on their return from Spain. The beauty of Beatrice inspired him with the horrible and incestuous desire to possess her person. With mingled lust and hate, he persecuted her from day to day, until circumstances enabled him to consummate his brutality. The unfortunate girl besought the help of her relatives and of Pope Clement VII, but did not receive it, whereupon, in company with her stepmother and her brother, Giacomo, she planned and executed the murder of her unnatural parent. The crime was discovered, and both she and Giacomo were put to the torture. Giacomo confessed, but Beatrice persisted in the declaration that she was innocent. All, however, were condemned, and put to death August 1599, in spite of efforts made in their behalf. 41. What was the diamond necklace affair? This wonderful piece of jewelry, made by Boehmer, the court jeweler of Paris, was intended for Madame du Barry, the favorite of Louis XV. On the death of the monarch, however, she was excluded from court, and the bauble was left on the jeweler's hands. Its immense value, 1,800,000 livres $400,000, precluded anyone from becoming its purchaser, but in 1785 Boehmer offered it to Marie Antoinette for $320,000, a considerable reduction. The queen much desired the necklace, but was deterred from its purchase by the great expense. Learning this, the Countess de la Motte forged the queen's signature, and, by pretending that Her Majesty had an attachment for the Cardinal de Rohan, the queen's almoner, persuaded him to conclude a bargain with the jeweler for $280,000. De la Motte thus obtained possession of the necklace and made off with it. For this she was tried in 1786 and sentenced to be branded on both shoulders and imprisoned for life, but she subsequently escaped and fled to London. The cardinal was tried and acquitted the same year. The French public at that time believed that the queen was a party to the fraud, but no conclusive evidence was ever adduced to support the charge. Talleyrand wrote at the time, "I shall not be surprised if this miserable affair overturn the throne." His prediction was, to a great extent, fulfilled. 42. Who was the patriot preacher of the Revolution? The Rev. John Peter Gabriel Muhlenberg, 1746–1807, has been so termed. He was educated at Halle, ordained to the ministry in England, and in 1772 became Lutheran minister of Woodstock, VA. He soon became a leading spirit among those opposed to British oppression. His last sermon was upon the duty men owe to their country. In concluding, he said, "There is a time for all things, a time to preach and with a voice that echoed like a trumpet blast through the church, a time to fight, and now is the time to fight." Then, laying aside his sacerdotal gown, he stood before his flock in the full regimental dress of a Virginia colonel. He ordered the drums to be beaten at the church door for recruits, and almost his entire male audience, capable of bearing arms, joined his standard. Nearly 300 men enlisted under his banner on that day. The scene has been described in verse by Thomas Buchanan Reed in the Wagoner of the Alleghanies. In February 1777, Congress promoted Muhlenberg to the rank of brigadier general, and at the close of the war he was made a major general. 43. When does Easter come? The Council of Nice 325 A.D. authoritatively declared for the whole Church, Easter to be always the first Sunday after the full moon which occurs on or next after March 21st. And if the full moon happen on a Sunday, Easter is to be the Sunday following. 44. Where are the highest tides found? The high tides that rise in the Bay of Fundy are one of the wonders of the world. The funnel-shaped and rapidly narrowing entrance to the bay enables a disproportionately long tidal wave to enter, and as it becomes narrower and shallower the height necessarily increases. The tide, which, at the entrance is 18 feet, rushes with great fury up the bay, and swells to the enormous height of 60 feet, and even to 70 feet in the highest spring tides. With such velocity does it rush up the constantly narrowing bay, that hogs and other animals feeding along the shore are frequently overtaken by it. 45. In what country are nearly all of the clergymen blacksmiths? The clergymen of Iceland are so miserably paid that they are generally obliged to do the hardest work of day laborers to preserve their families from starving. Besides making hay and tending cattle, they are all blacksmiths from necessity, and the best horse-shoers on the island. The feet of an Iceland horse would be cut to pieces over the sharp rocks and lava if not well shod. The church is the great resort of the peasantry, and should any of the numerous horses have lost a shoe, or be likely to do so, the clergyman dons his apron, lights his little charcoal fire in his smithy, one of which is attached to every parsonage, and sets the animal on its legs again. The task of getting the charcoal is not the least of his labors, for whatever the distance may be to the nearest thicket of dwarf birch, he must go thither to burn the wood, and bring it home when charred. His hut is scarcely better than that of the meanest fisherman. A bed, a rickety table, a few chairs, and a chest or two are all his furniture. This is, as long as he lives, the condition of the Icelandic clergyman, and learning, virtue, and even genius are but too frequently buried under this squalid poverty. In no Christian country, perhaps with the sole exception of Lapland, are the clergy so poor as in Iceland, but in none do they exert a more beneficial influence. 46. What noted poet's bald head caused his death? The ancient writers are unanimous in regard to the manner of the death of Aeschylus 525–456 b. c. The father of the Greek tragic drama. An eagle, say they, mistaking the poet's bald head for a stone, let a tortoise fall upon it to break the shell, and so fulfilled an oracle, according to which Aeschylus was fated to die by a blow from heaven. 47. Who discovered the Northwest Passage? In 1850 an expedition was sent out from England under the command of Sir Robert John Le Mesurier McClure, to whom belongs the honor of the discovery of this long-sought passage. Having passed through Bering Strait in August of this year, McClure's ship, the Investigator, was ice-bound in the middle of October. A land party from the ship discovered the Northwest Passage, October 26, from Mount Observation, latitude 73 degrees 30 minutes 39 seconds north, longitude 114 degrees 39 minutes west. After this discovery the party returned to the Investigator, but that vessel was not destined herself to sail homeward through the passage discovered by her commander. 3 winters were spent in the ice, but in April, 1853, a relief party on board of H.M.S. Resolute appeared, having discovered McClure's whereabouts by means of a cairn left by him in Winter Harbor. Commander McClure now resolved to abandon his ship altogether. He reached England on Sept. 28, 1854. His first reward was to receive his commission of post captain, dated back to the day of the discovery of the Northwest Passage. Shortly afterward he received from Her Majesty the honors of knighthood, and a reward of £5,000 was voted him by Parliament. Both the English and French geographical societies gave him a gold medal. A reward of £10,000 was also granted to the officers and crew of the Investigator, as a token of national approbation of the men who had discovered a Northwest Passage from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean. 48. Who was the first child born of English parents in New England? Peregrine White, son of William White and of his wife Susanna, the first child born of English parents in New England, was born on board the Mayflower in the harbor of Cape Cod, November 20, 1620. He died at Marshfield in 1704. 49. Who was the White Lady? A being who, according to popular legend, appears in many of the castles of German princes and nobles, by night as well as by day, when any important event, whether joyful or sad, but particularly when the death of any member of the family is imminent. She is regarded as the ancestress of the race, shows herself always in snow-white garments, carries a bunch of keys at her side, and sometimes rocks and watches over the children at night when their nurses sleep. The earliest appearance of this apparition spoken of was in the 16th century, and was famous under the name of Bertha of Rosenberg in Bohemia. In the castle of Berlin she is said to have been seen in 1628, and again in 1840 and 1850. 50. In what cities are there no elections held? Washington and Georgetown, D.C. By the law of 1874 these municipalities were abolished, and the elective franchise suppressed throughout the District of Columbia. The district is under the control of Congress, but has no representatives, and its municipal affairs are regulated by 3 commissioners appointed by the President and Senate. 51. Which is the city of the Red Staff? Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It is said that when the place was first settled, there was growing on the spot a cypress, the bark of which tree is of a reddish color, of immense size and prodigious height, entirely free from branches, except at its very top. One of the settlers playfully remarked that this tree would make a handsome cane, whence the place has since been called Baton Rouge, that is, Red Staff. 52. How many languages are there? The various languages, dialects, etc., ancient and modern, are estimated to be 3,064. They are distributed as follows: Asiatic, 937, European, 587, African, 276, American, 1,264. 53. What noted physiologist estimated 100 years as man's normal term of life? Marie Jean-Pierre Florenz, 1794–1867, the celebrated French physiologist, asserts, in one of his numerous publications, that the normal period of man's life is 1 century. It is, he argues, a fact in natural history, that the length of each animal's life is in exact proportion to the period the animal takes in growing. Monsieur Florenz has ascertained this period, and based upon it the theory that it depends on the union of the bones to their epiphyses. As long, he observes, as the bones are not united to their epiphyses, the animal grows. As soon as the bones are united to their epiphyses, the animal ceases to grow. Now, in man, according to this philosopher, the union of the bones and the epiphyses takes place at the age of 20, and that, as among all animals, life is or should be prolonged to 5 times the period they take in attaining their full growth. The normal duration of the life of man is consequently 1 century. Applied to domestic animals, this theory appears to be fully verified. In the camel, the union of the bones with the epiphyses takes place at 8 years of age, and the animal lives to be 40. In the horse, at 5 years, and he lives to be 25. In the ox, at 4 years, and he lives to be 20. In the dog, at 2 years, and he lives to be 10 or 12 years. In view of these conclusions, Florenz modifies considerably the different stages of man's existence. I prolong the duration of infancy, he says, up to 10 years, because it is from 9 to 10 that the second dentition is terminated. I prolong adolescence up to 20 years, because it is at that age that the development of the bones ceases, and consequently the increase of the body in length. I prolong youth up to the age of 40, because it is only at that age that the increase of the body in bulk terminates. After 40, the body does not grow. Properly speaking, the augmentation of its volume which then takes place is not a veritable organic development, but a simple accumulation of fat. After the growth, or, more properly speaking, the development in length and bulk has terminated, man enters into what I call the period of invigoration, that is, when all our parts become more complete and firm, our functions more assured, and the whole organism more perfect. This period lasts to 65 or 70 years, and then begins old age, which lasts for 30 years. When it was asked of Florenz why so few attain to the age of a century, he replied, "Man does not die. With our manners, our passions, our torments, he kills himself." 54. Who was the American Pope of Rome? Among the earliest settlers of the District of Columbia was an Englishman named Pope, who bought land and named the stream flowing through it the Tiber. To the eminence on which the Capitol now stands he gave the name of Capitoline Hill. He called his whole plantation Rome, and signed himself, Pope of Rome. 55. Which was the most deadly epidemic ever known? The Black Death, which in the 14th century desolated the world. It took this name from the black spots, symptomatic of a putrid decomposition which at one of its stages appeared upon the skin. Among the symptoms may be noticed great impostumes on the thighs and arms, and smaller boils on the arms and face. In many cases black spots all over the body, and in some, affections of the head, stupor, and palsy of the tongue, which became black as if suffused with blood, burning and unshakable thirst, putrid inflammation of the lungs, attended by acute pains in the chest, the expectoration of blood, and a fetid, pestiferous breath. On the first appearance of the plague in Europe, fever, the evacuation of blood, and carbuncular affection of the lungs brought death before the other symptoms could be developed. Afterwards, boils and buboes characterized its fatal course in Europe, as in the East. In almost all cases its victims perished in 2 or 3 days after being attacked. Its spots and tumors were the seals of a doom which medicine had no power to avert, and which in despair many anticipated by self-slaughter. The precise date of the appearance of the plague in China is unknown, but from 1333 till 1348 that great country suffered a terrible mortality from droughts, famines, floods, earthquakes which swallowed mountains, and swarms of innumerable locusts, and in the last few years of that period from the plague. During the same time Europe manifested sympathy with the changes which affected the East. The theory is, that this great Tellurian activity, accompanied by the decomposition of vast organic masses, myriads of bodies of men, brutes, and locusts, produced some change in the atmosphere unfavorable to life, and some writers, speaking of the established progress of the plague from east to west, say that the impure air was actually visible as it approached with its burden of death. In 1340 the Black Death first appeared in Italy. It spread throughout Christendom and raged during many years, causing unprecedented mortality. Thousands perished in Germany. In London alone 200 persons were buried daily in the Charterhouse Yard in 1348. The horrors of the time were further heightened by the fearful persecutions to which the Jews were subjected, from a popular belief that the pestilence was owing to their poisoning the public wells. The people rose to exterminate the Hebrew race, of whom, in Mayence alone, 12,000 were cruelly murdered. They were killed by fire and by torture wherever they could be found, and for them to the terrors of the plague were added those of a populace everywhere infuriated against them. In some places the Jewish people immolated themselves in masses, in others, not a soul of them survived the assaults of their enemies. No adequate notion can be conveyed of these horrors. 56. What noted national hymn was composed, words and music, in a single night? The Marseillaise, the name by which the grand song of the First French Revolution is known. The circumstances which led to its composition are as follows. In the beginning of 1792, when a column of volunteers was about to leave Strasbourg, the mayor of the city, who gave a banquet on the occasion, asked an officer of artillery, named Rouget de Lisle, to compose a song in their honor. His request was complied with, and the result was the Marseillaise, both verse and music being the work of a single night. De Lisle entitled the piece Chant de guerre de l'Armée du Rhin. Next day it was sung with the rapturous enthusiasm that only Frenchmen can exhibit, and instead of 600 volunteers, 1,000 marched out of Strasbourg. Soon from the whole army of the north resounded the thrilling and fiery words, Aux armes! Aux armes! Nevertheless the song was still unknown at Paris, and was first introduced there by Barbaroux, when he summoned the youth of Marseille to the capital in July, 1792. It was received with transports by the Parisians, who, ignorant of its real authorship, named it Hymne des Marseillais, which name it has ever since borne. 57. Who was the Queen of Tears? This name was given to Mary of Modena, the second wife of James II, of England. Her eyes, says Noble, became eternal fountains of sorrow for that crown her ill policy contributed to lose. 58. Who was called the bravest of the brave? The celebrated Marshal Ney, 1769–1815, was so called by the French troops at Friedland, 1807, on account of his fearless bravery. He was in command of the right wing, which bore the brunt of the battle, and stormed the town. Napoleon, as he watched him passing unterrified through a storm of balls, exclaimed, "That man is a lion." And henceforth the army styled him, Les Braves des Braves. 59. What are the different colors used by different nations for mourning? Black. The color of mourning in Europe, also in ancient Greece and Rome. Black and white striped, expressive of sorrow and hope combined, worn by the South Sea Islanders. Grayish-brown. The color of the earth, worn in Ethiopia. Pale brown. The color of withered leaves, worn in Persia. Sky blue. Expressive of hope for the deceased, worn in Syria, Cappadocia, and Armenia. Deep blue. The mourning of Bukhara, in Central Asia, worn also by the Romans under the Republic. Purple and violet. Denotes royalty, worn for cardinals and the kings of France. Violet is the mourning of Turkey. White. Mourning of China. Henry VIII wore white for Anne Boleyn. Until 1498 it was the mourning of Spain. Yellow. Mourning worn in Egypt and Burma. Anne Boleyn wore yellow for Catherine of Aragon. Yellow may be regarded as a token of exaltation. 60. During which presidential election did 3 states not vote? Why? This has twice occurred within our history. 1. In the first election, Washington's, 1789, North Carolina, Rhode Island, and New York did not vote. North Carolina and Rhode Island did not vote, because they had not then ratified the Constitution, and New York, because it had failed to make provisions for electors. 2. In the presidential election of 1868, when Grant was elected for his first term, Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas did not vote, as they had not been redmited since the rebellion. 61. When does a gallon of vinegar weigh more, in summer or in winter? A gallon of vinegar weighs more in winter than in summer, because the cold causes the vinegar to contract, so that the measure holds more than it does in warm weather, when the vinegar is not so dense. 62. When, where, and by whom was the oath of office administered to Washington as President of the United States? On the 30th of April, 1789, by Chancellor Robert R. Livingston, in Federal Hall, Wall Street, New York. 63. What city was commonly called the mistress of the world? Rome, because it was for centuries the grandest, richest, and most populous of European cities, and was regarded as the capital of a kind of universal empire. 64. What was the real name of Pocahontas? Her real name was Matoax, or Matoaka, but it was rarely uttered, as the Indians believed that a knowledge of the real names of persons gave their enemies power to cast spells upon them. Pocahontas was her household name, by which she was generally called, though she had still another name, Amonate. 65. What Indian chief was made an English peer, and with what title? Manteo, the faithful Indian chief, after receiving Christian baptism, was, by the commandment of Sir Walter Raleigh, invested with the rank of Baron, and the title, Lord of Roanoke. This was on the 13th of August, 1587. Thus even in the American wilderness the vanities of life were not forgotten. 66. What are violet stones? This name is given to certain stones found upon high mountains, as in Thuringia, upon the Harz Mountains, and the Riesengebirge, which, in consequence of being covered with what is called violet moss, emit a smell like that of violets. They retain this smell for a long time, and it is increased by moistening them. 67. What was the origin of the term, Brother Jonathan? When George Washington, after being appointed commander of the Army of the Revolutionary War, went to Massachusetts to organize it, and make preparations for the defense of the country, he found a great want of ammunition and other means necessary to meet the powerful foe with whom he had to contend, and great difficulty in obtaining them. If attacked in such condition, the cause at once might be hopeless. On one occasion, at that anxious period, a consultation of the officers and others was had, when it seemed no way could be devised to make such preparation as was necessary. His Excellency Jonathan Trumbull, the elder, was then governor of Connecticut, and as Washington placed the greatest reliance on his judgment and aid, he remarked, "We must consult Brother Jonathan on the subject." He did so, and the governor was successful in supplying many of the wants of the army. When difficulties afterward arose, and the army was spread over the country, it became a byword, "We must consult Brother Jonathan." The origin of the expression being soon lost sight of, the name Brother Jonathan came to be regarded as the national sobriquet. 68. What is the national beverage of Japan? This beverage is brewed from rice, and is called sake. The color of the best sake resembles very pale sherry, the taste is rather acid. None but the very best grain is used in its manufacture, and the principal breweries are Atami, Nada, and Hyogo, all in the province of Setsu. 69. What was the kitchen cabinet? This name was given to the Honorable Francis P. Blair and to the Honorable Amos Kendall, by the opponents of President Jackson's administration. Blair was the editor of the Globe, the organ of the president, and Kendall was one of the principal contributors to the paper. As it was necessary for Jackson to consult frequently with these gentlemen, and as, to avoid observation, they were accustomed, when they called upon him, to go in by a back door, the Whig party styled them, in derision, the kitchen cabinet. Alleging that it was by their advice that the president removed so many Whigs from office and put Democrats in their place. 70. When was the first census of the United States taken, and what was the population? The first census was taken in 1790, and the returns showed a population of 3,929,214. 71. What vice president was not elected by the people? Richard Mentor Johnson, of Kentucky, in 1837. No candidate for the vice presidency received a majority of the electoral votes, and, according to the terms of the Constitution, the selection fell upon the Senate, who elected Johnson. 72. What vice president did not serve? William Rufus King, of Alabama, who was elected in 1852. Owing to his poor health, he went to Cuba to spend the winter of 1852-53. The oath of office was administered to him there by the American consul, but he died April 18, 1853, soon after his return from the island to his plantation at Cahuaha, Allah. 73. When and by whom was the Antarctic continent discovered? On January 16, 1840, by the United States Exploring Expedition, under the command of Lieutenant Charles Wilkes 1801-1877. The land was first seen from the masthead. This was in latitude 61 degrees 30 south, and longitude 161 degrees east. Wilkes traced the coast westward to 101 degrees east, but was prevented from landing by an impassable barrier of ice. 74. What led to the establishment of the Order of the Garter? The Order of the Garter was instituted by King Edward III. It was one of the most famous of the military orders of Europe. Selden says that it exceeds in majesty, honor, and fame all chivalrous orders in the world. It is said to have been devised for the purpose of attracting to the king's party such soldiers of fortune as might be likely to aid in asserting the claim which he was then making to the crown of France, and to have been intended as an imitation of King Arthur's Round Table. The original number of Knights of the Garter was 25, His Majesty himself making the 26th. The story that the Countess of Salisbury let fall her garter when dancing with the king, and that the king picked it up and tied it round his own leg, but that, observing the jealous glances of the queen, he restored it to its fair owner, with the exclamation, "Honi soit que mal y pense," evil be to him who evil thinks, is about as well authenticated as most tales of the kind, and has, moreover, in its favor, that it accounts for the otherwise unaccountable emblem and motto of the order. 75. How do you determine the years covered by a given Congress? To determine the years covered by a given Congress, double the number of the Congress, and add the product to 1789. The result will be the year in which the Congress closed. Thus, the 45th Congress equals 90 plus 1789 equals 1879, that being the year which terminated the 45th Congress, on the 4th of March. To find the number of a Congress sitting in any given year, subtract 1789 from the year. If the result is an even number, half that number will give the Congress of which the year in question will be the closing year. If the result is an odd number, add 1 to it, and half the result will give the Congress, of which the year in question will be the first year. 76. What town was the birthplace of 2 presidents? Braintree, Massachusetts, is the only town in the United States which can claim this distinction. John Adams and John Quincy Adams were both born in this town, in that part which, in 1792, was set off as the town of Quincy, where the Adams family still have their summer residence. John Hancock was also born in the same town. 77. Where is the Cave of the Winds? It lies in behind the Cataract of Niagara, midway between the American and the Horseshoe Falls. It is 50 feet wide, 70 feet high, and 30 feet deep. Visitors, provided with oil-skin dresses and attendant guides, make the tour of the cave, which forms an exciting and novel amusement. 78. Give the color and portrait of each of our postage stamps. 1c. Imperial Ultramarine Blue, Benjamin Franklin. 2c. Terracotta, George Washington. 2c. Old, Vermilion, Andrew Jackson. 3c. Green, George Washington. 4c. Green, Andrew Jackson. 5c. Steel, James A. Garfield. 5c. Old, Blue, Zachary Taylor. 6c. Red, Abraham Lincoln. 7c. Vermilion, Edwin M. Stanton. 10c. Chocolate, Thomas Jefferson. 12c. Neutral Purple, Henry Clay. 15c. Orange, Daniel Webster. 24c. Purple, Winfield Scott. 30c. Black, Alexander Hamilton. 90c. Carmine, Oliver H. Perry. 79. Who were the 9 worthies? These famous personages, so often alluded to by writers and poets, have been counted up in the following manner. 1. Hector, son of Priam. 3. Gentiles. 2. Alexander the Great. 3. Julius Caesar. 4. Joshua, conqueror of Canaan. 3. Jews. 5. David, king of Israel. 6. Judas Maccabeus. 7. Arthur, king of Britain. 3. Christians. 8. Charlemagne. 9. Godfrey of Bouillon. 80. Who was the father of ridicule? François Rabelais, 1495–1553, the most original and remarkable of all humorists, and the first noteworthy comic romancer of modern times, is chiefly noted for his great satirical work, Les Faits et Dicts du Géant Gargantua et de son fils Pantagruel, which continues to take rank as one of the world's masterpieces of humor and grotesque invention. Lord Bacon calls Rabelais the great jester of France, others have called him a comic Homer. More than 60 editions of his work have been published. 81. What did the North American Indians use as money? Strings of shells and shell beads called wampum. There were 2 kinds. Wampumpeak, which was white, and was made from the conch or periwinkle, and suckenhawk, which was black, or rather purple, and was made from the hard shell clam. The latter was worth twice as much as the former. The shell was broken into pieces, rubbed smooth on a stone till about the thickness of a pipe stem, then cut and pierced with a drill. It was then strung or made into belts, and served not only as money, but also as ornaments. 82. Who was Old Hickory? This sobriquet was conferred upon General Andrew Jackson, in 1813, by the soldiers under his command. The name of Old Hickory, says Pardon, is not an instantaneous inspiration, but a growth. First of all, the remark was made by some soldier, who was struck with his commander's pedestrian powers, that the general was tough. Next it was observed of him that he was tough as hickory. Then he was called Hickory. Lastly, the affectionate adjective, old, was prefixed, and the general thenceforth rejoiced in the completed nickname, usually the first won honor of a great commander. According to another account, the name sprung from his having on one occasion set his men an example of endurance by feeding on hickory nuts, when destitute of supplies. 83. Which is the City of Elms. This is a familiar denomination of New Haven Court, many of the streets of which are thickly shaded with lofty elms. 84. How did the schooner obtain its name? The first schooner ever constructed is said to have been built in Gloucester, Mass., about the year 1713, by a Captain Andrew Robinson, and to have received its name from the following trivial circumstance. When the vessel went off the stocks into the water, a bystander cried out, "Oh, how she scoons!" Robinson instantly replied, "A schooner let her be," and, from that time, vessels thus masted and rigged have gone by this name. The word schoon is popularly used in some parts of New England to denote the act of making stones skip along the surface of water. 85. Who was the mill boy of the Slashes? This nickname was given to Henry Clay, who was born in the neighborhood of a place in Hanover County, Virginia, known as the Slashes, a local term for a low, swampy country where there was a mill, to which he was often sent on errands when a boy. 86. What was the origin of honeymoon? The term honeymoon is of Teutonic origin, and is said to be derived from a luxurious drink prepared with honey by the ancients. It was the custom to drink of diluted honey for 30 days, or a moon's age, after a wedding feast. 87. What was the origin of the expression, printer's devil? Aldus Manutius, 1449–1515, the celebrated Venetian printer and publisher, had a small black slave whom the superstitious believed to be an emissary of Satan. To satisfy the curious, one day he said publicly in church, "I, Aldus Manutius, printer to the Holy Church, have this day made public exposure of the printer's devil. All who think he is not flesh and blood, come and pinch him." Hence in Venice arose the somewhat curious sobriquet of the printer's devil. 88. Who were the seven sleepers? According to a very widely diffused legend of early Christianity, 7 noble youths of Ephesus, in the time of the Decian persecution, who fled to a certain cavern for refuge, and were pursued, discovered, and walled in for a cruel death, were made to fall asleep, and in that state were miraculously kept for almost 2 centuries. Their names are said to have been Maximian, Malchus, Mardinian, Denis, John, Serapion, and Constantine. The legend, in speaking of their death, said, following the usual form, that they had fallen asleep in the Lord. The vulgar took occasion thence to say that these holy martyrs were not dead, that they had been hid in the cavern, where they had fallen asleep, and that they at last awoke, to the great astonishment of the spectators. Such is the origin of the legend of the 7 sleepers. At Ephesus the spot is still shown where this pretended miracle took place. As a dog had accompanied these 7 martyrs into their retreat, he has been made to share the celebrity of his masters, and is fabled to have remained standing all the time they slept, without eating or drinking, being wholly occupied with guarding their persons. The Church has consecrated the 27th of June to their memory. The Koran relates the tale of the 7 sleepers, and declares that out of respect for them the sun altered his course twice a day that he might shine into the cavern. 89. Who were the 7 wise men of Greece? These men, who lived in the 6th century B.C., were distinguished for their practical sagacity and their wise maxims or principles of life. Their names are variously given, but those most generally admitted to the honor are Solon, Chilo, Pittacus, Bias, Periander, in place of whom some give Epimenides, Cleobulus, and Thales. They were the authors of the celebrated mottos inscribed in later days in the Delphian temple. Know thyself, Solon, consider the end, Chilo, know thy opportunity, Pittacus, most men are bad, Bias, nothing is impossible to industry, Periander, avoid excess, Cleobulus, certitude is the precursor of ruin, Thales. 90. Who were the 7 champions of Christendom? Street. George, the patron saint of England. Street. Denis, of France. Street. James, of Spain, Street. Anthony, of Italy, Street. Andrew, of Scotland, Street. Patrick, of Ireland, and Saint. David, of Wales. 91. What were the 7 wonders of the world? These very remarkable objects of the ancient world have been variously enumerated. The following classification is the one most generally received. 1. The pyramids of Egypt. 2. The Pharos of Alexandria. 3. The walls and hanging gardens of Babylon. 4. The temple of Diana at Ephesus. 5. The statue of the Olympian Jupiter. 6. The mausoleum of Artemisia. 7. The Colossus of Rhodes. 92. What was the Wicked Bible? This name was given to an edition of the Bible published in 1632 by Barker and Lucas, because the word not was omitted in the 7th commandment. The printers were called before the High Commission, fined heavily, and the whole impression destroyed. 93. Why does a dog turn round several times before he lies down? The dog belongs to the same genus as the wolf, fox, etc., and originally made his home in the forests and jungles. In preparing his lair in these places, nature prompted him to turn round several times in order to arrange the grass or weeds, and bend them from his body before he lay down. In his domesticated state he has not yet overcome this early prompting of nature. 94. Who were the first paper makers? Wasps. Their nest is made of a paper-like substance, which is merely wood reduced to a paste by the action of the jaws of the insects, and this, put into the required form, is left to dry, essentially the same thing that our paper manufacturers are doing by other processes and on a larger scale in their mills today. 95. How does the Red Sea get its color? The reddish appearance of the waters of this sea is due to the prevalence of a minute bright red plant, which is a kind of seaweed. This plant is said to be so small that 25 millions of them can live and thrive in 1 square inch. From it is made a beautiful red dye, which tradition says was used hundreds of years ago. In some places, where the weed is not found, the waters are blue or green. To the Hebrews it was known as Yam Suf, the sea of weeds or sedge. 96. What was the Parthenopene Republic? This was the name given to the state into which the Kingdom of Naples was transformed by the French Republicans, January 23, 1799, and which lasted only till the following June. The name is derived from Parthenope, an ancient name for Naples. 97. What is the origin of the names of the months? January is derived from Janus, the god of the year, to whom this month was sacred. February is from Februs, an old Italian divinity, or from Februa, the Roman festival of expiation, celebrated on the 15th of this month. January and February were added to the Roman calendar by Numa, Romulus having previously divided the year into 10 months. March is from Mars, the god of war, and reputed father of Romulus. It was the first month of the Roman calendar. April is from the Latin aperire, to open, from the opening of the buds, or the bosom of the earth in producing vegetation. May is from Maia, the mother of Mercury, to whom the Romans offered sacrifices on the first day of this month. June is from Juno, the sister and wife of Jupiter, to whom this month was sacred. July was named by Mark Antony after Julius Caesar, who was born in this month. It was previously called Quintilis, the 5th month. August was named after Augustus Caesar, on account of several of the most fortunate events of his life having occurred during this month. It was formerly Sextilis, or 6th month. September is from the Latin septem, 7, because it was originally the 7th month. October, formerly the 8th month, is formed from the Latin octo, 8. November is from the Latin noem, 9, as this month was originally the 9th month. December is from the Latin decem, 10, as it was formerly the 10th and last month of the Roman calendar. 98. What was the origin of the names of the days of the week? As the names of the months were all derived from the Romans, so the names of the days of the week come to us from the Saxons. Sunday takes its name from the sun, which was one of the principal objects of worship. Monday is so called after the moon, also an ancient object of worship. Tuesday is so called from Tiu or Tiw, the son of Odin, and the old Saxon god of war and of fame. Wednesday derives its name from Woden, or Odin, the god of battle, and the chief god of the northern mythology. Thursday is so styled from Donner, or Thor, who, as god of the air, had much in common with the Roman Jupiter, to whom the same day was dedicated. Friday is named from Frigga, the wife of Odin and the mother of all the deities. Saturday is named from Saturn, or Saturn, to whom the day was consecrated. 99. What year is 1886 by the Jewish calendar? The year 5646 of the Jewish era began September 10, 1885, and will continue 385 days, as it is an embolismic year. The Jewish calendar is dated from the creation, which is considered to have taken place 3,760 years and 3 months before the commencement of the Christian era. The year is lunisolar, and, according as it is ordinary or embolismic, consists of 12 or 13 lunar months, each of which has 29 or 30 days. Thus the duration of the ordinary year is 354 days, and that of the embolismic year is 384 days. In either case it is sometimes made a day more, and sometimes a day less, in order that certain festivals may fall on proper days of the week for their due observance. The following table gives the names of their months and the number of days in each. Hebrew months. Month. Ordinary. Embolismic. Tisri. 30. Hesvan. 29 plus. 29 plus. Kislev. 30. Tebet. 29. Sabat. 30. Adar. 29. Viadar. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis dash. 29. Nisan. 30. Yar. 29. Sivan. 30. Tammuz. 29. A flat. 30. Elul. 29. Total. 354. 384. The signs plus and are respectively annexed to Hesvan and Kislev to indicate that the former of these may sometimes require to have 1 day more, and the latter 1 day less, than the number of days shown in the table. The intercalary month, Viadar, is introduced in embolismic years in order that Passover, the 15th day of Nisan, may be kept at its proper season, which is the full moon of the vernal equinox, or that which takes place after the sun has entered the sign Aries. The following table shows when Tisri 1, the Jewish New Year, occurs for each of the next 5 years by our calendar. Tisri 1, 5647 = September 30, 1886. Quote, 5648 quote, 19, 1887. Quote, 5649 quote, 6, 1888. Quote, 5650 quote, 26, 1889. Quote, 5651 quote, 15, 1890. 100. What was the name of the penitent thief? Street. Dismas is the name which Romish tradition has attached to the good thief. He is represented with a cross beside him. 101. What was the origin of the term halcyon days? The 7 days which precede and the 7 days which follow the shortest day were, by the ancients, called halcyon days, on account of the fable that, during this time, while the halcyon bird, or kingfisher, was breeding, there always prevailed calms at sea. From this the phrase, halcyon days, has come to signify times of peace and tranquility. 102. Who was the Christ of India? Buddha Gautama, 624–543 B.C. The reputed founder of Buddhism, has been so termed. He was of ascetic habits, till, tempted by his father, he abandoned himself to every pleasure. Afterward he renounced the world, and as a result of long study and bodily maceration, discovered that non-sentient repose is the highest good attainable by the pure and the just. 103. What religious sect anoint the sick with oil, depending upon this unction and prayer, and rejecting the use of medicine? The Tunkers are found widely scattered throughout the northern and middle parts of the United States, but are nowhere numerous. They were recently estimated to have over 500 churches and some 50,000 members. The name which they take for themselves is simply that of brethren, and they profess that their association is founded on the principle of brotherly love. The name Tunkers is of German origin, signifying dippers, and is due to their dipping in baptism. They anoint their sick with oil, depending upon this unction and prayer for their recovery, and rejecting the use of medicine. They do not insist upon celibacy as an absolute rule, but they commend it as a virtue, and discourage marriage. Chiefly engaged in agriculture, they are industrious and honest, and universally held in good repute among their neighbors. Sole dependence upon prayer is the characteristic also of a small religious sect of which a few members are to be found in England, calling themselves the Peculiar People. In Switzerland, the name of Dorothea Trudel, who died in 1862, was long famous for the cure of ailments by prayers. 104. What noted sage advocated the doctrine that virtue was intellectual, a necessary consequence of knowledge, while vice was ignorance and akin to madness? This was the fundamental doctrine of the philosophy of Socrates, the Athenian philosopher, 469–399 B.C. Knowledge, virtue, and happiness he held to be inseparable. His religious doctrines culminated in the conception of the deity as the author of the harmony of nature and the laws of morals, revealed only in his works, and of the soul as a divine and immortal being, resembling the deity in respect to reason and invisible energy. 105. What palace in an ancient city contains 500 rooms? The Palazzo Imperiale, at Mantua, Italy, contains 500 rooms, whose choicest embellishment consists in the glorious paintings and exquisite designs of the great Mantuan artist, Giulio Romano. 106. What was the most useful conquest ever made by man? Baron Cuvier, the most eminent naturalist, says of the dog, "It is the completest, the most singular, and the most useful conquest ever made by man." This conquest was made long before the dawn of history. Cuvier has also asserted that the dog was, perhaps, necessary for the establishment of human society. Though this may not be apparent in the most highly civilized communities, a moment's reflection will convince us that barbarous nations owe much of their elevation above the brute to the possession of the dog. 107. When was the first blood shed in the Revolution? In the conflict known as the Boston Massacre, between the British soldiers and the citizens of Boston, March 5, 1770. 2 Americans, Samuel Gray and James Caldwell, and a half-breed Indian Negro, Crispus Attucks, were killed, and 8 citizens were wounded, 2 of them mortally, an Irishman named Carr, and Maverick, an American. 108. What remarkable fish is found only in Lake Baikal? The Galaminka, the only known species of its genus, which belongs to the goby family. It is about a foot long, is destitute of scales, and is very soft, its whole substance abounding in oil, which is obtained from it by pressure. It is never eaten. 109. Who was inventor of the most perfect alphabet ever devised for any language? George Guess, or Sequoyah, a half-breed Cherokee Indian, 1770–1843, invented, in 1826, a syllabic alphabet of the Cherokee language, which consisted of 85 characters, each representing a single sound in the language. This is said to be the most perfect alphabet ever devised for any language. For the characters he used, as far as they went, those which he found in an English spelling book, although he knew no language except his own. A newspaper called the Phoenix was established, a part of it printed in Cherokee, using the alphabet of Guess. A part of the New Testament was also printed in this character. Guess was not a Christian, and is said to have regretted his invention when he found it was used for this purpose. 110. Who was the Little Giant? This was a popular sobriquet conferred upon Stephen Arnold Douglas, 1813–1861, a distinguished American statesman, in allusion to the disparity between his physical and his intellectual proportions. 111. Which was the grandest funeral pageant ever known? That of Alexander the Great. For 2 years after his death the body was deposited at Babylon, while preparations were being made for the march to Egypt. At length all was ready, and the grandest funeral pageant ever witnessed on earth started on the long march of over 1,000 miles from Babylon to Alexandria. Over a year was occupied in this journey. The accounts of the splendor and magnificence of the golden car that bore his body are almost incredible. The spokes and naves of the wheels were overlaid with gold, and the extremities of the axles, where they appeared outside at the center of the wheels, were adorned with massive golden ornaments. Upon the wheels and axle trees was supported a platform 12 feet wide and 18 feet long, upon which was erected a magnificent pavilion supported by Ionic columns, and profusely ornamented, both within and without, with purple and gold. The interior of this pavilion was resplendent with precious stones and gems. Upon the back of the platform was placed a throne, profusely carved and gilded, and hung with crowns representing the various nations over which Alexander had ruled. At the foot of the throne was the coffin, made of solid gold, and containing, besides the body, a large quantity of the most costly spices and aromatic perfumes, which filled the air with fragrance. Between the coffin and throne were laid the arms of Alexander. On the four sides of the carriage were basso relievos, representing Alexander himself, with various military concomitants. There were the Macedonian columns, the squadrons of Persia, the elephants of India, troops of horses, etc. Around the car was a fringe of golden lace, to the pendants of which were attached bells, which tolled continually with a mournful sound as the carriage moved along. This ponderous car was drawn by a long column of 64 mules, in sets of 4, all selected for their great size and strength, and richly caparisoned. Their collars and harnesses were mounted with gold and enriched with precious stones. A large army of workmen kept at a considerable distance in advance, repairing the roads, strengthening the bridges, and removing all obstacles along the entire line. 112. What is the oft-quoted epitaph, composed by Franklin? The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out, and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here food for worms. Yet the work itself shall not be lost, for it will, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more beautiful edition, corrected and amended by the author. 113. Which is the largest stationary engine in the world? The largest stationary engine in the world is at the famous zinc mines at Friedensville, Pennsylvania. It is known as the President, and there is no pumping engine in the world that can be compared with the monster. The number of gallons of water raised every minute is 17,500. The driving wheels are 35 feet in diameter, and weigh 40 tons each. The sweep rod is 40 feet long, the cylinder 110 inches in diameter, and the piston rod 18 inches in diameter, with a 10-foot stroke. 114. What was the origin of pin money? Pin money is a term applied to a lady's allowance of money for her own personal expenditure. Long after the invention of pins, in the 14th century, they were very costly, and the maker was allowed to sell them in open shop only on the 1st and 2d of January. It was then that the ladies of the court and city dames flocked to the stores to buy them, having been first provided with the requisite money by their husbands. When pins became common and cheap, the ladies spent their allowance on other fancies, but the term pin money remained in vogue. 115. Why are our presidents inaugurated on the 4th of March? The reason why the 4th of March is the day on which our presidents are always inaugurated is that the Continental Congress appointed the first Wednesday in January, 1789, for the people to choose electors, the first Wednesday in February for those electors to choose a president, and the first Wednesday in March for the government to go into operation under the new Constitution. The last named day, in 1789, fell on the 4th of March. Hence, the 4th of March following the election of a president is the day appointed for his inauguration. By the Act of 1792, it was provided that the presidential term of 4 years should commence on the 4th of March. By the amendment to the Constitution made in 1804, if the House of Representatives should not elect a president by the 4th of March, the vice president becomes president. The 4th of March is thus virtually made, by the Constitution as well as by statute, the day when a new presidential term begins. 116. What was the origin of the word tariff? On the coast of Spain, just outside the Straits of Gibraltar, there is an island called Tarifa. When the Moors had possession of Spain, they established a custom house upon it. The taxes were fixed by the collector. Every vessel passing through the straits in either direction was brought to and robbed of as much as this collector saw fit. If the captain delivered up about 15% of his cargo, or paid its equivalent in money, he was allowed to go in peace. If he proved stubborn, his vessel and cargo were confiscated. Generally, however, no resistance was offered. When the vessel arrived at the port of discharge, her owner assessed the loss on the purchasers of the goods. Hence all money collected on cargoes is called a tariff, from the island whence the custom was first started. 117. What newspaper is called the Thunderer? The London Times. This name was originally given to it on account of the powerful articles contributed to its columns by the editor, Edward Sterling. 118. Who was the man of destiny? This appellation was conferred on Napoleon Bonaparte, who believed himself to be a chosen instrument of destiny, and that his actions were governed by some occult and supernatural influence. 119. What was the origin of catch penny? This term originated in London, in 1824, just after the execution of Thurtell for the murder of Ware. A publisher made a great deal of money from the sale of Thurtell's last dying speech. When the sale of this speech fell off, a second edition was advertised, headed, "We Are Alive Again," with little space between the first two words. These two words the people took for the name of the murdered man, reading it, "We're alive again." A large edition was rapidly sold. Someone called it a catch penny, and the word rapidly spread until it came into general use. 120. Where is there an underground river in the United States? There are two underground rivers, the Echo and the Styx, in the Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. The Echo is about 3/4 of a mile long, 200 feet wide at some points, and from 10 to 40 feet deep. It is crossed by boats. Its course is beneath an arched ceiling of smooth rock, varying in height from 10 to 35 feet, and famous for its musical reverberations, not a distinct echo, but a harmonious prolongation of sound for from 10 to 30 seconds after the original tone is produced. The long vault has a certain key note of its own, which, when struck, excites harmonics, including tones of incredible depth and sweetness. The Styx is much smaller than the Echo. It is about 450 feet long, from 15 to 40 feet wide, and from 30 to 40 feet deep. It is spanned by an interesting natural bridge about 30 feet above it. Both these streams have an invisible communication with Green River, the depth of the water and direction of the current in them being regulated by the stage of water in the latter stream. In the waters of both streams are found a blind fish, Amblyopsis spilines, of an almost pure white color. 121. Who was the first martyr to American liberty? Thomas Hansford, one of the leading participants of Bacon's rebellion, is generally accredited with this honor. After the failure of the rebellion, he was captured at the house of a young lady to whom he was paying his addresses, taken to Accomac, and hung as a rebel, by Berkeley, the royal governor, in spite of his prayer that he might be shot like a soldier. This was November 13, 1676. This name has also been applied to Christopher Snyder, a boy 11 years of age, who was killed in a mob in Boston, Feb. 22, 1770. 122. Who was the author of "Curfew Must Not Ring Tonight"? This exquisite poem was written in April, 1867, by Miss Rosa Hartwick, now Mrs. Edward C. Thorpe. She resides at Litchfield, Michigan. She was in her 17th year when she wrote the poem. She has written others, but none so fine or so famous as this. It is founded on an incident in English history. Basil Underwood was a young man in the time of the Protectorate, and his only crime seems to have been unswerving loyalty to the king. The maiden pleaded in vain for a reprieve from the judges. They would not delay the execution even until Cromwell should arrive. After her fruitless appeal to the judges, she returns to the old sexton, and it is at this point that the poem takes up the story. 123. Who was Mother Goose? Mother Goose, from whom the popular nursery rhymes were named, was not an imaginary personage. She belonged to a wealthy family in Boston, Massachusetts, where she was born and resided for many years. Her eldest daughter, Elizabeth Goose, was married to a printer named Fleet, and when a son was born to them, the grandmother spent all her time nursing him and singing the songs and ditties she had heard in her younger days. This greatly annoyed her son-in-law, who vainly tried in every way to make her desist. He then conceived and carried out the idea of collecting these ditties and publishing them in book form, giving the edition the title of Songs for the Nursery, or Mother Goose's Melodies for Children. The adoption of this title was originally in derision of his mother-in-law, but it became so well known and liked, that now there are few boys or girls who do not revel in the delights of the old lady's melodies and rhymes. 124. What king said, "I am the state"? This was the famous saying of Louis XIV, 1638-1715, King of France, and it expresses the principle to which everything was accommodated. In the zenith of his career all Europe feared him, and his own nation had been brought by tyranny, skillful management, and military glory to regard him with Asiatic humility. Under his absolute sway all remnants of political independence were swept away. Even the courts of justice yielded to the absolute sway of the monarch, who interfered at pleasure with the ordinary course of law. 125. What was the origin of the word Mississippi? Its original spelling, says the Magazine of American History, and the nearest approach to the Algonquin word, the father of waters, is Mech-Seep, a spelling still commonly used by the Louisiana Creoles. Tonty suggested Meechee Seep, which is somewhat nearer the present spelling. Father Laval still further modernized it into Mississippi, which another father, Labatt, softened into Mississippi. The only changes since have been to overload the word with consonants. Marquette added the first and some other explorer the second S, making it Mississippi, and so it remains in France to this day, with only one P. The man who added the other has never been discovered, but he must have been an American, for at the time of the Louisiana Purchase the name was generally spelled in the colony with a single P. 126. What was the "Oh Grab Me" Act? The Embargo Act passed by Congress, Dec. 21, 1807. By its provisions all American vessels were detained in the ports of the United States. The object was, by cutting off commercial intercourse with France and Great Britain, to compel them to recognize the rights of American neutrality. The act was the subject of much ridicule. The opponents of the measure, spelling the word backward, called it the "Oh Grab Me Act." The measure was of little avail, and after 14 months it was repealed. 127. Who was the learned tailor? Henry Wilde, 1684–1764. He acquired some knowledge of Greek and Latin at the grammar school of his native town, Norwich, England, after which he worked 14 years at his trade. Then, during a long sickness, he amused himself by reading some volumes of controversial theology abounding in quotations from the Bible in the original Hebrew. This led him to devote his spare time for several years to the study of Hebrew, and afterward of Chaldee, Syriac, Arabic, and Persian, in all of which he became proficient. 128. Where is the water volcano? The Volcán de Agua, or water volcano, is a huge mountain in Central America, noted for emitting torrents of boiling water which have twice destroyed the town of Guatemala. It is of a conical shape and rises 15,000 feet above the level of the sea. In close proximity are the volcanoes of Pacaya, on the southeast, and Fuego, on the west, and the three together present a scene of great magnificence. 129. Which is the brightest star visible? Sirius, or the dog star, of the constellation Canis Major, or the Great Dog. Sir John Herschel estimates its light as exceeding more than twofold that of Canopus, the second star in brilliancy, and more than fourfold that of Alpha Centauri, the third, whose light the same astronomer takes as the standard for stars of the first magnitude. Sirius is about 123 billions of miles distant from the Earth. By photometric measurement it has been shown that, supposing the intensity of the Sun's light per unit of surface to equal that of Sirius, it would require 400 suns at the distance of Sirius to send us the light that star does, and our Sun at the distance of Sirius would appear less than a star of the sixth magnitude and be invisible to the naked eye. 130. Who originated our decimal coinage? Our decimal coinage was devised by Thomas Jefferson. 2 years before Gouverneur Morris, a clerk in the office of his uncle, Robert Morris, had conceived the idea of applying the decimal system to the notation of money. The details of the system devised by Morris were so cumbrous and awkward as almost to neutralize the simplicity of the leading idea. Jefferson rescued the fine original conception by proposing our present system of dollars and cents, which was adopted by Congress in 1785. 131. Where is the sacred well from which Hagar is said to have drawn water for her son Ishmael? According to Mohammedan tradition, the Zamzam, the sacred well in the Great Mosque, at Mecca, is the source from which Hagar drew water for her son Ishmael. General XXI. 19. This is, of course, pure invention, and, indeed, the legend tells that the well was long covered up and rediscovered by Abd el-Muttalib, the grandfather of the Prophet. Sacred wells are peculiar to Semitic sanctuaries, and Islam, retaining the well, made a quasi-biblical story for it, and endowed its tepid waters with miraculous curative virtues. They are eagerly drunk by the pilgrims, and when poured over the body are held to give a miraculous refreshment after the fatigues of religious exercise. The manufacture of bottles or jars for carrying the water to distant countries is a considerable industry. Ibn Jubair mentions a curious superstition of the Meccans, who believed that the water rose in the shaft at the full moon of the month Shaban. On this occasion a great crowd, especially of young people, thronged round the well with shouts of religious enthusiasm, while the servants of the well dashed buckets of water over their heads. 132. Who was the wagoner boy? Thomas Corwin, 1794–1865, a distinguished American statesman. While Corwin was yet a lad, Harrison and his army were on the northern frontier, almost destitute of provisions, and a demand was made on the patriotism of the people to furnish the necessary subsistence. The elder Corwin loaded a wagon with supplies which was delivered by his son, who remained with the army during the rest of the campaign, and who is said to have proved himself a good whip and an excellent reinsman. 133. Who explored the Mississippi River with La Salle? The Chevalier Henry de Tonti, 1650–1704, an Italian explorer. He was the son of Lorenzo de Tonti, who was famous as the inventor of the Tontine system of association. In 1678 he accompanied La Salle to Canada, and then in his exploration of the Mississippi. La Salle left him in command of a fort near Peoria. He twice descended the Mississippi to its mouth in search of La Salle, and a third and last time to meet Iberville, after which he remained in that region and died at Fort Lewis, now Mobile, in September, 1704. He wrote a memoir of La Salle's voyage, which has been translated and published in English under the title, Account of M. de La Salle's Last Expedition and Discoveries in North America. 134. Who was the Ancient Mariner? He is the hero of Coleridge's poem of the same name, who, for the crime of having shot an albatross, a bird of good omen to voyagers, suffers dreadful penalties, together with his companions, who have made themselves accomplices in his crime. These penalties are at last remitted in consequence of his repentance. He reaches land, where he encounters a hermit, to whom he relates his story. Since then, at an uncertain hour, the agony returns, and drives him on, like the wandering Jew, from land to land, compelled to relate the tale of his suffering and crime as a warning to others, and as a lesson of love and charity towards all God's creatures. The conception of this poem, and the mystical imagery of the skeleton ship, are said by Dice to have been borrowed by Coleridge from a friend who had experienced a strange dream. 135. What was the Flying Dutchman? This is the name given by sailors to a spectral ship, which is supposed to cruise in storms off the Cape of Good Hope, and the sight of which is considered the worst of all possible omens. She is distinguished from earthly vessels by bearing a press of sail when all others are unable, from stress of weather, to show an inch of canvas. The cause of her wandering is variously explained. According to one account, a Dutch captain, bound home from the Indies, met with long-continued headwinds and heavy weather off the Cape of Good Hope, and refused to put back as he was advised to do, swearing a very profane oath that he would beat round the Cape, if he had to beat there until the day of judgment. He was taken at his word, and doomed to beat against headwinds all his days. His sails are believed to have become thin and sere, his ship's sides white with age, and himself and crew reduced almost to shadows. He cannot heave to or lower a boat, but sometimes hails vessels through his trumpet, and requests them to take letters home for him. Dr. John Leyden, who introduces the story of the Flying Dutchman into his Scenes of Infancy, imputes with poetical ingenuity the doom of the ship to its having been the first to engage in the slave trade. But the common tradition is, as stated by Sir Walter Scott, that she was originally a vessel loaded with great wealth, on board of which some horrid act of murder and piracy had been committed, that the plague broke out among the wicked crew, and that they sailed in vain from port to port, offering, as a price of shelter, the whole of their ill-gotten wealth, that they were excluded from every harbor, and that, as a punishment of their crimes, the apparition of the ship still continues to haunt those seas in which the catastrophe took place. The superstition has its origin, probably, in the looming, or apparent suspension in the air, of some ship out of sight, a phenomenon sometimes witnessed at sea, and caused by unequal refraction in the lower strata of the atmosphere. 136. What was the Banshee? In the popular superstitions of the Irish and the Scotch, the Banshee, or Banshee, was an invisible being, supposed to announce by mournful presence and voice the approaching death of members of certain ancient houses. It was said that, on the decease of a hero, the harps of his bards voluntarily emitted mournful sounds. In later times it was popularly supposed that each family had its banshee, which gave warnings of misfortune, or haunted the scenes of past troubles. 137. What was the Irish Night? This was a night of agitation and terror in London after the flight of James II. Occasioned by an unfounded report that the Irish Catholics of Feversham's army had been let loose to murder the Protestant population, men, women, and children. 138. Which is the Keystone State? The state of Pennsylvania is so called from its having been the central state of the Union at the time of the formation of the Constitution. If the names of the 13 original states are arranged in the form of an arch, Pennsylvania will occupy the place of the keystone. 139. What was the origin of lynch law? This term is usually alleged to be derived from one John Lynch, who lived in what is now the Piedmont District of Virginia, at the time when that district was the western frontier of the state, and when, on account of the distance from the courts of law, it was customary to refer the adjustment of disputes to men of known character and judgment in the neighborhood. This man became so eminent by reason of the wisdom and impartiality of his decisions, that he was known throughout the country as Judge Lynch. According to another account, the term is derived from Charles Lynch, a brother of the founder of Lynchburg, VA, who was an officer of the American Revolution. His residence was on the Staunton, in Campbell County. At that time the country was thinly settled, and infested by a lawless band of Tories and desperadoes. The necessity of the case involved desperate measures, and Colonel Lynch, then a leading Whig, apprehended and had them punished without any superfluous legal ceremony. A third account derives the term from one James Lynch Fitzstephen, a merchant of Galway, and in 1526 its mayor. His son having been convicted of murder, he, Brutus-like, sentenced him to death, and, fearing a rescue, caused him to be brought home and hanged before his own door. Another writer has suggested that the origin of the term is to be found in the provincial English word lynch, to beat or maltreat. If this were admitted, lynch law would then be simply equivalent to club law. 140. Who was the Maid of Saragossa? This appellation was bestowed upon Agustina Zaragoza, a young Spanish woman, distinguished for her heroism during the defense of Saragossa in 1808–1809. She first attracted notice by mounting a battery where her lover had fallen, and working a gun in his place. Byron has celebrated her in the first canto of his Childe Harold. 141. What was the origin of quiz? Daly, the manager of a Dublin playhouse, laid a wager that a new word of no meaning should be the common talk and puzzle of the city in 24 hours. In consequence of this, the letters Q, U, I, Z were chalked by him on all the walls of Dublin, with an effect that won the wager. 142. Who was the rail splitter? This popular designation was given to Abraham Lincoln, 1809–1865, the 16th President of the United States, who is said to have supported himself for one winter, in early life, by splitting rails for a farmer. 143. What is the origin of the phrase, before one could say Jack Robinson? This saying, used to express a very short time, is said by Gross to have originated from a very volatile gentleman of that appellation, who would call on his neighbors and be gone before his name could be announced. The following lines, from an old play, are elsewhere given as the original phrase. A work at ys is easy to be doon, as tys to say, Jack. Roby's on. 144. Who was Street Tammany? This Indian chief has been popularly canonized as a saint, and adopted as the tutelary genius of one branch of the Democratic Party. Tammany was of the Delaware Nation, and lived probably in the middle of the 17th century. He resided in the country which is now Delaware until he was of age, when he moved beyond the Alleghanies, and settled on the banks of the Ohio. He became a chief sachem of his tribe, and, being always a friend of the whites, often restrained his warriors from deeds of violence. His rule was always discreet, and he endeavored to induce his followers to cultivate agriculture and the arts of peace rather than those of war. When he became old he called a council to have a successor appointed, after which the residue of his life was spent in retirement, and tradition relates that, young and old repaired to his wigwam to hear him discourse wisdom. His great motto was, unite in peace for happiness, in war for defense. When and by whom he was first styled saint, or by what whim he was chosen to be the patron of democracy, does not appear. 145. Who ate Roger Williams? The truth that matter passes from the animal back to the vegetable, and from the vegetable to the animal kingdom again, received, not long since, a curious illustration. For the purpose of erecting a suitable monument in memory of Roger Williams, the founder of Rhode Island, his private burying ground was searched for the graves of himself and wife. It was found that everything had passed into oblivion. The shape of the coffins could only be traced by a black line of carbonaceous matter. The rusted hinges and nails, and a round wooden knob, alone remained in one grave, while a single lock of braided hair was found in the other. Near the grave stood an apple tree. This had sent down two main roots into the very presence of the coffined dead. The larger root, pushing its way to the precise spot occupied by the skull of Roger Williams, had made a turn as if passing around it, and followed the direction of the backbone to the hips. Here it divided into two branches, sending one along each leg to the heel, when both turned upward to the toes. One of these roots formed a slight crook at the knee, which made the whole bear a striking resemblance to the human form. These roots are now deposited in the Museum of Brown University. There were the graves, but their occupants had disappeared. The bones, even, had vanished. There stood the thief, the guilty apple tree, caught in the very act of robbery. The spoliation was complete. The organic matter, the flesh, the bones, of Roger Williams had passed into an apple tree. The elements had been absorbed by the roots, transmuted into woody fiber, which could now be burned as fuel or carved into ornaments, had bloomed into fragrant blossoms, which had delighted the eye of passers-by, and scattered the sweetest perfume of spring. More than that, had been converted into luscious fruit, which, from year to year, had been gathered and eaten. How pertinent, then, is the question, who ate Roger Williams, Steele's chemistry? 146. How were bachelors punished at Sparta? The male citizens of Sparta who remained unmarried after a certain age were subjected to a species of atimy or public disgrace. They were not allowed to witness the gymnastic exercises of the maidens, and, during winter, they were compelled to march naked around the marketplace, singing a song composed against themselves and expressing the justice of their punishment. The usual respect of the young to the old was not paid to bachelors. 147. What did the Indians present to Penn's widow? On the death of William Penn, the Indians sent his widow a message of sorrow for the loss of their brother Onas. The Indians called him Onas, their word for quill, which was the nearest they could arrive at Penn, with some choice skins to form a cloak which might protect her, while passing through the thorny wilderness without her guide. 148. What animal has a tail so large that it sometimes requires to be carried on wheels? The long-tailed sheep which inhabits Syria and Egypt has a tail so large and so loaded with fat, that to prevent it from being injured by dragging on the ground, a board is fastened to the underside of it, and wheels are often attached to the board. The peculiar fat of the tail is considered a great delicacy, and is so soft as to be frequently used as butter. The weight of a large tail is about 70 pounds. 149. Who was the little magician? Martin Van Buren, 1782-1862, the 8th President of the United States, was so termed from his adroitness in political methods, and the art with which he made friends and avoided making enemies. 150. What explorer drove a herd of hogs before him for food? When Ferdinand de Soto set out on his conquest of Florida, he took, among other things, a large herd of hogs with him to fatten on the maize of the country. It was thought that these, together with their rapid increase, would form a considerable supply of food for the conquering army. 151. When, where, and by whom was the first gun of the late Civil War fired? At 4:30, Friday morning, April 12, 1861, from Battery Stevens in Charleston Harbor, upon Fort Sumter, by Edmund Ruffin, of Virginia. At 7 o'clock, Captain Abner Doubleday, U.S.A., fired the first shot in defense of the Union. 152. Who was the last Union general killed in the rebellion? Brigadier General Thomas Smythe. He was mortally wounded near Farmville, Virginia, April 6, 1865, and died at Petersburg on the 9th of the same month. General Smythe was a native of Ireland, and came to America in childhood, settling at Wilmington, Delaware. He entered the Union ranks in 1861, and was made a brigadier general June 3, 1864, for gallant conduct at the Battle of Cold Harbor. 153. What words contain all the vowels in order? The author knows a but. 3. Abstemiously, arsonious, and facetiously. 154. Which is the most useful tree in the world? The palm tree is undoubtedly the most useful product of the vegetable kingdom. It is impossible to overestimate the utility of these trees. They furnish food, shelter, clothing, timber, fuel, building materials, sticks, fibers, paper, starch, sugar, oil, wax, wine, tannin, dyeing materials, resin, and a host of minor products, which render them most valuable to the natives and to tropical agriculturists. 155. Which is the only canonized saint of American birth? Street. Rosa, 1580-1617, commonly called Street. Rose of Lima. Her parents were wealthy Spaniards, and gave her in baptism the name of Isabel, but, it is said, her extreme beauty in childhood made them call her Rosa. Their fortune having been swept away, Rosa was taken into the household of the treasurer Gonsalvo, where she supported her parents by her labor while following her bent for asceticism. She refused every matrimonial offer, assumed the habit of the Third Order of St. Dominic, and lived a recluse in the garden of her protectors. She was canonized by Pope Clement X in 1671, and her feast was fixed on August 30, 150. When and where did the first legislative assembly convene in America? The first legislative body that ever assembled in America was the Virginia House of Burgesses, which convened at Jamestown, July 30, 1619. Virginia had previously been divided into 11 boroughs: James City, Charles City, the city of Henricus, Kicowtan or Hampton, Martin Brandon, Smythe's Hundred, Martin's Hundred, Argylls Gift, Lawn's Plantation, Ward's Plantation, and Flowerdew Hundred, each of which sent 2 burgesses. They held their session in the old church at Jamestown until they could provide more suitable quarters. They sat with their hats on, as in the English Commons, the members occupying the choir, with the governor and council in the front seats. The speaker, Master John Porey, with the clerk and sergeant, faced them, and the session was opened with prayer by Mr. Buck, after which the burgesses took the oath of supremacy. 157. Who was the Nimrod of the Bible? Isdabar, an early Babylonian king and hero, was most probably the Nimrod of the Bible. In a fragment of a Chaldean tradition of the deluge, discovered in 1872 by Mr. George Smith of the British Museum, Isdabar appears as a giant residing in the country of Akkad, a subduer of great animals in the post-Diluvian times, and a mighty conqueror who acquired the sovereignty, which he exercised in the city of Erech or Uruk, the earliest capital of Babylonia. 158. Where in the Bible are we told in one verse not to do a thing and in the next to do it? Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him. Prov. XXVI. 4. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit. Prov. XXVI. 5. 159. What did the Indians at Jamestown plant in order to raise ammunition? It is said that, having seized a quantity of gunpowder belonging to the colonists, they planted it for seed, expecting to reap a full harvest of ammunition for the next contest. 160. When was the first bloodshed in the late Civil War? On the 19th of April, 1861, 2 young men, Luther C. Ladd and A. O. Whitney, from Lowell, Massachusetts, were killed by a mob while their regiment was passing through the streets of Baltimore on their way to the defense of Washington. This was the first bloodshed in the rebellion. To their honor a granite monument has been erected in Merrimack Street, Lowell, and in the same enclosure is a bronze statue of victory, by the German sculptor Roch, to commemorate the triumph of the Northern cause. 161. What African capital was named from a president of the United States? Monrovia, the capital of the Republic of Liberia, was named in honor of James Monroe, who was President of the United States at the time of the establishment of the Liberian Republic. 162. How many people did the ship Mayflower bring over? There was on board of this single ship of 180 tons a floating village of 102 souls, not of resolute men only, but also their wives and children. 163. Who delivered the funeral oration on the death of Washington? General Henry Lee, commonly known as Light Horse Harry, delivered the funeral oration of Washington, at the German Lutheran Church, Philadelphia, Dec. 26, 1799. A resolution of thanks was unanimously passed by Congress the following day. 164. Which is the nearest approach yet made to the North Pole? On the 18th of May, 1882, Lieutenant James B. Lockwood, U.S.A., of the Greely expedition, reached the latitude of 83 degrees and 24 minutes on the north coast of Greenland. This was 28 miles farther north than ever before known. Previous to this the greatest northing was that made by Commander Markham, R.N., who, on May 12, 1876, reached 83 degrees 20 minutes and 26 seconds north on the frozen polar ocean. 165. When was the price of flour made to depend upon the result of a presidential election? In 1840, men of business advertised to pay $6 a barrel if Harrison were elected, and only $3 a barrel if Van Buren were elected. 166. Which is the land of the rising sun? The poetical name by which the Japanese designate their country is the land of the rising sun, which well describes its location as the most eastern of all Asiatic empires, and their national emblem represents the sun as rising from the sea. The name Japan is a corruption of Marco Polo's term Zipangu, which, in turn, is a corruption of Jipunquo, which is of Chinese origin, and means, the country at the root of the sun. 167. Which is the land of the midnight sun? The Scandinavian peninsula. From the last days of May to the end of July, in the northern part of this land, the sun shines day and night upon its mountains, fjords, rivers, lakes, forests, towns, villages, hamlets, fields, and farms, and thus Sweden and Norway may be called the land of the midnight sun. During this period of continuous daylight the stars are never seen, the moon appears pale and sheds no light upon the earth. Duchelu's land of the midnight sun. 168. When did the postal card come into use in the United States? By the Act of June 8, 1872, the Postmaster General was authorized and directed to issue postal cards to the public at a cost of 1 cent each. The first cards were issued in May, 1873. The invention of postal cards is attributed to Professor Emanuel Hermann, of Vienna. They were used in England, Germany, and Switzerland in 1870, and have since been introduced into other European countries. In some countries a card is attached on which an answer can be returned. 169. What president worked on a ferry boat when a young man? In 1825, Abraham Lincoln, then in his 17th year, was employed by James Taylor for 9 months at $6 a month to manage a ferry boat which plied between the banks of the Ohio and also of Anderson Creek. 170. What general shot a wolf in her den by the light of her own eyes? General Israel Putnam, of Revolutionary fame, once had a famous encounter with a she-wolf that had for several years preyed upon the flocks and cattle of the neighborhood. Having discovered her den, he entered it alone by creeping into a narrow opening, and shot and killed the wolf by the light of her own glaring eyes as she was advancing to attack him. This adventure, which gave him a wide reputation for courage, took place near Pomfret, Con, when Putnam was but 25 years old. 171. What did the Indians suppose the ships of Columbus to be? They supposed the ships to be huge white-winged birds, and the Spaniards to have come from heaven. 172. What president never attended school a day in his life? Andrew Johnson, on account of extreme poverty, never received any schooling, and at the age of 10 he was apprenticed to Mr. Selby, a tailor in Raleigh, N.C. A gentleman was in the habit of visiting the shop and reading to the workmen, generally from the American Speaker, and Andrew became intensely interested, especially in the extracts from the speeches of Pitt and Fox, and determined to secure an education. From a fellow workman he learned the alphabet, and from a friend something of spelling. Thenceforth, after working 10 or 12 hours a day at his trade, he spent 2 or 3 every night in study. After his marriage at Greenville, 10, he continued his studies under the instruction of his wife, with whose aid he learned to write and cipher, while pursuing his trade as before by day. 173. How was Napoleon paid for the cession of Louisiana? He was paid $11,250,000 in 6% bonds, payable 15 years after date. The price paid for Louisiana was $15 million, but 1/4 of this was due to American citizens for French depredations upon our commerce. 174. When was the flag of a republic first set up on American soil? In 1497, John Cabot discovered North America and set up, together with the standard of England, the banner of his native land, the Republic of Venice. 175. What was the Confederate candle? The Confederate candle consisted of a long wick coated with wax and resin, and wound on a little wooden frame, at the top of which was nailed a bit of tin. The end of the wick, being passed through a hole in the tin, was lighted and uncoiled as needed. 176. What was the Holy Grail? According to some legends of the Middle Ages, the Holy Grail was the cup said to be emerald used by our Savior in dispensing the wine at the Last Supper, and according to others, it was the platter on which the Paschal lamb was served at the last Passover observed by our Lord. By some it was said to have been preserved by Joseph of Arimathea, who received into it the blood which flowed from the Redeemer's wounds as he hung on the cross. By others it was said to have been brought down from heaven by angels, and committed to the charge of a body of knights, who guarded it on the top of a lofty mountain. This cup, according to the legend, if approached by any but a perfectly pure, chaste, and holy person, would be borne away, and vanish from their sight. This led to the quest of the Holy Grail, which was to be sought on every side by a knight who was perfectly chaste in thought, word, and act. It is to this that some of the later English poets have referred, especially Tennyson in his Sir Galahad. Sometimes on lonely mountain meres, I find a magic bark. I leap on board, no helmsman steers. I float till all is dark. A gentle sound, an awful light. 3 angels bear the Holy Grail. With folded feet, in stoles of white, on sweeping wings they sail. 177. Where is the Devil's Wall? This name is given by the inhabitants of the neighborhood to the old Roman wall separating England from Scotland, because they supposed that from the strength of the cement and the durability of the stone, the devil must have built it. The superstitious peasantry are said to be in the habit of gathering up the fragments of this wall to put in the foundation of their own tenements, to ensure an equal solidity. 178. Who was the youngest president? Ulysses S. Grant, who was not 47 years of age at the time of his inauguration. 179. Who was Foul Weather Jack? Commander Byron, 1723-1786, was so called by the men who sailed under him, in allusion to his ill fortune at sea. 180. When and by whom was the Pacific Ocean discovered? During the 13th and 14th centuries, Marco Polo and his successors traveled far to the east, and came to an ocean of unknown extent, and they partially explored its western coast. But it was not until nearly 2 centuries after this, that the existence of this great ocean was established to Europeans, and the honor of its discovery justly belongs to Vasco Núñez de Balbao, or Balboa, the leader of a Spanish party exploring the Isthmus of Panama, who, on the 29th of September, 1513, saw, from the summit of a mountain, a vast ocean to the west. Balbao prostrated himself upon the ground. Then, rising to his knees, he thanked God. It had pleased his divine majesty to reserve unto that day the victory and praise of so great a thing unto him. When he reached the coast he advanced waist deep into the waves, drew his sword, and swore, as a true knight, that he would defend it, with its coast, islands, and all that it contained, for his master, the King of Spain. Because he discovered it on Michaelmas Day, Balbao named it the Golfo de San Miguel. 181. What sect believes in the existence of 136 hells? According to Buddhist belief, there are, situated in the interior of the earth, 136 hells. These places of punishment have a regular gradation in the intensity of the suffering and the length of time the sufferers live, the least term of life being 10 millions of years, the longer terms being almost beyond the powers of even Indian notation to express. But however long the life, it has an end, and at its close the individual must be born again. 182. What are the sacred writings of the Buddhists called? The Tripitaka i.e., triple basket, is the Bible of Buddhism. It contains 116 volumes, and is divided into 3 classes: the Sutra, or Discourses of Buddha, the Vinaya, or Discipline, and the Abhidharma, or Metaphysics. They contain sublime, moral, and pure aspirations, and their author lived and died in the 6th century B.C. Buddhism has now existed for nearly 25 centuries, and may be said to be the prevailing religion of the world, as its adherents are estimated at from 400 million to 500 million souls, more than 1/3 of the human race. 183. What are the sacred writings of the Chinese called? King I.e. The Books, is the collective name of the canonical works of the adherents of Confucius. It is divided into 5 books. These are the Yi King, or the Book of Changes, originally a cosmological essay, now, curiously enough, regarded as a treatise on ethics. Shu King, or the Book of Annals, a history of the deliberations between the emperors Yao and Shun, and other personages, called by Confucius the ancient kings, and for whose maxims and actions he had the highest veneration. The Shi King, or the Book of Songs, a book of sacred songs, consisting of 311 poems, the best of which every well-educated Chinaman gets by heart. The Li King, or the Book of Rites, the foundation of Chinese manners, prescribing, as it does, the ceremonies to be observed in all the relationships of life, and the great cause of the unchangeableness and artificiality of Chinese habits, and the Chun Chen, a history by Confucius of his own times, and those which immediately preceded him. These works stand at the head of the vast literature of the Chinese, and constitute the sacred books of about 80 million of people. 184. What are the sacred books of the ancient Scandinavians called? The Eddas are the sacred books of the old Scandinavian tribes. There are two works which bear this name, the Edda Semundar Hins Froda, or Edda of Semund the Wise, and the Edda Snorri Sturlusonar. The former, an older of these, contains the mythology of the Scandinavians, with some historical narrations of a romantic cast, embodied in 39 poems, of unknown authorship and date, which were collected by Seaman Sigfusson, surnamed Frodi, an Icelandic priest, 1054–1133. The second is a collection of the myths of the gods, and of explanations of the types and meters of the pagan poetry, intended for the instruction of the young skalds, or poets. It is chiefly in prose, and is the work of several authors, although ascribed to Snorri Sturluson, 1178–1241. The name Edda, which means great-grandmother i.e., of Scandinavian poetry, was applied to these works by Brynjolf Svensson, Bishop of Skolholt, by whom they were discovered and first brought before the notice of European scholars in 1643. 185. What are the sacred writings of the Hindus called? The Vedas, knowledge, are the sacred books of the Hindus. These books are of great antiquity, but of uncertain date. There are 4 books. The oldest is the Rigveda, the Veda of praise, next, the Yajurveda, the Veda of sacrifice, the Samaveda, the Veda of chanting, and the latest the Atharvaveda, which is made up after the manner of the Samaveda, but containing additional extracts from the Rigveda. Its object is to teach how to appease, to bless, to curse, etc. Each of the Vedas contains a Sanhita, or collection of hymns, and an accompanying Brahmana, or commentary. They are written in Sanskrit. 186. What are the sacred writings of the Persians called? The Zend Avesta, commentary and text, Avesta being properly the sacred text, and Zend, its interpretation into more modern and intelligible language, is the Bible of the ancient Persians and of the modern Parsis or Gabars, who number about 7,000 in Persia, and 200,000 in India. It is ascribed to Zoroaster, who is said to have written 2 million verses, covering 12,000 cow skin parchments. In its present fragmentary state, it consists of the Vendidad of 22 chapters, being the one surviving part, the 20th, of an original work of 21 parts, the Yasna, of 72 chapters, the Visparid, of 23 chapters, 24 sections called Yosts, and a few fragments. It is, next to the Bible, the best of the sacred writings. 187. What are the sacred writings of the Mohammedans called? The Quran, or Al-Quran, the reading, is the book of faith of the Mohammedans, or of about 1/7 of the human race. It is a single volume of 114 chapters, of very unequal length, written in Arabic, and containing the doctrines and pretended revelations of Muhammad, the Prophet, whose followers number about 201 million. 188. What are the sacred writings of the ancient Japanese? The Kojiki, Book of Ancient Traditions, is the Bible and oldest monument of Shintoism, the ancient religion of Japan. It is written in pure Japanese, and was composed by order of the Mikado Gemio, a.d. 712, and first printed about 1625. Shintoism has no moral code, and consists chiefly in the imitation and deification of illustrious ancestors, emperors, heroes, and scholars, the veneration of fire and light, and the inculcation of obedience to the will of the Mikado. Its adherents now number only about 14 million, as Buddhism is now the prevailing religion in Japan. 189. What are the 7 Bibles of the world? They are the scriptures of the Christians, the Zend Avesta of the Persians, the 4 Vedas of the Hindus, the Tripitaka of the Buddhists, the 5 Kings of the Chinese, the 2 Eddas of the Scandinavians, and the Quran of the Mohammedans. Of these, the scriptures are the oldest and the Quran the most recent. 190. What president wrote his own epitaph? Thomas Jefferson wrote his own epitaph, as follows. Here lies buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. 191. When was the first National Convention for the nomination of candidates for the presidency and vice presidency held? National conventions for the nomination of candidates were unknown before 1830. In 1830, an anti-Masonic national convention was held, in which the party resolved, among other things, to put forward candidates for president and vice president, and a second convention was called to meet in Baltimore, in September, 1831, to make the nominations. In 1832, that being the election year, the Democrats held a national convention at Baltimore, to nominate a vice president, it being generally understood that Jackson was to be re-elected. 192. Who was the first president nominated by national convention? Martin Van Buren in 1835. The Whigs, his opponents, held no such meeting, and contented themselves with supporting Harrison as the nominee of the Pennsylvania State Convention. In 1839 the Whigs nominated Harrison in national convention, and elected him triumphantly. Thenceforward, the practice of holding national conventions became general with all parties. 193. Where were the different presidents nominated? Van Buren, at Baltimore, 1835, by the Democrats. Harrison, at Harrisburg, 1839, by the Whigs. Polk, at Baltimore, 1844, by the Democrats. Taylor, at Philadelphia, 1848, by the Whigs. Pierce, at Baltimore, 1852, by the Democrats. Buchanan, at Cincinnati, 1856, by the Democrats. Lincoln, first term, at Chicago, 1800, by the Republicans. Lincoln, second term, at Baltimore, 1864, by the Republicans. Grant, first term, at Chicago, 1868, by the Republicans. Grant, second term, at Philadelphia, 1872, by the Republicans. Hayes, at Cincinnati, 1876, by the Republicans. Garfield, at Chicago, 1880, by the Republicans. Cleveland, at Chicago, 1884, by the Democrats. 194. When and by whom was the first national political platform adopted? The first national political platform was adopted by the Democratic Convention at Baltimore, May 5, 1840. 195. Which is the Blue Hen State? This is a popular name for the state of Delaware. This sobriquet is said to have had its origin in a certain Captain Caldwell's fondness for the amusement of cockfighting. Caldwell was, for a time, an officer of the 1st Delaware Regiment, in the War of the Revolution, and was greatly distinguished for his daring and undaunted spirit. He was exceedingly popular in the regiment, and its high state of discipline was generally conceded to be due to his exertions, so that when officers were sent on a recruiting service, to enlist new men, in order to fill vacancies caused by death or otherwise, it was a saying, that they had gone home for more of Caldwell's game cocks. But as Caldwell insisted that no cock could be truly game unless the mother was a blue hen, the expression blue hen's chickens was substituted for game cocks. 196. What state is called the dark and bloody ground? Kentucky, of which name the above is said to be the translation. The phrase is an epitome of the early history of the state, of the dark and bloody conflicts of the first white settlers with their savage foes, but the name originated in the fact that this was the grand battle ground between the northern and southern Indians. 197. Who was the author of Greenbacks? Salmon Portland Chase 1808-1873, President Lincoln's Secretary of the Treasury, and afterwards Chief Justice of the United States. The financial policy which carried the nation through the Civil War was mainly the work of Mr. Chase. One of its essential features was the issue of United States notes, known as greenbacks, which bore no interest, but were made legal tender. 198. What battle of the rebellion was fought above the clouds? This far-famed Battle Above the Clouds took place on Lookout Mountain, Tennessee, on the morning of the 23rd of November, 1863. A dense fog hung like a hood over the mountain, as the Federals under Hooker charged the rebel fortifications. His troops had been ordered to stop on the high ground, but, taking advantage of the fog, and carried away by the ardor of the attack, they sprang up the almost inaccessible slopes of the mountain with resistless energy, and swept over the crest, driving the enemy before them. The Union flag was carried to the top, and before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lookout Mountain, with its cloud-capped summit, was swarming with Federal soldiers. Grant is reported to have declared the so-called Battle Above the Clouds to be all poetry, there having been no action there worthy the name of battle. 199. Why was John Quincy Adams so named? The origin of his name was thus stated by himself. My great-grandfather, John Quincy, was dying when I was baptized, and his daughter, my grandmother, requested I might receive his name. This fact, recorded by my father, has connected with my name a charm of mingled sensibility and devotion. It was filial tenderness that gave the name, it was the name of one passing from earth to immortality. These have been through life perpetual admonitions to do nothing unworthy of it. 200. What president was the oldest when elected? William Henry Harrison, who was 68 years of age when inaugurated. The average age of presidents, when elected, has been 57 years. 201. What colony was founded as a home for the poor? Georgia, the 13th American colony, was founded in a spirit of pure benevolence. The laws of England permitted imprisonment for debt. Thousands of English laborers, who through misfortune and thoughtless contracts had become indebted to the rich, were annually arrested and thrown into jail. Whole families were destitute or starving. To provide a refuge for these downtrodden poor of England, and the distressed Protestants of other countries, James Oglethorpe, the philanthropist, a member of Parliament, appealed to George II for the privilege of planting a colony in America. The petition was favorably heard, and on the 9th of June, 1732, a royal charter was issued, by which the territory between the Savannah and Altamaha rivers, and westward from the upper fountains of those rivers to the Pacific, was organized and granted to a corporation for 21 years, to be held in trust for the poor. In honor of the king, the new province received the name of Georgia. 202. Who was the Colossus of American independence? John Adams. By his energy and eloquence he did more than any other man to crystallize the American sentiment in favor of independence. He was a member of the celebrated committee appointed to draft the immortal Declaration. In the debates on that instrument, he was its chief defender, and it was he who persuaded Congress to adopt it. He was the most distinguished signer. Jefferson himself said that he was the pillar of its support, its ablest advocate and defender. 203. What were the last intelligible words of Benedict Arnold? Bring me, I beg you, the epaulets and sword knots which Washington gave me. Let me die in my old American uniform, the uniform in which I fought my battles. God forgive me for ever putting on any other. 204. What bird is an apt illustration of the proverb that pride will have a fall? The pouter pigeon. It stands perpendicularly erect, and seems exceedingly vain of the swollen crop which gives it the name of pouter. It can inflate its crop with air, until the head is almost hidden behind it. This inflation oftentimes causes the bird to lose its balance, and to fall down chimneys, on which it is fond of standing, thereby aptly illustrating the proverb, that pride will have a fall. 205. What noted poet was so thin that he was said to wear lead in his shoes to keep himself from being blown away by the wind? Philetus, a distinguished poet and critic of the Alexandrian school, who lived in the 4th and 3rd centuries B.C., was so sickly and so thin, that the comic poet stated that he used to wear lead in his shoes to keep himself from being blown away. The story runs that he died from the excessive assiduity with which he sought the answer to the sophistical problem, called the liar, viz., if a man says he is telling a lie, does he speak truly or falsely? 206. Was Adam created with a beard? Scripture does not tell us, but the tradition that he was created with one, which may be described as bushy rather than flowing, is recorded on ancient monuments, and especially on an antique sarcophagus, which is one of the ornaments of the Vatican. The Jews, with the Orientals generally, seem to have accepted the tradition for a law. Among them the beard was a cherished and sacred thing. The scriptures abound with examples of how the beard and its treatment interpreted the feelings, the joy, the pride, the sorrow, or the despondency of the wearer. 207. Who was the wealthiest president? Washington, who left an estate valued at $800,000. The next in order of wealth was Van Buren, whose property was valued at $400,000. 208. Who were the original Jersey Blues? They were a battalion of 500 soldiers from New Jersey, during King George's War, 1745-1748, and were so called from the color of their uniform, blue, faced with red, gray stockings, and buckskin breeches. They were described at the time as the likeliest well-set men who ever entered upon a campaign. 209. Who was Tam O'Shanter? He was the hero of Burns's poem of the same name, a farmer, who, riding home very late and very drunk, from Ayr, in a stormy night, had to pass by the Kirk of Alloway, a place reputed to be a favorite haunt of the devil and his friends and emissaries. On approaching the kirk, he perceived a light gleaming through the windows, but having got courageously drunk, he ventured on till he could look into the edifice, when he saw a dance of witches merrily footing it round their master, who was playing on the bagpipe to them. The dance grew so furious that they all stripped themselves of their upper garments, and kept at it in their shifts. One winsome wench, happening unluckily to have a shift which was considerably too short to answer all the purposes of that useful article of dress, Tam was so tickled that he involuntarily roared out, "Weel done, Cutty Sark. Well done, short smock." Whereupon, in an instant, all was dark, and Tam, recollecting himself, turned and spurred his horse to the top of her speed, chased by the whole fiendish crew. It is a current belief that witches, or any evil spirits, have no power to follow a poor wight any farther than the middle of the next running stream. Fortunately for Tam, the river Doon was near, for, notwithstanding the speed of his horse, by the time he gained the middle of the arch of the bridge, and consequently the middle of the stream, the pursuing vengeful hags were so close at his heels, that one of them, Cutty Sark, actually sprang to seize him, but it was too late. Nothing was on her side of the stream but the horse's tail, which immediately gave way at her infernal gripe, as if blasted by a stroke of lightning, but the farmer was beyond her reach. 210. Who was old public functionary? This sobriquet, which was sometimes humorously abbreviated O.P.F., was sometimes given to James Buchanan, the 15th President of the United States. He was the first to apply the expression to himself, in his annual message to Congress in 1859. This advice proceeds from the heart of an old public functionary, whose service commenced in the last generation, among the wise and conservative statesmen of that day, now nearly all passed away, and whose first and dearest earthly wish is to leave his country tranquil, prosperous, united, and powerful. 211. Who was Light Horse Harry? This sobriquet was popularly conferred upon General Henry Lee, 1756–1818, a gallant American cavalry officer in the War of the Revolution, in allusion to his rapid and daring movements in battle, particularly during the campaign in the Carolinas. 212. Who was the French Game Cock? On account of his bravery, this name was given by the American soldiers to Marie-Jean-Paul Roch-Yves Gilbert Motier, Marquis de Lafayette. 213. What was the Albany Regency? It was a junto of astute Democratic politicians, having their headquarters at Albany, who controlled the action of the Democratic Party for many years, and who had great weight in national politics. The effort to elect William H. Crawford president, instead of John Quincy Adams, was their first great struggle. 214. In what country are prayers said by wheels? An important part of the duties of a pilgrim to Lhasa, the center of Lamaism, is penance. Among the lighter forms of penance is turning a wheel called chu kor, revolving prayer. This devotional machine is usually a sort of barrel, moving upon an axis and inscribed all over with Buddhistic petitions. The worshipper sets it going, and it turns prayers for his benefit, while he pursues some more mundane occupation. 215. What presidents were born in Virginia? Thus far 7 of our presidents have been natives of Virginia, viz. Washington, born in Westmoreland County, Feb. 22, 1732, Jefferson, born at Shadwell, Albemarle County, April 2, 1743, Madison, born at King George, March 16, 1751, Monroe, born in Westmoreland County, April 28, 1758, Harrison, born at Berkeley, Charles City County, Feb. 9, 1773, Tyler, born in Charles City County, March 29, 1790, Taylor, born in Orange County, Sept. 24, 1784. 216. Which is the only monarchy on the Western continent? The government of Brazil is a mild form of a constitutional and hereditary monarchy. The laws of succession are the same as in England. The Emperor Dom Pedro II, of the House of Bragança, and the Empress, a sister of the King of Naples, are universally beloved and respected for their intellectual and moral endowments, and their affectionate interest in the welfare of their subjects. 217. What becomes of all the greenbacks and banknotes after they have served their few years of usefulness? They go to the government. After about 3 years of service they are pretty well worn, and are taken to the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, and placed in a machine containing immense knives, which chop the notes into fragments. 3 officers of the Treasury Department are stationed to watch the destruction of the notes. No one else is allowed to be present except the officials and the men who run the machine. They are compelled to remain in the room until each separate note is destroyed. They must account afterwards to the Redemption Bureau for each note, and should one become lost or mislaid and afterwards find its way into circulation, the result would be the immediate discharge of the 3 who daily have in their custody millions of dollars of notes and bonds. The shreds are reduced to pulp, and then molded into figures of birds and animals and sold as mementos to visitors. Often it will happen that one little object will be composed of what was once $1 million worth of money. 218. What sort of mound has been raised to the memory of Kosciuszko? Near Krakow there is a mound of earth 150 feet high, which was raised to the memory of the Polish patriot, Thaddeus Kosciuszko, by the people, earth being brought for this purpose from every great battlefield of Europe on which Polish blood had been shed. From a fanciful resemblance in shape to this tumulus, the loftiest known mountain in Australia has received the name of Mount Kosciuszko. 219. In what country are the forests without shade? With few exceptions, the Australian trees are evergreens, and they show a peculiar reverted position of their leaves, which hang vertically, turning their edges instead of their sides toward the sun, and giving no shade. There are great shadeless forests of eucalypti and other trees. 220. Which are the tallest trees in the world? The loftiest product of the vegetable kingdom is the eucalypti trees, indigenous to Australia and Tasmania. They are sometimes called gum trees, because they abound in resinous exudations. The Eucalyptus gigantea, called stringy bark, sometimes attains a height of 480 feet, and a diameter of over 80 feet, over 100 feet higher than the highest specimen of the mammoth trees of California, Sequoia gigantea, now standing. These trees form a characteristic feature of the peculiar vegetation of those islands, having entire leathery leaves, of which one edge is directed toward the sky, so that both surfaces are equally exposed to the light. They also have the peculiarity of shedding their bark annually instead of their leaves. 221. Who was the most famous heroine of antiquity? Zenobia, the Queen of Palmyra. Her second husband, Septimius Odenathus, Prince of Palmyra, was assassinated in A.D. 266, by his nephew Myonius. Zenobia put the assassin to death, and assumed the vacant Palmyrene throne. For 5 years she governed Palmyra, Syria, and adjoining parts of the east with vigor and judgment, independent of the Roman power. She assumed the title of Queen of the East, and exacted from her subjects the same adoration that was paid to Persian monarchs. She maintained her power through the reigns of Gallienus and Claudius, but was finally defeated and captured by Aurelian, 273 A.D. Decked with splendid jewels, and almost fainting under the weight of gold chains, she adorned the triumph of the emperor, but was presented by him with large possessions near Tivoli, where she passed the rest of her life in comfort and even splendor. Her daughters married into noble Roman families, and her descendants were still living in the 5th century. She was exceedingly beautiful, dark in complexion, with large black, fiery eyes. She spoke Latin, Greek, Syriac, and Egyptian, and wrote for her own use an epitome of Oriental history. She was a passionate hunter, and thoroughly inured to fatigue, sometimes walking on foot at the head of her troops. 222. What is dynamite? This explosive, of which we hear so much, looks very much like moist brown sugar. It is made of nitroglycerin, a heavy, oily liquid which explodes with great violence, mixed with an absorbent to make it safer to handle. Nitroglycerin is composed of nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and that clear, sweet, soothing liquid called glycerin. The absorbent material is a fine, white powder, composed of the remains of infusoria. This takes up 2 or 3 times its weight of the nitroglycerin without becoming pasty. The ingredients are mixed in leaden vessels with wooden spoons to avoid friction. If fire is applied to this mass, it burns with a strong flame without any explosion, but the application of a full sudden blow causes it to explode with tremendous force. 223. Who was the great American commoner? Thaddeus Stevens, 1793–1868, of Pennsylvania, an American statesman, was so called on account of his opposition to slavery and secession. He was elected representative in Congress in 1848 and re-elected in 1850. He strongly opposed the Fugitive Slave Law and the Kansas-Nebraska Bill. He was again elected to Congress in 1858, and held his seat till his death. 224. What was the proper name of Columbus? His Genoese name was Cristoforo Colombo, which, according to the custom of the time, he Latinized into Columbus. When he went into Spain he adopted the Spanish form of it, Cristobal Colon. 225. Who were the parents of Columbus? Columbus was the eldest son of Domenico Colombo, a woolcomber of Genoa, and Susanna Fontanarossa. They had two other sons, Bartholomew and Giacomo James, called in Spain Diego, and a daughter who married a butcher. 226. Who was the wife of Columbus? In the convent of All Saints, Lisbon, where Columbus was accustomed to attend religious service, were certain ladies of rank, either resident as boarders or in some religious capacity. With one of these, Doña Filipa Moniz de Perestrello, Columbus became acquainted. Her father, Bartolomeo Moniz de Perestrello, an Italian cavalier, lately deceased, had been one of the most distinguished navigators under Prince Henry, and had colonized and governed the island of Porto Santo. Columbus soon fell in love with the lady, and married her. By her he had one son, Diego, born about 1472. A few years afterward his wife died. 227. How many children had Columbus? He had two sons. The eldest, Diego, was by his wife. His second son, Fernando, born in 1487, was the illegitimate child of Doña Beatriz Enriquez, a noble lady of Cordova, to whom Columbus became attached, while waiting for an opportunity to appear at court. This son became the historian of his father. 228. When did the line of Columbus become extinct? Diego married Doña Maria de Toledo, daughter of the Duke of Alva. Their eldest son, Luis, exchanged the hereditary dignity of admiral for a pension and the title of Duke of Veragua, Marquis of Jamaica. Luis's eldest daughter married her cousin Diego, and died without issue, the male line thus becoming extinct. Finally the property and titles became, in 1608, merged by marriage through the female line in a branch of the House of Braganca. 229. What were the last words of Columbus? He died while repeating the following words in Latin: Lord, into thy hands I commit my spirit. 230. Where do the remains of Columbus now repose? The body of Columbus was deposited in the convent of San Francisco, Valladolid, Spain. It was thence transported, 1513, to the Carthusian monastery of Seville, where a handsome monument was erected by command of Ferdinand and Isabella, with the simple inscription, to Castile and Leon, gave a new world. In 1536, his body and that of his son Diego were removed to the city of St. Domingo, Haiti, and interred in the principal chapel. But, in 1796, the remains, as was supposed, were taken to Havana with imposing ceremonies. The tomb in the cathedral is marked by a slab elaborately carved, on which is inscribed: Restos y imagen del grande mil siglos durad guardades en la urna, y en la remembranza de nuestra nación, which is Spanish for, O, rest thou, image of the great : 1,000 centuries remain, guarded in the urn, and in the remembrance of our nation. In 1877, however, while excavating near the cathedral in St. Domingo, the vault was opened, and a leaden coffin found containing human bones, and inscribed in Spanish, illustrious and renowned man, Christopher Columbus. It is therefore thought that the body carried to Havana was not that of the great admiral. 231. What was the last writing of Columbus? It is contained in a final codicil to the will of 1498, made at Valladolid on the 19th of May, 1506. By this the old will is confirmed. The mayorazgo is bequeathed to his son Diego and his male heirs, failing these to Fernando, his second son, and failing these to the male heirs of his brother Bartholomew. Only in case of the extinction of the male line, direct or collateral, is it to descend to the females of the family, and those into whose hands it may fall are never to diminish it, but always to increase and ennoble it by all means possible. The head of the family is to sign himself, the admiral. 1/10 of the annual income is to be set aside yearly for distribution among the poor relations of the house. A chapel is founded and endowed for the saying of masses. Beatriz Enriquez is left to the care of the young admiral in most graceful terms. Among other legacies is one of half a mark of silver to a Jew who used to live at the gate of Jewry, in Lisbon. The codicil was written and signed with the admiral's own hand. Next day, May 20, 1506, he died. 232. Which is the Sucker State? Why so named? This is a canned name given to the state of Illinois, the inhabitants of which are very generally called suckers throughout the West. The origin of this term is said to be as follows. The western prairies are, in many places, full of the holes made by the crawfish, a freshwater shellfish, similar in form to the lobster which descends to the water beneath. In early times, when travelers wended their way over these immense plains, they very prudently provided themselves with a long, hollow reed, and, when thirsty, thrust it into these natural artesians, and thus easily supplied their longings. The crawfish well generally contains pure water, and the manner in which the traveler drew forth the refreshing element gave him the name of sucker. 233. What was the Bug Bible? What is known as the Bug Bible was printed in 1551, and contained a prologue by Tyndall. Its name is derived from the peculiar rendering of the 5th verse of the 91st Psalm, which is made to read, so that thou shalt not need to be afraid for any bugs by night. 234. How is celluloid made? A roll of paper is slowly unwound, and at the same time saturated with a mixture of 5 parts of sulfuric acid and 2 of nitric, which falls upon the paper in a fine spray. This changes the cellulose of the paper into fine pyroxylene gun cotton. The excess of acid having been expelled by pressure, the paper is washed with plenty of water until all traces of acid have been removed. It is then reduced to pulp, and passes on to the bleaching trough. Most of the water having been got rid of by means of a strainer, the pulp is mixed with from 20 to 40% of its weight of camphor, and the mixture thoroughly triturated under millstones. The necessary coloring matter having been added in the form of powder, a second mixture and grinding follow. The finely divided pulp is then spread out in thin layers on slabs, and from 20 to 25 of these layers are placed in a hydraulic press, separated from one another by sheets of thick blotting paper, and are subjected to a pressure of 150 atmospheres until all traces of moisture have been got rid of. The plates thus obtained are broken up and soaked for 24 hours in alcohol. The matter is then passed between rollers heated to between 140 and 150 degrees Fahrenheit, whence it issues in the form of elastic sheets. Celluloid is made to imitate amber, tortoise shell, coral, malachite, ebony, ivory, etc., and besides its employment in dentistry, is used to make mouthpieces for pipes and cigar holders, handles for table knives and umbrellas, combs, shirt fronts and collars, and a number of fancy articles. 235. When is Groundhog Day? Candlemas Day, Feb. 2. In Germany's folklore there is a superstition that the badger, on that day, peeps out of his hole, and when he finds snow, walks abroad, but if he sees the sun shining, draws back into his hole. This latter action, so the legend goes, signifies that the winter weather is not over, the sun's rays being too prematurely warm for the season. Doubtless the superstition concerning the groundhog in this country is derived from the above source. 236. Where are our presidents buried? Washington was buried at Mount Vernon, VA. John Adams, at Quincy, Massachusetts. Jefferson, at Monticello, VA. Madison, at Montpelier, VA. Monroe, at Richmond, Virginia. John Quincy Adams, at Quincy, Massachusetts. Jackson, at the Hermitage, near Nashville, Tennessee. Van Buren, at Kinderhook, N.Y. Harrison, at North Bend, Ind. Tyler, at Richmond, Virginia. Polk, at Nashville, Tennessee. Taylor, at Washington, D.C. Fillmore, at Buffalo, N.Y. Pierce, at Concord, N.H. Buchanan, at Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Lincoln, at Springfield, Illinois. Johnson, at Greenville, 10. Garfield, at Cleveland, Ohio, and Grant, at Riverside Park, New York City. Arthur, at Albany, N.Y. 237. Which is the modern Athens? This name is often given to Edinburgh, on account of its many noble literary institutions, the taste and culture of the people, the many distinguished men who have issued from it or resided in it, and the high character of its publications, and also on account of a marked resemblance to Athens in its topographical position and its general appearance. The same epithet is applied to Boston, Massachusetts, a city remarkable for the high intellectual character of its citizens, and for its many excellent literary, scientific, and educational institutions and publications. 238. What was the origin of the term, Old Harry? It has been suggested that this vulgar appellation for the devil comes from the Scandinavian Hari or Hyra, names of Odin, who came in time to be degraded from his rank of a god to that of a fiend or evil spirit. According to Henley, the hirsute honors of the Satan of the ancient religious stage procured him the name Old Harry, corrupted into Old Harry. 239. What was the origin of the terms, Whig, and Tory? These designations of political parties in English, and more lately in American history, were originally applied as terms of reproach. There are three accounts for the origin of the term Whig. 1. That it is derived from Whig, whey, which the Scottish Covenanters used to drink, and hence a name applied to them. 2. That it is a contraction of Wigham, a term used in Scotland in driving horses, or from Whigamore, a driver of horses. In 1648 a party of these people marched to Edinburgh to oppose the King and the Duke of Hamilton. This, says Burnet, was called the Whigamores' inroad, and ever after all that opposed the court came in contempt to be called Whigs, and from Scotland the word was brought into England. 3. That it is formed from the initials of the motto, We Hope in God, the motto of the club from which the Whig party took its rise. The term Tory is derived from an Irish term applied, says Roger North, to the most despicable savages among the wild Irish, and the name was first given to the followers of the Duke of York, in 1679, because he favored Irishmen. Another account of its origin is that it is derived from Tory, give me SC, your money, a term used by the Irish robbers. 240. Who invented decimal fractions? The inventor of decimal fractions was Simon Stevin, of Bruges, whose tract, published in 1585, was entitled the Dismy. But the simple plan we now have was not then invented. He used circles to designate the numbers that showed the value of the figures. Thus, he wrote 27.847 as 270.814273, and read it as 27 commencements, 8 primes, 4 seconds, 7 thirds. The 0 showed the 0 point, the 1 showed tenths, and so on. These terms, primes, seconds, thirds, etc., have disappeared. Primes were the first to the right of the whole numbers, seconds, the second place, etc. Dispute has arisen concerning the origin of the simpler notation by means of the decimal point, whether used before the fraction alone, or as separating it from the integer. Napier claimed the discovery, so also has De Morgan. But Mr. Glaisher, in a paper read before the mathematical section of the British Association, seems to establish Napier's priority in introducing the decimal point into arithmetic. The full modern use of it was first exemplified in a posthumous work of Napier's called Mirifici Logarithmorum Canons Constructio, edited by his son, in 1619, where the formal definition of the decimal separator is given and illustrated, and the point subsequently used in operation as we now use it. Briggs, who died in 1631, constantly used an underscored line to distinguish the decimal part of a number, and Outard, one of his followers, improved on this by using, together with the line, a vertical bar to mark the separation still more plainly. 241. What is the origin of humbug? The origin of this word is not certainly known. Webster says it is probably derived from hum, to impose on, to deceive, and bug, a frightful object, a bugbear. Another account states that it is derived from Hamburg, a city of Germany, a piece of Hamburg news, being in Germany a proverbial expression for false political rumors. A third account gives its origin as follows. There once lived in Scotland a gentleman of landed property whose name was Hume or Home, and his estate was called the Bogue. From the great falsehoods which he was in the habit of telling about himself, his family, and everything connected with them, it became the custom to say when anything improbable was stated, "Oh, that's a Hume o' the Bogue." The expression spread throughout the neighborhood, and even beyond, and by degrees was shortened into humbug by those who did not understand how the phrase first came to be used. A fourth account, that of Mr. F. Crosley, suggests the Irish uim bog, pronounced umbug, meaning soft copper, or worthless money. James II issued from the Dublin Mint a mixture of lead, copper, and brass, so worthless that a sovereign was intrinsically worth only twopence, and might have been bought after the Revolution for a halfpenny. Sterling and umbug were therefore expressive of real and fictitious worth, merit and humbug. 242. What is the history of the poem, Sheridan's Ride? This famous poem by T.B. Reed, beginning, Up from the South at Break of Day, has quite a history. The Battle of Cedar Creek took place before dawn on the morning of October 19, 1863. The Confederate forces, under General Early, were gaining the upper hand, when a report of the battle reached General Sheridan, who was at Winchester, 20 miles distant. Putting spurs to his horse, he hastened to the scene of battle, and by his encouragement, turned a threatened defeat into a glorious victory. The news of the victory, and the cause of it, reached Chicago at 9 o'clock. Mr. Reed, the poet, was staying there at a hotel, and Mr. Murdoch, a noted reader, was with him at the time. Slapping his friend on the shoulder, Murdoch exclaimed, "Reed, you must write a poem on that subject today. By tomorrow others, with less ability, will be ahead of you." Mr. Reed demurred, but, after half an hour's talk, yielded to his friend's wishes. He retired to his room, locked the door, and in 4 hours produced one of our grandest national poems. His wife and Mr. Murdoch praised it enthusiastically. The latter especially appreciated the beauty and spirit of the lines, for being a personal friend of Gen. Sheridan, he had ridden upon the gallant black steed that saved the day, by carrying Sheridan into the fight. From Winchester, 20 miles away, Mr. Murdoch committed the lines to memory, and that evening, at a meeting of rejoicing over the victory, he recited them. An intense silence prevailed throughout the hall, broken only by the tones of the speaker. As the last words of the grand poem left his lips, storms of applause shook the building. Coming so soon after the victory, while the people were still flushed with their success, it wrought the audience up to an excitement which could not be controlled. Every one supposed that Mr. Murdoch had composed the poem, and he was overwhelmed with expressions of congratulation and praise. But he, directing the attention of the crowd to the box where the poet sat, exclaimed, "There is the man who wrote the poem." 243. Which is the longest word in the English language? Disproportionableness is the longest classified word in our language. 244. What gems are the emblems of the 12 apostles? Andrew, the bright blue sapphire, emblematic of his heavenly faith. Bartholomew, the red carnelian, emblematic of his martyrdom. James, the white chalcedony, emblematic of his purity. James the Less, the topaz, emblematic of delicacy. John, the emerald, emblematic of his youth and gentleness. Matthew, the amethyst, emblematic of sobriety. Matthew was once a publican, but was sobered by the leaven of Christianity. Matthias, the chrysolite, pure as sunshine. Peter, the jasper, hard and solid as the rock of the church. Philip, the friendly sardonyx. Simeon of Cana, the pink hyacinth, emblematic of a sweet temper. Thaddeus, the chrysoprase, emblematic of security and trustfulness. Thomas, the beryl, indefinite in luster, emblematic of his doubting faith. 245. What is the origin of bogus? According to the Boston Daily Courier of June 12, 1857, this word originated as follows. The word bogus, we believe, is a corruption of the name of one Borghese, a very corrupt individual, who, 20 years ago or more, did a tremendous business in the way of supplying the Great West, and portions of the Southwest, with a vast amount of counterfeit bills, and bills on fictitious banks, which never had any existence out of the forgetive brawn of him, the said Borghese. The Western people, who were rather rapid in their talk, when excited, soon fell into the habit of shortening the Norman name of Borghese to the more handy one of bogus, and his bills, and all other bills of like character, were universally styled bogus currency. 246. Why is buckwheat so called? The word buckwheat is a corruption of beech wheat. It is so called from the similarity of the shape of its grains to the mast or nuts of the beech tree. 247. Who originated tarring and feathering? Richard Coeur de Lion seems to have originated tarring and feathering. Hoveden, quoted by Dr. Hooke in his Lives of the Archbishops of Canterbury, says that Richard, when he sailed for the Holy Land, made sundry laws for the regulation of his fleet, one of which enacted that a robber who shall be convicted of theft shall have his head cropped after the manner of a champion, and boiling pitch shall be poured thereon, and then the feathers of a cushion shall be shaken out upon him, so that he may be known, and at the first land at which the ship shall touch he shall be set on shore. 248. What is the meaning of the phrase, by Jingo? Jingo is a corruption of Janko, the name of the Basque supreme being. By Jingo, or, by the living Jingo, is an appeal to deity. Edward I had Basque mountaineers conveyed to England to take part in his Welsh wars, and the Plantagenets held the Basque provinces in possession. This Basque oath is a landmark of these facts. 249. Who is Old Nick? This vulgar and ancient name for the devil is derived from that of the Neck, or Nicky, a river or ocean god of the Scandinavian popular mythology. The British sailor, says Scott, who fears nothing else, confesses his terrors for this terrible being, and believes him the author of almost all the various calamities to which the precarious life of a seaman is so continually exposed. Butler, the author of Hudibras, erroneously derives the term from the name of Niccolo Machiavelli. 250. Who was Rare Ben? This famous appellation was conferred upon Ben Jonson, 1574–1637, the dramatic poet. It is said that soon after his death, a subscription was commenced for the purpose of erecting a monument to his memory, but the undertaking having advanced slowly, an eccentric Oxfordshire squire took the opportunity, on passing one day through Westminster Abbey, to secure at least an epitaph for the poet by giving a mason 18 pence to cut, on the stone which covered the grave, the words, "Oh, Rare Ben Jonson." 251. What was the origin of Thanksgiving Day? In 1621, the year after Plymouth Colony was founded, Governor Bradford set apart a day for Thanksgiving for the yield of the harvests. 2 years after that, there was a great drought, and the people were devoting a day to fasting and prayer, when their sorrows were turned into praise and thanksgiving by a generous fall of rain. From that time it gradually became an established custom to have a day of praise and thanksgiving after harvests. When the colonies became the New England states, the custom was kept up, the day being proclaimed by the governors of the several states. A day of prayer was recommended by Congress during the Revolution, and by Washington after the adoption of the Constitution. This was continued by some of the later presidents. In 1863, Lincoln proclaimed that a national Thanksgiving Day should be observed in remembrance of the recent victories and the general manifestation of God's goodness and mercy. This has been annually issued since, and now custom has fixed it as the fourth Thursday in November. 252. Whose wife was Adam? Adam's. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. Genesis v. 2. 253. Whose daughter was Noah? Zelophehad's. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh the son of Joseph, and these are the names of his daughters, Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah and Tirzah. Numbers XXVII. 1. 254. Who are the hairy men? The Ainos, who are supposed to be the Aborigines of Japan. They are distinguished by an exuberance of hair on the head and body, a circumstance which has given rise to their name of hairy curls. They are different in race and character from the ordinary Japanese. Legend says that the Japanese were originally Ainos, but became a separate race by intermarriage with the Chinese. They are now found chiefly in the island of Yeso. 255. Where was the Declaration of Independence written? Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence in the second story, front room, of house number 230 High Street, now 700 Market Street, Philadelphia. 256. What is the golden number of a year, and how determined? The golden number for any year is the number of that year in the Metonic cycle, and as this cycle embraces 19 years, the golden number ranges from 1 to 19. The cycle of Meton came into general use soon after its discovery, and the number of each year in the Metonic cycle was ordered to be engraved in letters of gold on pillars of marble, hence the origin of the name. Since the introduction of the Gregorian calendar, the point from which the golden numbers are numbered is 1b. C. As in that year the new moon fell on the 1st of January, and as by Meton's law, it falls on the same day, January 1st, every 19th year from that time, we obtain the following rule for obtaining the golden number of any particular year. Add 1 to the number of years and divide by 19. The quotient gives the number of cycles, and the remainder gives the golden number for that year, and if there be no remainder, then 19 is the golden number, and that year is the last of the cycle. The golden number is used for determining the epoch and the time of holding Easter. 257. What were the causes of the American Revolution? The most general cause of the American Revolution was the right of arbitrary government, claimed by Great Britain and denied by the colonies. There were subordinate causes. First of these was the influence of France, which was constantly exerted so as to incite a spirit of resistance in the colonies. Another cause was found in the natural disposition and inherited character of the colonists. The growth of public opinion in the colonies tended to independence. Another cause was found in the personal character of the king. The more immediate cause was the passage by Parliament of a number of acts destructive of colonial liberty. 258. How was the first colonial Congress constituted? At Boston, James Otis successfully agitated the question of an American Congress. It was proposed that each colony, acting without leave of the king, should appoint delegates, who should meet in the following autumn and discuss the affairs of the nation. The proposition was favorably received. 9 of the colonies appointed delegates, and on the 7th of October, 1765, the first colonial Congress assembled at New York. There were 28 representatives. Timothy Ruggles, of Massachusetts, was chosen president. After much discussion, a Declaration of Rights was adopted, setting forth in unmistakable terms that the American colonists, as Englishmen, could not and would not consent to be taxed but by their own representatives. Memorials were also prepared and addressed to the 2 houses of Parliament. A manly petition, professing loyalty and praying for a more just and humane policy toward his American subjects, was directed to the king. 259. What were the terms of the Treaty of 1783? The terms of the Treaty of 1783 were briefly these: a full and complete recognition of the independence of the United States, the recession by Great Britain of Florida to Spain, the surrender of all the remaining territory east of the Mississippi and south of the Great Lakes to the United States, the free navigation of the Mississippi and the lakes by American vessels, the concession of mutual rights in the Newfoundland fisheries, and the retention by Great Britain of Canada and Nova Scotia, with the exclusive control of the St. Lawrence River. 260. What were the leading defects of the Confederation? 1. There was an utter want of all coercive authority in the Continental Congress to carry into effect any of their constitutional measures. 2. There was no power in the Continental Congress to punish individuals for any breach of their enactments. Their laws must be wholly without penal sanction. 3. They had no power to lay taxes, or to collect revenue for the public service. The power over taxes was expressly and exclusively reserved to the states. 4. They had no power to regulate commerce, either with foreign nations or among the several states. It was left, with respect to both, exclusively to the management of each particular state, thus being at the mercy of private interests or local prejudices. 5. As might be expected, the most opposite regulations existed in different states, and there was a constant resort to retaliatory legislation from their jealousies and rivalries in commerce, in agriculture, or in manufactures. Foreign nations did not fail to avail themselves of all the advantages accruing from this suicidal policy tending to the common ruin. 6. For want of some singleness of power, a power to act with uniformity and one to which all interests could be reconciled, foreign commerce was sadly crippled, and nearly destroyed. The country was deeply in debt, without a dollar to pay, or the means even to draw a dollar into the public treasury, and what money there was in the country was rapidly making its way abroad. 7. Great as these embarrassments were, the states, full of jealousy, were tenaciously opposed to making the necessary concessions to remedy the great and growing evil. All became impressed with the fear that, unless a much stronger national government could be instituted, all that had been gained by the revolutionary struggle would soon be lost. 261. What were the Alien and Sedition Laws? 2 laws passed by Congress in 1798. The Alien Law empowered the President to send out of the country, at short notice, any foreigners whose presence might be deemed injurious or prejudicial to the interests of the United States, and lengthened the time requisite for becoming naturalized citizens of the United States to 14 years. The Sedition Law limited the freedom of speech, and of the press when directed abusively against the government. Under this act it was a crime punishable with heavy fine and long imprisonment, to write, print, utter, or publish any false, scandalous, or malicious statement against either President or Congress. These laws did much to defeat Adams's re-election in 1800. 262. What were the principal causes of the late Civil War? The principal causes of the Civil War were 5 in number. 1. The different construction put upon the national constitution by the people of the North and the South. 2. The different system of labor in the North and in the South. 3. The want of intercourse between the people of the North and the South. 4. The publication of sectional books. 5. The evil influence of demagogues. 263. What is the title of the Tsar of Russia? Emperor and autocrat of all the Russias, of Moscow, of Kiev, of Vladimir, of Novgorod, Tsar of Kazan, of Astrakhan, of Poland, of Siberia, of Kherson Taurida, of Brusi, Gosendar of Pskov, Grand Duke of Smolensk, of Lithuania, of Volhynia, of Podolia, and of Finland, Prince of Estonia, of Livonia, of Courland, of Semigalia, of the Samoids, of Belostok, of Korlia, of Foer, of Inger, of Perm, of Vyatka, of Bulgaria, and of other countries, Master and Grand Duke of the lower countries in Novgorod, of Chernigov, of Ryazan, of Politz, of Rostov, of Jaroslav, of Belozersk, of Ondork, of Obdorsk, of Kondisk, of Vitals, of Emstalav, and of all the countries of the north, Master Absolute of Iversk, of Kastalnisk, of Kalardansk, and of the territory of Armenia, Sovereign of mountain princes of Cherkask, Master of Turkestan, Heir presumptive of Norway, and Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, of Stormarn, of Duthmars, and of Oldenburg. 264. What was the origin of the phrase, to speak for bunkum? This phrase, which means to speak for mere show, or for purposes of political intrigue, originated in the 16th Congress, near the close of the debate on the famous Missouri question. Felix Walker, a naive old mountaineer, who resided at Waynesville, in Haywood, the most western county of North Carolina, near the border of the adjacent county of Buncombe, arose to speak, while the House was impatiently calling for the question. Several members gathered round him and insisted on his silence, but he continued to speak, declaring that the people of his district expected it, and that he was bound to make a speech for Buncombe. Hence the phrases, to speak for Buncombe, all for Buncombe, etc. 265. What president was buried at the expense of his friends? James Monroe. Although he had received $350,000 for his public services, yet, on account of the free-handed hospitality so characteristic of his native state, Virginia, in her palmy days, together with his lifelong occupation in public affairs to the neglect of his own estate, was so involved in debt, at the time of his death, that his funeral expenses were met by his friends. 266. What president married the same lady twice? In the summer of 1791, Andrew Jackson married Mrs. Rachel Robards, a daughter of Col. John Donelson, of Virginia, one of the founders of Tennessee. Her first husband was Mr. Lewis Robards, of Kentucky. Robards and his wife were boarding with Mrs. Donelson, then a widow, when Jackson arrived at Nashville, and took up his residence in the same family. In 1790–1791, Robards applied to the legislature of Virginia for an act preliminary to a divorce, stating that his wife was living in adultery with Andrew Jackson. The act was passed. Under it a jury was summoned late in 1793, and the court of Mercer County, Kentucky, declared the marriage between Lewis Robards and Rachel Robards dissolved. Jackson and Mrs. Robards believed the act passed by the legislature was itself a divorce, and they were married at Natchez 2 years before the action of the court. At the suggestion of their friend Judge Overton, who also was surprised to learn that the act of the legislature had not divorced Robards, they procured a license in January 1794, and had the ceremony performed again. When General Jackson had become the chief of a great party, the circumstances of this marriage led to very serious misrepresentations. Robards was prone to jealousy without cause, and Jackson was not the first man of whom he was jealous. His statement to the legislature of Virginia is believed to have been wholly unfounded. His relatives all sided with his wife, and never supposed her to be guilty of even an act of impropriety. 267. Why is Alaska so called? In the dialect of the natives first encountered by the Russian explorers, the land was called Alyaska, the Great Land. From this the present name has become changed through Alyaska and Alexa to its present form. 268. Who was the nearest common ancestor of nearly all the reigning monarchs of Europe? John of Gaunt, 1339–1399, fourth son of Edward III. Of England, although he himself was never a king, nor were any of his brothers or sisters even sovereigns, was the common ancestor of nearly all the crowned heads of Christendom. The monarchs descended from him are Victoria, Queen of England, who is of the 16th generation, Louis I, King of Portugal, of the 15th generation, Alfonso XII, the late King of Spain, of the 16th generation, Francis Joseph I, Emperor of Austria, of the 15th generation, Leopold II, King of Belgium, of the 17th generation, Christian IX, King of Denmark, of the 16th generation, Humbert, King of Italy, of the 16th generation, George I, King of Greece, of the 17th generation, Alexander III, Emperor of Russia, of the 18th generation, William I, Emperor of Germany, of the 16th generation, Dom Pedro II, Emperor of Brazil, is of the 14th generation, the nearest of kin to the English progenitor. The late Chambord Henry V, claimant of the French throne, was of the 16th generation, and Louis-Philippe Albert, Prince d'Orléans, the Orleanist claimant of the French throne, is of the 17th generation. 269. Who was the Red Prince? Prince Frederick Charles Nicholas, of Germany 1828–1885, a nephew of Emperor William I, was so called from his favorite attire, the scarlet uniform of his Brandenburg Hussars, which he loved far more than the full glitter of his highest honors. 270. Why is New Jersey called a foreign country? In the early days of railways, the New Jersey legislature chartered the Camden and Amboy Railroad, but neglected to impose a tax upon its earnings or plant. A few years later, when it became a valuable property, the state, unable to modify the charter, levied a state tax upon each passenger carried. This tax fell upon travelers who lived outside the state as well as Jerseymen, and the former, because they were taxed to pass through it, facetiously termed New Jersey a foreign country. 271. Why is Canada so called? Charlevoix says that this name is from an Iroquois word Canada, a collection of huts. There is, however, a Spanish tradition that some Spanish explorers visiting the country in search of gold, and finding no mines, or other appearance of riches, said, "Acanada, here is nothing," which, being repeated by the natives to subsequent visitors from Europe, was supposed to be the name of the country. 272. Which is the railroad city? Indianapolis, the largest city in the United States situated on non-navigable waters. The first railway entered the city in 1847. Now, 12 main lines converge in the Union Depot. About 100 passenger trains, connected with every part of the country, enter and depart daily. The numerous tracks being on a level with the surface of the streets, the obstruction and danger at the numerous crossings became very great on account of the increase of railway traffic, so that in 1877 a loop line, called the Belt, had to be made, passing round the city, to connect the various railways. By means of it the through freight cars are conveyed past the city without blocking the traffic. 273. Which is the sagebrush state? The flora of Nevada is so scanty and so characterized by sagebrush, or artemisia, that this state is often nicknamed the sagebrush state. Artemisia is a low, irregular shrub, with thick crooked stems, growing in dry alkaline soils, which without irrigation will produce nothing else. 274. What ancient city brought about its own destruction by an ill-timed jest? Antioch, the ancient capital of the Greek kings of Syria, was one of the most magnificent cities of the ancient world. The Antiachenes themselves brought about the destruction of their beautiful city. They were famous above all other people in ancient times for their biting and scurrilous wit, and for their ingenuity in devising nicknames, and when the Persians under Chosroes invaded Syria, in 538 A.D., the Antiachenes could not refrain from jesting at them. The Persians took ample revenge by the total destruction of the city, which, however, was rebuilt by Justinian. It was in this city that the followers of Christ were first called Christians. 275. Who was Washington's wife? Her maiden name was Martha Dandridge. She was born at Kent, VA, May 17, 1732. At the age of 17, she was married to Col. John Parke Custis, by whom she had 3 children. Within a few years she lost her eldest son and her husband. She was a charming widow of 26 when Washington first met her at the house of a Mr. Chamberlain. After a short acquaintance, they were married Jan. 6, 1759. She died May 22, 1802. 276. What was the height of Goliath? According to Samuel, he was 6 cubits and a span. Mr. Greaves gives the length of the cubit as 21 inches, and the span 9 inches. This would make Goliath's height about 11 feet 3 inches. 277. What is the balm of Gilead? The balm of Gilead, also called balsam of Mecca and apobalsam, is obtained from a low tree or shrub, the Balsamodendron gileadens, which grows in several parts of Arabia and Abyssinia. To obtain the juice, the bark of the tree is cut at the time when the sap is in its strongest period of circulation. As the juices ooze through the wound, they are received into small earthen bottles, every day's produce being poured into large bottles and corked. When fresh, the smell of the balsam is exquisitely fragrant, but if left exposed to the atmosphere it loses this quality. The quantity of balsam yielded by one tree is said never to exceed 60 drops in a day. It is, therefore, very scarce, and can with difficulty be procured in a pure and unadulterated state, even at Constantinople. 278. What was the origin of the barber's pole? In former times barbers served the public in the capacity of surgeons, and performed the act of bleeding, that being a favorite remedy with our ancestors. The pole represented the staff held by the person being bled, and the spiral stripes painted around it were typical of the 2 bandages used for twisting around the arm previous to the bleeding and after the operation had been performed. The blue stripes and stars sometimes seen were probably introduced by some barber endowed with more patriotism than love of ancient customs. 279. Which is the youngest territory? Wyoming. It was organized by the Act of Congress approved July 25, 1868, from portions of Dakota, Idaho, and Utah. The first settlements within its limits were made in 1867, during the progress of the Union Pacific Railroad, although there had been a garrison at Port Laramie since 1834. 280. Why was the shamrock adopted as the emblem of Ireland? The shamrock is said to have been first assumed as the badge of Ireland from the circumstance that St. Patrick made use of it to illustrate the doctrine of the Trinity. The story is told by lovers as follows: when St. Patrick first preached the Christian faith in Ireland, before a powerful chief and his people, when he spoke of one God and of the Trinity, the chief asked how one could be in three. St. Patrick, instead of attempting a theological definition of the faith, thought a simple image would best serve to enlighten a simple people, and, stooping to the earth, he plucked from the green sod a shamrock, and holding up the trefoil before them, he bid them there behold one in three. The chief, struck by the illustration, asked at once to be baptized, and all his sept followed his example. 281. What was the origin of April Fool? How the custom of making fools on the 1st of April arose is not certainly known, but there are several accounts of its origin, viz. 1. It is, perhaps, a travesty of the sending hither and thither of the Savior from Annas to Caiaphas, and from Pilate to Herod, because during the Middle Ages this scene in Christ's life was made the subject of a miracle play at Easter, which occurs in the month of April. 2. As March 25 used to be New Year's Day, April 1st was its octave, when its festivities culminated and ended. 3. There is a tradition among the Jews that it arose from the fact that Noah sent out the dove on the 1st of the month corresponding to our April, before the water had abated. To perpetuate the memory of the great deliverance of Noah and his family, it was customary on this anniversary to punish persons who had forgotten the remarkable circumstance connected with the date, by sending them on some bootless errand, similar to that on which the patriarch sent the luckless bird from the window of the ark. 4. The custom refers to the uncertainty of the weather at this period. 5. It is a relic of some old heathen festival, and it is curious that the Hindus practice similar tricks on the 31st of March, when they hold what is called the Holi festival. The custom, whatever is its origin, appears to be universal throughout Europe. In France the person imposed upon is called un poisson d'avril, an April fish. In England and the United States such a person is called an April fool, in Scotland, a goke. 282. What was the origin of the phrase, getting into a scrape? The deer are addicted, at certain seasons, to dig up the land with their 4 feet, in holes, to the depth of a foot, or even half a yard. These are called scrapes. To tumble into one of these is sometimes done at the cost of a broken leg, hence a man who finds himself in an unpleasant position, from which extrication is difficult, is said to have got into a scrape. 283. To what does the phrase, fitting to a T, refer? This phrase refers to the T or T square, an instrument used in drawing in mechanics, so called from its resemblance to a capital T. 284. What well-known hymn was composed in a few minutes? The celebrated hymn, From Greenland's Icy Mountains, etc., was composed at Wrexham in 1819. On Whitsunday in that year Drive, Shipley, Dean of St. Asaph and Vicar of Wrexham, preached a sermon in his church on behalf of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. Eber was son-in-law to Dr. Shipley and was on a visit. The doctor on the previous Saturday asked Eber to write something for them to sing in the morning, and in a few minutes, without leaving the room, Eber produced the hymn now so well known all over the world. He was then in his 36th year, and was rector of Hodnet. 285. Why was the magnet so called? The word, magnet, is derived from the name of the city of Magnesia, in Asia Minor, where the properties of the lodestone are said to have been discovered. So far one authority. Another derives it from the name of Magnus, a shepherd, who is said to have discovered the magnetic power through being detained on Mount Ida by the magnetism of the mountain attracting the nails in his shoes, so that he was unable to move from the spot. 286. What was the Vinegar Bible? This was a name given to an edition of the Bible, published in 1717 at the Clarendon Press, Oxford. By a ludicrous misprint, the title of the 20th chapter of Luke was made to read, Parable of the Vinegar, instead of Parable of the Vineyard, hence the name. 287. What were the Breeches Bibles? This name was given to editions of the so-called Genevan Bible, first printed at Geneva, by Roland Hall, 1560, in forte from the peculiar rendering of General E. 7. 288. Who is Johnny Crapaud? This is a sportive designation of a Frenchman, or of the French nation collectively considered. The following account has been given of the origin of this name. When the French took the city of Arras from the Spaniards, under Louis XIV. After a long and most desperate siege, it was remembered that Nostradamus had said, Les anciens crapauds prendront Sarah. The ancient toads shall Sarah take. This line was then applied to this event in a very roundabout manner. Sarah is Arras backward. By the ancient toads were meant the French, as that nation formerly had for its armorial bearings 3 of those odious reptiles, instead of the 3 flowers de luce which it now bears. 289. Who is Cousin Michael? This is a sportive and disparaging designation of the German people, intended to indicate the weaknesses and follies of the national character, and especially the proverbial national slowness, heaviness, and credulity. The name Michel is often used as a contemptuous designation of any simple, coarse rustic, and has probably acquired this signification through a mingling of the Hebrew with the Old German Michel, gross. 290. Who is Taffy? This is a sobriquet for a Welshman, or for the Welsh collectively. The word is a corruption of David, one of the most common of Welsh names. 291. Who is Ivan Ivanovich? He is an imaginary personage, who is the embodiment of the peculiarities of the Russian people, in the same way as John Bull represents the English, and Johnny Crapaud the French character. He is described as a lazy, good-natured person. 292. Who is John Bull? This is a well-known collective name of the English nation, first used in Arbuthnot's satire, The History of John Bull, usually published in Swift's works. In this satire, the French are designated as Louis Baboon, the Dutch as Nicholas Frog, etc. The History of John Bull was designed to ridicule the Duke of Marlborough. 293. Who is Peeping Tom of Coventry? This epithet is given to a person of ungovernable inquisitiveness. The term is said to have arisen thus. The Countess Godiva, bearing an extraordinary affection to this place Coventry, often and earnestly besought her husband Leofric, Earl of Mercia, that, for the love of God and the Blessed Virgin, he would free it from that grievous servitude whereunto it was subject. But he, rebuking her for importuning him in a matter so inconsistent with his prophet, commanded that she should thenceforth forbear to move therein. Yet she, out of her womanish pertinacity, continued to solicit him, insomuch that he told her if she would ride on horseback, naked, from one end of the town to the other, in the sight of all the people, he would grant her request. Whereunto she answered, But will you give me leave so to do? And he replying, Yes, the noble lady, upon an appointed day, got on horseback, naked, with her hair loose, so that it covered all her body but her legs, and thus performing the journey, returned with joy to her husband, who therefore granted to the inhabitants a charter of freedom, which immunity I rather conceive to have been a kind of manumission from some such servile tenure, whereby they then held what they had under this great earl, than only a freedom from all manner of toll, except horses, as Knighton affirms. It is said by Rapin, that the countess, previous to her riding, commanded all persons to keep within doors and from their windows on pain of death, but, notwithstanding this severe penalty, there was one person who could not forbear giving a look, out of curiosity, but it cost him his life. 294. What was the Battle of Spurs? This name is given to the Battle of Courtrai, 1302, the first great engagement between the nobles and the burghers, which, with the subsequent battles of Bannockburn, Crecy, and Poictiers, decided the fate of feudalism. In this encounter the knights and gentlemen of France were entirely overthrown by the citizens of a Flemish manufacturing town. The French nobility rushed forward with loose bridles, and fell headlong, one after another, into an enormous ditch which lay between them and their enemies. The whole army was annihilated, and when the spoils were gathered, there were found 4,000 golden spurs to mark the extent of the nightly slaughter, and give a name to the engagement. This name is also given to the affair at Guinegate, near Calais, 1513, in which the English troops under Henry VIII defeated the French forces. The allusion is said to be to the unusual energy of the beaten party in spurring off the field. 295. What city is called Auld Reekie? This designation is given to Edinburgh on account of its smoky appearance, as seen from a distance, or, according to others, on account of the uncleanliness of its public streets. 296. Which is the City of Magnificent Distances? This popular designation is given to the city of Washington, the capital of the United States, which is laid out on a very large scale, being intended to cover a space 4.5 miles long and 2.5 miles broad, or 11 square miles. The entire site is traversed by two sets of streets from 70 to 100 feet wide, at right angles to one another, the whole again intersected obliquely by 15 avenues from 130 to 160 feet wide. 297. Which is the heaviest metal? Platinum was long considered the heaviest metal, but it is now an established fact that both osmium and iridium are heavier than platinum. The most recent authorities differ as to which of the two is the heavier, but there is only a very slight difference. Both metals are used for pointing gold pens. Osmium does not fuse at 2870 degrees Fahrenheit, the greatest heat yet produced, and is as yet infusible. In some of its combinations it is said to be the most poisonous substance known. 298. Which is the lightest metal? Lithium. Its specific gravity is only 0.5936, but little more than half that of water. It is a soft, ductile, white metal, susceptible of being welded and drawn into wire, but has less tenacity than lead. It burns brilliantly, and floats upon water and naphtha. It was supposed to be a very rare substance, but Bunsen and Kirchhoff have shown by spectrum analysis that, though sparingly, it is widely distributed. 299. What was the origin of Old Scratch? It has been suggested that the origin of this term must be sought for in the scrat, shrat, shrettel, or shretline, a house or wood demon of the ancient North. 300. Which is the Prairie State? Illinois is so called in allusion to the widespread and beautiful prairies, which form a striking feature of the scenery of the state. 301. What is the Via Dolorosa? The Via Dolorosa, the Way of Pain, is a name given, since the Christian era, to the road at Jerusalem leading from the Mount of Olives to Golgotha, which Jesus passed over on his way to the place of crucifixion. Upon this road are situated many of the objects consecrated by Christian traditions, the house where the Virgin Mary was born, the church erected upon the spot where she fell, when she beheld Jesus sink under the weight of the cross, the house of Saint Veronica, upon whose veil, employed to wipe away his blood and sweat, the image of his face was miraculously impressed. The road, which is about a mile in length, terminates at the Gate of Judgment. 302. Which is the Turpentine State? North Carolina, which produces and exports immense quantities of turpentine. 303. Who is Black Jack? John Alexander Logan has been so called from his long, black hair and dark complexion. 304. What was the Black Hole of Calcutta? This name is commonly given to a certain small and close dungeon in Fort William, Calcutta, the scene of one of the most tragic events in the history of British India. On the capture of Calcutta, by Siraj Uddaula, June 20, 1756, the British garrison, consisting of 146 men, being made prisoners, were locked up at night in this room, only 18 feet square, and poorly ventilated, never having been intended to hold more than 2 or 3 prisoners at a time. In the morning, of the 146 who were imprisoned, only 23 were found alive. In the Annual Register, for 1758 is a narrative of the sufferings of those imprisoned, written by Mr. Holwell, one of the number. The Black Hole is now used as a warehouse. 305. How did Stonewall Jackson receive his sobriquet? This famous appellation of Thomas Jonathan Jackson, 1824-1863, had its origin in an expression used by the Confederate general B. on trying to rally his men at the Battle of Bull Run, July 21, 1861, "There is Jackson standing like a stone wall." From that day he was known as Stonewall Jackson, and his command as the Stonewall Brigade. 306. Which was the Battle of the Herrings? This name is given by historians to an engagement which took place February 12, 1429, in which Sir John Fastolfe, an English general, at the head of 1,500 men, gained a victory over 6,000 Frenchmen near Orleans, and brought a convoy of stores in safety to the English camp before that place. The stores comprised a large quantity of herrings. 307. Which is the land of the Incas? Peru. The Incas were the ancient sovereigns of the country. Manco Capac, the first Inca, appeared according to the traditions, with his sister, Mama Olo, on Titicaca Island, a spot ever after held holy. These two, claiming to be children of the sun, were regarded as deities. Manco Capac proceeded northward, and, founding Cuzco at the spot where his golden staff sank into the ground, introduced civilization and art. A powerful kingdom arose and gradually absorbed the neighboring tribes. 308. What presidential administration has been compared to a parenthesis? The administration of Van Buren, said a bitter satirist, is like a parenthesis. It may be read in a low tone of voice or altogether omitted without injuring the sense. 309. Which was the first Bible printed in America? The first Bible printed in this country was John Eliot's Indian Bible, whose title was this: Mamus Wanitapanatumwe up Biblum God Nanis Nukon Testament Ka Wonk Wusku Testament. Ne Quoshkinumic Nashbi Wadinumo Christ No Osc Infinity Wesit John Eliot. This was printed in 1663. The Indian language in which it was made is extinct, and it is said that only one man now living, namely, J. Hammond Trumbull, LL.D., of Hartford, Connecticut, can read it. The next Bible printed here was Soers, in German, in 1743. The first English Bible printed here was at Boston, in Small Quarto, in 1752. 310. What names are given by the Hebrews to the books of the Bible? The Jews, or Hebrews, take the names of the sacred books from the first word with which each begins, but the Greeks, whom our translators generally follow, take the names from the subject matter of them. Thus, the first book is called by the Hebrews, Bereshith, which signifies, in the beginning, these being the first words, but the Greeks called it Genesis, which signifies, production, because the creation of the world is the first thing of which it gives an account. Exodus, which signifies in the Greek, the going out, was so called from the account which it gives of the Israelites going out of Egypt, but the Hebrews call it Vel Shemeth, that is, these are the names, which are the words with which it begins. Leviticus they call Vayikri, that is, and he called. Numbers they call Vaydaber, that is, and he spake. Deuteronomy they call El Hadabar, that is, these are the words, etc., etc. 311. What is the national emblematic flower of China and Japan? The chrysanthemum. It receives the most reverential care and attention, surpassing by far in devotion that accorded to the fleur-de-lis, lilies, roses, and thistles, the emblems of other countries. Each recurring year in November, in all the large cities in Japan, and in nearly every street, thousands of plants are sold, trained generally to one stem, with a solitary large flower of immense size, often 10 to 12 inches across. A very ordinary flower of some 6 inches is sold for 5 cents, the very largest specimens being sold for 25 cents, pot included. 312. When and by whom was the first steamboat invented? The first practical success in steam navigation was made by John Fitch, a native of Windsor, Con, who had settled in New Jersey as a silversmith. The happy thought of propelling vessels by steam originated with him in 1784. He rapidly matured his plans, and in August, 1785, he petitioned Congress for aid in constructing his boat. The records of the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia show that a model, accompanied by a drawing and description of a machine for working a boat against a stream by means of a steam engine, was laid before the Society by John Fitch on Sept. 27, 1785. With the pecuniary assistance of several gentlemen, he immediately undertook to build a steamboat. In the Columbia Magazine for December, 1786, he gave a description of this vessel and its machinery. A steam cylinder over 3 feet long and 1 foot in diameter was placed horizontally in the bottom of the boat. The steam was let in at each end of the cylinder alternately, and after moving a reciprocating piston was discharged into a condenser, which formed a vacuum in the cylinder behind the moving piston. The force of the piston was transmitted to cranks on each side of the boat, which by means of connecting bars, moved 12 paddles, 3 on each side being in the water and 3 out at the same time. On May 1, 1781, Fitch's steamboat, the Perseverance, was put in motion on the Delaware River and made 3 miles an hour. This speed did not satisfy Fitch, and various improvements were soon added. The boat, with its greatly increased power, was successfully tested in the fall of 1788. The late Drive, Thornton, long at the head of the United States Patent Office, and many other eminent men, certified that the steamer moved in dead water at the rate of 8 miles an hour, or 1 mile in 7.5 minutes. With 30 passengers the boat left Philadelphia, and, moving against the current of the Delaware, reached Burlington, a distance of 20 miles, in 3 hours and 10 minutes. Dr. Thornton stated that, the Perseverance, afterwards made 80 miles in 1 day. This speed will excite wonder when the difficulty of keeping the piston tight against the comparatively rough interior surface of the cylinder is taken into consideration. The steamboat was run for some time as a packet to Burlington, but after several mishaps it was burned in 1792. But more money was needed to introduce the invention, and the numerous stockholders could not be brought to respond to further assessments. Fitch himself was cramped for the necessaries of life. He repeatedly asserted that the passenger traffic of the great western rivers would one day be carried on exclusively by steam, that ships of war and packet ships would navigate the Atlantic by steam, and that someone who came after him would reap fame and fortune from his invention. Fitch's claim of invention was contested by James Rumsey, of Maryland, who, in 1786, drove a boat on the Potomac, near Shepherdstown, at the rate of 4 miles an hour by means of a water jet forced out at the stern. But a careful examination of the evidence proves that the honor of bringing the invention to a successful completion belongs to Fitch. It may also be mentioned that a boat was propelled by steam on the Conestoga River in 1763 by William Henry, of Chester County, Penn. But this was only an experiment, although attended with flattering results, and had no permanent effect. It was from Fitch's labors that Fulton first conceived the idea of steam navigation, which has made his name famous. 313. In what American city are burials made entirely above the ground? One of the noted features of New Orleans is its cemeteries. Owing to the undrained condition of the subsoil, burials are made entirely above ground, in tombs of stuccoed brick and of granite and marble. Some of these are very elegant and costly, and many of the burial grounds, with their long alleys of these tombs of diverse designs deeply shaded by avenues of cedars and the Magnolia grandiflora, possess a severe but emphatic beauty. 314. Who were the 3 kings of Cologne? This name is given to the 3 magi who came from the east to offer gifts to the infant Jesus. Their names are commonly said to be Melchior, Gaspar, and Balthazar. Gaspar means, the white one, Melchior, king of light, Balthazar, lord of treasures. The first offered gold, symbolic of kingship, the second, frankincense, symbolic of divinity, the third, myrrh, symbolic of death, myrrh being used in embalming the dead. Their bodies are said to have been brought by the Empress Helena from the east to Constantinople, whence they were transferred to Milan. Afterward, in 1164, on Milan being taken by the Emperor Frederick, they were presented by him to the Archbishop of Cologne, who placed them in the principal church of the city, where, says Cressy, they are to this day celebrated with great veneration. Another tradition gives their names as Apellius, Amaris, and Damascus, another as Magalath, Galgalath, and Saracen, and still another as Eder, Satyr, and Paratores. 315. Which is the highest spot inhabited by human beings? It is said to be the Buddhist cloister of Haini, Tibet, where 21 priests live at an altitude of 16,000 feet. 316. When was the dark day? May 19, 1780, was so called on account of a remarkable darkness on that day extending over all New England. In some places persons could not see to read common print in the open air for several hours together. Birds sang their evening song, disappeared, and became silent, fowls went to roost, cattle sought the barnyard, and candles were lighted in the houses. The obscuration began about 10 o'clock in the morning, and continued till the middle of the next night, but with differences of degree and duration in different places. For several days previous the wind had been variable, but chiefly from the southwest and the northeast. The true cause of this remarkable phenomenon is not known. 317. When was the Day of Barricades? May 12, 1588. On this day the Duke of Guise entered Paris, when Henry III, at his instigation, consented to take severe measures against the Huguenots, on the promise that the Duke would assist him in purging Paris of strangers and obnoxious persons. No sooner, however, was an attempt made to carry out this plan, than the populace arose, erected barricades, and attacked the king's troops with irresistible fury. Henry III, having requested the Duke of Guise to put a stop to the conflict, fled from Paris, and the moment the Duke showed himself to the people, they pulled down the barricades. This name is also given to August 26, 1648, so called on account of a riot, instigated by the leaders of the Fronde, which took place in Paris on that day. 318. Why are the oceans so named? When, on the 27th of November, 1520, Ferdinand Magellan swept into the calm waters of that new sea on which he was the first to sail, he named it the Mar Pacifico, on account of its peacefully rolling waters and its freedom from violent storms. The Atlantic is so called from the Atlas Mountains near its eastern shores, or from the fabled island of Atlantis, which was situated in its bosom. The Indian Ocean is so called because it lies about India and the Indies. The Arctic Ocean lies directly under the constellation of the Bear. Greek Arctos, bear. The Antarctic Ocean lies opposite to the Arctic. Greek, anti, against. 319. What was the El Dorado? El Dorado, or the Golden Land, was a name given by the Spaniards to an imaginary country, supposed, in the 16th century, to be situated in the interior of South America, between the rivers Orinoco and Amazon, and abounding in gold and all manner of precious stones. Expeditions were fitted out for the purpose of discovering this fabulous region, and, though all such attempts proved abortive, the rumors of its existence continued to be believed down to the beginning of the 18th century. It is said that the name was at first applied, not to a country, but to a man, El Rey Dorado. Sir Walter Raleigh, in his Discovery of the Large, Rich, and Beautiful Empire of Guiana, gives a description of the rising of this gilded king, whose chamberlains, every morning after having rubbed his naked body with aromatic oils, blew powdered gold over it through long sarbacans. After the name came to be used as the designation of a country, it seems to have been variously applied, and the expeditions in search of the Golden Land had different destinations. Francisco Orellana, a companion of Pizarro, was the first to spread the account of this fabulous region in Europe. 320. What people formed the first temperance society? The Rechabites. But they said, We will drink no wine, for Jonadab the son of Rechab our father commanded us, saying, Ye shall drink no wine, neither ye nor your sons forever. Jeremiah XXXV. 6. 321. Where is the Bridge of Sighs? The Bridge of Sighs is a name popularly given to the covered passageway which connects the Doge's palace in Venice with the state prisons, from the circumstance that the condemned prisoners were transported over the bridge from the hall of judgment to the place of execution. This bridge was built in 1589 by Da Ponte. Hood has used the name as the title of one of his poems. 322. In what country does grass grow upon trees? The grass tree is a native of Australia. It belongs to the order Liliaceae. These trees are especially distinguished by their crowns of long, pendulous, grass-like leaves, from the center of which arises a long stalk bearing at its summit a dense flower spike looking somewhat like a large cat tail. Some species have very short stems, while others have trunks 6 to 18 feet high, which, with their singular tufts of leaves, form a striking feature in the Australian landscape. The grassy leaves are gathered as food for cattle, and their tender base is often relished by man. 323. What is the origin of the phrase, to row up Salt River? This phrase has its origin in the fact that there is a small stream of that name in Kentucky, the passage of which is made difficult and laborious as well by its tortuous course as by the abundance of shallows and bars. The real application of the phrase is to the unhappy wight who has the task of propelling the boat up the stream, but in political or slang usage it was to those who were rowed up. 324. Who was the American Pathfinder? This title is popularly given to Major General John Charles Fremont, who conducted 4 exploring expeditions across the Rocky Mountains. On one instance, when he was intercepted by a range of mountains covered with snows, which the Indians declared no man could cross, and over which no reward could induce them to attempt to guide him, Fremont undertook the passage without a guide, and accomplished it in 40 days, reaching Sutter's Fort on the Sacramento with his men reduced almost to skeletons and with only 33 out of 67 horses and mules remaining. He is also called the Pathfinder of the Rocky Mountains. 325. Which is the largest locomotive in the world? The largest locomotive in the world is called El Gobernador, built at the Central Pacific Railroad shops in Sacramento, Cal. in 1883. The engine and tender are 65 feet 5 inches long. There are 5 pairs of drivers, each 4 feet 9 inches in diameter. The cylinders are 21 inches in diameter, 36-inch stroke. There are 26 wheels, and the weight of the engine is 73 tons. 326. Whence does the cravat obtain its name? The cravat is so called from a French regiment of light horse called the Royal Cravat, because they were attired in the fashion of the cravats or Croats, as they are now called, inhabitants of an Austrian province, who largely composed the Austrian army. In 1636 the French regiment was uniformed in imitation, as the Zouaves were at a later day, and when the neckties worn by these troops became fashionable in civil as well as military ranks, the name of the regiment was given to the tie. 327. Who wrote the first English book? Sir John Mandeville in 1356. In it he shows a correct idea of the form of the earth, and of position in latitude ascertained by observation of the pole star. He knows that there are antipodes, and that if ships were sent on voyages of discovery they might sail round the world. And he tells a curious story which he heard in his youth, how a worthy man did travel ever eastward until he came to his own country again. But, on the other hand, he repeatedly asserts the old belief that Jerusalem was in the center of the world, whilst he maintains in proof of this that at the equinox a spear planted erect in Jerusalem casts no shadow at noon, which, if true, would only show that the city was on the equator. 328. Who was the first child born of English parents in America? Virginia Dare, who was born at Roanoke, on the 18th of August, 1587. Her mother, Eleanor Dare, was the daughter of John White, the governor of the colony. 329. What are the horse latitudes? Seamen give this name to a bank or region of calms in the Atlantic Ocean, about the parallels of 30 to 35 degrees north. The name is said to be derived from the circumstance that vessels formerly bound from New England to the West Indies, with a deck load of horses, were often delayed in this calm belt of Cancer, and, for want of water, were obliged to throw the animals overboard. 330. What city is called Porkopolis? Cincinnati, one of the greatest American pork markets, is popularly so called. 331. Who was the Iron Duke? Arthur Wellesley, K.G., Duke of Wellington. According to the Rev. G. R. Blagge, this sobriquet arose from the building of an iron steamboat, which plied between Liverpool and Dublin, and which its owners called the Duke of Wellington. The term, Iron Duke, was first applied to the vessel, and by, rather in jest than in earnest, it was transferred to the Duke himself. It had no reference whatever, at the outset, to any peculiarities or assumed peculiarities in his disposition, though, from the popular belief that he never entertained a single generous feeling toward the masses, it is sometimes understood as a figurative allusion to his supposed hostility to the interests of the lower orders. 332. Where is the island of St. Brandon? This marvelous flying island, the subject of many traditions, is represented as about 90 leagues in length, lying beyond the Canaries. This island appears on most of the maps of the time of Columbus, and is laid down in a French geographical chart of as late a date as 1755, in which it is placed 5 degrees west of the island of Faro, in latitude 29 degrees north. The name Street Brandon, or Borandon, given to this imaginary island, is said to be derived from an Irish abbot who flourished in the 6th century, and concerning whose voyage in search of the islands of paradise. Many legends are related. Many expeditions were sent forth in quest of this mysterious island, the last being from Spain in 1721, but it always eluded the search. The Spaniards believed this lost island to be the retreat of their King Rodrigo, the Portuguese assigned it to their Don Sebastian. Its reality, says Irving, was for a long time a matter of firm belief. The public, after trying all kinds of sophistry, took refuge in the supernatural to defend their favorite chimera. They maintained that it was rendered inaccessible to mortals by divine providence, or by diabolical magic. Poetry, it is said, has owed to this popular belief one of its beautiful fictions, and the Garden of Armida, where Ronaldo was detained enchanted, and which Tasso places in one of the Canary Isles, has been identified with the imaginary San Borondon. The origin of this illusion has been ascribed to certain atmospherical deceptions, like that of the Fata Morgana. 333. Where is the Island of the Seven Cities? This imaginary island is the subject of one of the popular traditions concerning the ocean, which were current in the time of Columbus. It is represented as abounding in gold, with magnificent houses and temples, and high towers that shone at a distance. The legend relates that at the time of the conquest of Spain and Portugal by the Moors, when the inhabitants fled in every direction to escape from slavery, 7 bishops, followed by a great number of people, took shipping and abandoned themselves to their fate upon the high seas. After tossing about for a time, they landed upon an unknown island in the midst of the ocean. Here the bishops burned the ships to prevent the desertion of their followers and founded 7 cities. This mysterious island is said to have been visited at different times by navigators, who, however, were never permitted to return. 334. Why has March 25 been adopted as moving day in many parts of our country? Until the adoption of the Gregorian calendar, in 1752, the English legal year began on the 25th of March. Consequently, on that day all leases, etc., expired, lands changed hands, etc. This custom still survives in many parts of our own country, and March 25 is our moving day. Under the name of Lady Day, the 25th of March is still one of the regular quarter days in England and Ireland for the payment of rent. 335. Who was Lalla Rookh? This heroine of a poem of the same name by Moore is the daughter of the great Aurangzeb. She is betrothed to the young king of Busharia, and sets forth, with a splendid train of attendants, to meet him in the delightful valley of Kashmir. To amuse the languor, or divert the impatience of the royal bride, in the noontide and night halts of her luxurious progress, a young Kashmirian poet had been sent by the gallantry of the bridegroom, and recites, on these occasions, the several tales that make up the bulk of the poem. With him she falls desperately in love, and by the time she enters the lovely vale of Kashmir, and sees the glittering palaces and towers prepared for her reception, she feels that she would joyfully forego all this pomp and splendor, and fly to the desert with the youthful bard whom she adores. He, however, has now disappeared from her side, and she is supported, with fainting heart and downcast eye, into the presence of her tyrant, when a well-known voice bids her be of good cheer, and, looking up, she sees her beloved poet in the prince himself, who had assumed this gallant disguise, and won her affections without any aid from his rank or her engagement. 336. Which is the land of steady habits? Connecticut is sometimes so designated, in allusion to the moral character of its inhabitants. 337. Which is the lumber state? Maine. The inhabitants of this state are largely engaged in the business of cutting and rafting lumber, or of converting it into boards, shingles, scantlings, and the like. 338. What was the Bible of the Greeks? This name is sometimes applied to the works of Homer and Hesiod, as they put into writing the beliefs concerning the gods. 339. Who was the Prince of Destruction? This name was conferred upon Tamerlane, or Timur 1335–1405, one of the most celebrated of Oriental conquerors, who overran Persia, Tartary, and Hindostan, his conquests extending from the Volga to the Persian Gulf, and from the Ganges to the archipelago. He was prevented only by the want of shipping from crossing into Europe. He died just as he was making vast preparations for the invasion of China. No conquests were ever attended with greater cruelty, devastation, and waste of life. 340. What was the luz? This name was given by the old Jewish rabbins to an imaginary little bone which they believed to exist at the base of the spinal column, and to be incapable of destruction. To its ever-living power, fermented by a kind of dew from heaven, they ascribed the resurrection of the dead. Hadrian, whose bones may they be ground, and his name blotted out? Asked R. Joshua ben Ananiah, how doth a man revive again in the world to come? He answered and said, from Luz, in the backbone. Saith he to him, demonstrate this to me. Then he took Luz, a little bone out of the backbone, and put it in water, and it was not steeped. He put it in the fire, and it was not burned. He brought it to the mill, and that could not grind it. He laid it on the anvil, and knocked it with a hammer, but the anvil was cleft, and the hammer broken. Lightfoot. 341. Who was the Queen of Hearts? Elizabeth, the daughter of James I, and the unfortunate Queen of Bohemia, was so engaging in her behavior, that she was so called in the Low Countries. When her fortunes were at the lowest ebb, she never departed from her dignity, and poverty and distress seemed to have no other effect upon her but to render her more an object of admiration than before. 342. Why is New Jersey sometimes called Spain? New Jersey receives this sobriquet from the fact that Joseph Bonaparte, the eldest brother of Napoleon, an ex-king of Spain, once occupied the extensive grounds and mansion called Point Breeze, at Bordentown, in that state. Here he lived for some years under the title of Comte de Servaliers, endeared to the inhabitants by his liberality and gracious manners, and he was elected to many philanthropical and learned associations. An act was passed in 1817 by the legislature of New Jersey to enable him, as an alien, to hold real estate. 343. Who were the Roundheads? In English history this nickname was given, in the reign of Charles I, to the Puritans or parliamentary party, who were accustomed to wear their hair cut close to the head. The term was soon extended in its application so as to include all the adherents of the Parliament, whether Puritans or not. The origin of the term is not certainly known. Some attribute it to the circumstance that staid and serious persons at the time of the civil wars were used to wear black skullcaps reaching down to the ears. Others say it was because the Puritans wore their hair short, while the opposite party, the Cavaliers, wore theirs in long ringlets. According to Haydn, the Puritans were in the habit of putting a round bowl or wooden dish upon their heads, and cutting their hair by the edge or brim. Still another account is, that Queen Henrietta Maria, at Stratford's trial, asked, who that round-headed man was, meaning Mr. Pym, her attention having been directed to him, because he spake so strongly. 344. What was the origin of the expression, Simon Pure? This expression, which means, the real man, had its origin in the name of a Pennsylvania Quaker in Mrs. Centliver's comedy, A Bold Stroke for a Wife. Being about to visit London to attend the quarterly meeting of his sect, his friend, Aminadab Holdfast, sends a letter of recommendation and introduction to another Quaker, Obadiah Prim, a rigid and stern man, who was guardian of Anne Lovely, a young lady worth £30,000. Colonel Fainwell, another character in the same play, who is enamored of Miss Lovely and her handsome fortune, availing himself of an accidental discovery of Holdfast's letter and of its contents, succeeds in passing himself off on Prim as his expected visitor. The real Simon Pure, calling at Prim's house, is treated as an impostor, and is obliged to depart in order to hunt up witnesses who can testify to his identity. Meantime Fainwell succeeds in getting from Prim a written and unconditional consent to his marriage with Anne. No sooner has he obtained possession of the document, than Simon Pure reappears with his witnesses, and Prim discovers the trick that has been put upon him. 345. What was the origin of the phrase, to catch a Tartar? An Irish soldier, in a battle against the Turks, shouted to his commanding officer that he had caught a Tartar. Bring him along, then, said the general. But he won't come. Then come along yourself, Era, Anne, so I would, but he won't let me, answered Paddy. Hence arose the saying, to catch a Tartar, meaning to be outdone. 346. Which is the oldest street in New England? Leyden Street, in Plymouth, Mass. It is so called in memory of the Dutch city where the Pilgrim Fathers had stopped for a season. 347. What was the origin of the phrase, to haul over the coals? One method of extorting money from the Jews, by the kings or barons, was at one time to haul them over the coals of a slow fire, until they yielded to their demands, hence this phrase, meaning to scold, to take to task. 348. Which is the maiden town? Edinburgh is so styled from a monkish fable or tradition that it was once the residence of the daughters of Pictish kings, who were sent to this stronghold for protection in times of war and trouble. 349. What was the War of the Roses? This name is given to the civil war which raged in England from the reign of Henry VI to that of Henry VII, 1452–1486, on account of the badges or emblems of the parties to the strife, that of the House of York being a white rose, and that of the House of Lancaster a red rose. 350. Which was the first American bird taken to England? The turkey. When John Cabot returned from his discovery of the American continent, he took 2 of these birds and 3 savages as his booty. 351. What was the origin of dollar? There are several theories for the origin of the sign of the American dollar. 1. That it is a combination of U.S., the initials of the United States. 2. That it is a modification of the figure 8, the dollar being formerly called a piece of 8, and designated by the symbol 8/8. 3. That it is derived from a representation of the Pillars of Hercules, consisting of 2 pillars connected with a scroll. The old Spanish coins containing this were called pillar dollars. 4. That it is a combination of H.S., the mark of the Roman money unit. 5. That it is a combination of P and S from the Spanish peso duro, signifying hard dollar. In Spanish accounts, peso is contracted by writing the S over the P, and placing it after the sum. 352. By whom was the Northeast Passage discovered? By Professor Adolf Erik Nordenskjöld, a Swedish explorer, who left Gothenburg, Sweden, July 4, 1878, in command of the Vega, and arrived in Japan in July, 1879, after lying locked up in the ice. About 9 months. There were peculiarly favorable conditions which enabled him to do what others have so often failed to do, but it is something of a triumph to have in any case achieved a work so hazardous and remarkable, and Professor Nordenskjöld can enjoy a distinction which he has fairly and honorably won. 353. What kind of goblets were formerly considered as preservatives against poison? Goblets made of rhinoceros horns were formerly held in high estimation as preservatives against poison. The kings of India were accustomed to have their wine served up in these goblets, as they imagined that if any poison were introduced into the cup, the liquid would boil over and betray its presence. 354. What was the origin of the phrase, to have a bone to pick with one? A Sicilian father, at the marriage of his daughter, after the feast gave the bridegroom a bone, saying, "Pick this bone, for you have undertaken a much harder task." Hence arose, it is said, the above phrase, meaning to have an unpleasant affair to settle. 355. What was the origin of the phrase, to throw dust in one's eyes? To throw dust in one's eyes, is to mislead. The phrase arose from a Mohammedan practice of casting dust into the air for the sake of confounding the enemies of the faith. 356. What is the meaning of the phrase, by hook or by crook? It probably means, foully like a thief or holily like a bishop, the hook being used by footpads, and the crook being the bishop's crozier. 357. Who was the Scourge of God? This title is often given to Attila, or Etzel, the famous king of the Huns, and one of the most formidable invaders of the Roman Empire. His father, Munjuk, was succeeded by his brothers Oktar and Ruaz, and on the death of Ruaz, in 434, Attila and his brother Bleda together ascended the throne. Their dominions are said to have extended from the Rhine to the frontiers of China. Attila was superstitiously reverenced by his countrymen. He was said to possess the miraculous iron sword of the Scythian god of war, and he proclaimed himself to be the man-child born at Engaddi, who was destined to rule over the whole world. At the head of an army of 700,000 men, he gradually concentrated on himself the awe and fear of the whole ancient world, which ultimately expressed itself by affixing to his name the well-known epithet of the Scourge of God. This name was first given him, it is said, by a hermit in Gaul. In the year 453, on the night of his marriage to a beautiful Gothic maiden, called Ildiko, or Hilda, he burst a blood vessel, and expired, to the unspeakable relief of both Europe and Asia. His body was put in a coffin of iron, over which was one of silver and a third of gold. He was buried secretly at night together with a mass of treasure and arms, and the captives who dug his grave were slaughtered by the Huns in order to conceal his tomb. 358. Who bought the first United States postage stamps ever sold? The first postage stamps in this country were issued in accordance with an act of Congress, approved March 3, 1847. They were of 5 and 10 cent denominations, and the date of issue was appointed as July 1st, but there was a delay in the work and the time ran over a month. On the 5th of August, the Honorable Henry Shaw, of Lanesborough, Mass., the father of the late well-known Henry Shaw, Jr., Josh Billings, called to see Postmaster General Johnson on business. While there, the printer came in with several sheets of the stamps. Mr. Johnson handed them to his visitor to inspect, and Mr. Shaw bought 2 of the stamps, the first 2 ever issued. The 5-cent stamp he kept as a curiosity, and the 10-cent stamp he presented to Governor Briggs, of Massachusetts, 359, who have been the acting vice presidents of the United States during the several vacancies in that office. William Harris Crawford, of Georgia, became vice president on the death of George Clinton, April 20, 1812, and after the death of Elbridge Gerry, November 23, 1814, John Gaillard, of South Carolina, served as vice president until March 4, 1817. After the resignation of John C. Calhoun from that office on December 28, 1832, it was held by Hugh Lawson White, of Tennessee, until the 4th of March, 1833. Samuel Lewis Southard, of New Jersey, and Willie Person Mangum, of North Carolina, served as vice presidents during the administration of Tyler, and William Rufus King, of Alabama, served in like capacity during Fillmore's term. During the administration of Franklin Pierce, David R. Atchison, of Missouri, and Jesse D. Bright, of Indiana, were acting vice presidents. During President Johnson's term, Lafayette Sabine Foster, of Connecticut, and Benjamin Franklin Wade, of Ohio, held the vice presidency. The successor of Henry Wilson, upon his death, November 22, 1875, was Thomas W. Ferry, of Michigan. When Vice President Arthur became president, his successor was David Davis, of Illinois, who was succeeded, in turn, by George F. Edmunds, of Vermont. After the death of Vice President Hendricks, the Senate chose John Sherman, of Ohio, as his successor. 360. Why are the Hoosiers so called? The term Hoosiers, as applied to the citizens of Indiana, is derived either from husher, a term synonymous throughout the West with bully or rough, as many of the early settlers were bullies and men of great physical strength, or from the rough exclamation of these people when one knocked at a door, Hoosier. 361. Why is the passion flower so called? It was named by the early Spanish settlers, who fancied it to be a representation of our Lord's passion. The leaf is symbolic of the spear that pierced his side. The 5 anthers, the marks of the wounds. The tendrils, the cords are whips. The column of the ovary, the upright of the cross. The stamens, the hammers. The 3 styles, the nails. The filamentous processes, the crown of thorns. The calyx, the glory or halo. The white tint, purity. The blue tint, heaven. It remains open for 3 days and typifies his 3 years' ministry. 362. Which is the petrified city? Ishmoni, in Upper Egypt, is so called on account of a great number of statues of men, women, children, and animals, which are said to be seen there at this day, and which, according to a popular superstition, were once animated beings, but were miraculously changed into stone in all the various postures and attitudes which were assumed by them at the instant of their supposed transubstantiation. 363. What was the origin of the phrase, "That's a feather in your cap"? A feather in your cap is a mark of distinction. It originates with the wild tribes of Asia and America, who add a new feather to their headdress for every enemy slain. A Kafir of Kabul adorns himself with new feathers for every Mussulman killed by him. The custom was a common one among the Lycians and other nations of antiquity, and, in fact, in one form or another seems to be almost universal at the present time. 364. Why is the Baldwin apple so called? The famous Baldwin apple was discovered by Col. Loamy Baldwin, 1745–1807, a distinguished citizen of Woburn, Mass. While surveying land in Wilmington, in the same state, he observed a tree on the land of James Butters, much frequented by woodpeckers. Curiosity led him to examine the tree, and he found thereon apples of excellent flavor. The next spring he took from its scions to engraft into stalks of his own. Others in his neighborhood did the same till the apple was extensively cultivated. Some named the apple Butters apple, from the locality of the original tree, others called it woodpecker's apple, from the birds which caused the discovery, but one day, at an entertainment of friends at the house of Call Baldwin, it was suggested that the name, Baldwin Apple, in honor of the discoverer, was the most appropriate, and it has since been known by his name. The original tree was destroyed by the famous September gale in 1815. 365. Why was the White House so called? The home of the presidents was named in honor of the White House, the Virginia home of Martha Washington, in New Kent County, in which her wedding occurred. Washington had many pleasant memories of that residence, and it was he who suggested the building of a White House for the presidents. The house is constructed of Virginia freestone, which is excessively porous, and consequently would be very damp in the interior, were it not for a thick coat of white lead, which is applied about once in 10 years at a great expense. 366. Who was the first woman hung in the United States? Mary Dyer, a Quakeress. On the 27th of October, 1659, a gallows stood on Boston Common, and 3 condemned Quakers, William Robinson, Marmaduke Stevenson, and Mary Dyer, were led out to execution. They were accompanied by the train band, and drums were beat to drown their testimony. The town was put under guard of 36 soldiers against apprehended trouble. The woman walked between her 2 companions, holding each of them by a hand. The marshal asked her if she was not ashamed to walk, hand in hand, between 2 young men. She replied, "It is an hour of the greatest joy I can enjoy in this world. No eye can see, no ear can hear, no tongue can speak, no heart can understand, the sweet incomes and refreshings of the Spirit of the Lord which I now enjoy." The 2 men were hung and buried beneath the gallows, but Mary Dyer, after having the noose put round her neck, was pardoned and sent to Rhode Island. The next spring she returned. On the gallows the second time, June 1, 1660, she was offered her life if she would promise to keep out of Massachusetts. Her reply was, "In obedience to the will of the Lord I came, and in his will I abide faithful to the death." She did so. 367. Who are the Blue Noses? This name is popularly given to the inhabitants of Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. It is supposed to have been originally applied from the effect upon the more prominent parts of the face of the raw easterly winds and long-continued fogs which prevail in these provinces. Others say that it was first applied to a particular kind of potatoes which were extensively produced by the inhabitants, and that it was afterwards transferred to the inhabitants themselves. Others trace its origin to the custom among certain tribes of the Aborigines of painting the nose blue as a punishment for a crime against chastity. 368. Who was the handsome Englishman? This name was given by Turenne to the celebrated John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough 1650–1722, who was no less distinguished for the singular graces of his person, than for his brilliant courage and his consummate ability both as a soldier and a statesman. 369. What great general was fired at 15 times and yet escaped unhurt? In the Battle of Monongahela, July 9, 1755, an Indian chief with his braves especially singled Washington out. 4 balls passed through his clothes and 2 horses were shot under him, yet he was not harmed. 15 years later, Washington made an expedition to the western country with Dr. Craik, an intimate friend, and a party of woodsmen, for the purpose of exploring wild lands. While near the junction of the Great Kanawha and Ohio rivers, the old Indian chief came a long way to see the man at whom he had fired a rifle 15 times without hitting him, adding that he was then persuaded that the youthful hero was under the special guardianship of the Great Spirit, and immediately ceased to fire at him. He was now come to pay homage to the man who was the particular favorite of heaven, and who could never die in battle. 370. What was the origin of bigot? This word is of uncertain and disputed etymology. There are several theories of its origin. 1. That it was first applied to the Normans from the oath uttered by Rollo, the first Duke of Normandy, who was obliged to kiss the foot of his father-in-law, Charles the Foolish, in return for the province of Neustria. When told by his companions what he must do, he exclaimed, "Nay say, bigot, not so, by God the king and the court mockingly called him Bigoth, whence the Normans were called Bigothi." 2. That it is from bigot, an old Norman word, signifying as much as depardieu, or our for God's sake, and signifying a hypocrite, or one that seemeth much more holy than he is. 3. That it is a corruption of Visigotha, in which the fierce and intolerant Arianism of the Visigoth conqueror of Spain is handed down to infamy. The word bigos occurs in an old French romance, cited by Roquefort, in the sense of a barbarous people. 4. That it is from the Low Latin begutta, one of the appellations of the nuns called beguines, who, without having taken monastic vows, were united for purposes of devotion and charity, and lived together in houses called beguinages. 5. That it is derived from the Italian bigoto, or bigiato, a devotee, a hypocrite. 6. That it is from the Spanish bigot, a whisker, hombre de bigot being a man of spirit. 371. Who was the beautiful rope maker? This sobriquet was given to Louise Laube, 1526-1566, a French poetess, who married Ennemond Perrin, a rope manufacturer. She wrote in 3 different languages. She was distinguished for her extraordinary courage at the siege of Perpignan. 372. What was the origin of the expression, a sardonic smile? Some derive it from the Greek sarine, to grin like a dog, but the second and more probable derivation is that it is from a herb growing in the island of Sardinia, Greek sardo. This herb, the ranunculus saleratus, has, when eaten, a contractile power on the muscles of the body, and particularly those of the face, so that those affected by it seem to laugh. It was an old belief that those who eat it would die laughing, hence Homer first, and others after him, call laughter which conceals some noxious design sardonicon. This same plant has a caustic power, so that if the fresh pulled leaves are laid on the skin, they produce pustules, as if caused by fire. 373. Who was the first circumnavigator of the globe? Ferdinand Magellan, though he did not survive to return home with his ship, well deserves the title of the first circumnavigator. He discovered the strait, which now bears his name, October 20, 1520, the day dedicated in the Catholic calendar to Saint Ursula and her 11,000 virgins, hence he called it, the Strait of the 11,000 Virgins. The strait was passed November 28, and though he had not quite reached the Spice Islands when he fell in conflict with the people of the Isle of Moncton, April 27, 1521, his task was virtually accomplished, as he had before been as far east as the Spice Islands. The expedition, reduced from 5 ships and 236 men to 1 vessel and 18 men, reached Sanlúcar, Spain, September 6, 1522, after an absence of 3 years lacking 14 days, under the guidance of Juan Sebastian del Cano. This vessel, the Vittoria, was the first to make the circuit of the globe. As a reward Cano was ennobled with the globe on his coat of arms, and the motto, Primus circumdedesti me. 374. Which is the City of Oaks? This name has been given to Raleigh, the capital of North Carolina, which possesses many fine streets shaded with native oaks. These oaks were wisely spared during the first settlement, and have since attained a giant growth. 375. Why was General Grant sometimes called Unconditional Surrender Grant? The origin of this sobriquet is to be found in the following note. Headquarters, Army in the Field. Camp near Donelson, Feb. 16, 1862. Gen. S. B. Buckner. Confederate Army. Sir, yours of this date proposing armistice, and appointment of commissioners, to settle terms of capitulation, is just received. No terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move immediately upon your works. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant, U.S. Grant, Brig. Gen. Buckner surrendered Fort Donelson and 15,000 men the same day, and after that U.S. Grant was often said to signify, unconditional surrender, Grant. 376. When, where, and by whom was the first watch made? Watches were first made at Nuremberg, Germany, in 1477, by Peter Hell, a clockmaker, and were accounted a wonder of the world. It required nearly a year's labor to produce the first watch. It varied nearly an hour a day from the true time, and required winding twice a day. The price set upon it and its fellows by the inventor was equal to $1,500 in gold at the present day. It was egg-shaped and about the size of a goose egg, hence it was sometimes called the Nuremberg animated egg. The statement made by some, that Robert, King of Scotland, had a watch about the year 1310, is doubtless erroneous. The invention of spring watches has been ascribed to Dr. Hooke, and by some to Huygens, about 1658. The anchor escapement was invented by Clement, in 1680, the horizontal watch by Graham, in 1724, the repeating watch by Barlow, in 1676, and Harrison produced his first timepiece in 1735. 377. What famous men of antiquity were killed by lice? Lice appear to have been a great plague among the ancients, and many persons suffered from the disease now known as morbus pediculosis or theriasis. Among the most famous persons who died of this creeping sickness were Acostus, the son of Peleus, Alcman the poet, Pherecydes the theologian, Callisthenes the Olynthian, Mucius the lawyer, Eunice the fugitive, who stirred up the slaves of Sicily to rebel against their masters, and Lucius Cornelius Sulla, dictator of Rome, although the immediate cause of the latter's death was the bursting of a blood vessel. Plutarch thus describes, in substance, the case of Sulla. In consequence of his excesses, his corrupted flesh at length broke out into lice. Many were employed day and night in destroying them, but the work so multiplied under their hands, that not only his clothes, baths, basins, but his very flesh was polluted with that flux and contagion. They came swarming out in such numbers. He went frequently by day into the bath to scour and cleanse his body, but all in vain. The evil generated too rapidly and too abundantly for any ablutions to overcome it. 378. Who was the American Fabius? This sobriquet is often given to George Washington, whose military policy resembled that of the Roman general Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus, who conducted operations against Hannibal by declining to risk a battle in the open field, harassing him by marches, counter-marches, and ambuscades. 379. Who were the 7 against Thebes? They were the 7 leaders of an expedition designed to place Polynices on the throne of Thebes, from which he had been driven by his brother Eteocles. Their names were Adrastus, Amphiaraus, Caponius, Hippomedon Argives Parthenopaeus and Arcadian Polynices, a Theban and Titus an Aeolian. The expedition was a failure, as the chiefs were arrogant and boastful, and despised signs sent by the gods. Adrastus, who escaped by the swiftness of his horse Arion, the gift of Hercules, was the only one saved. 10 years afterward, a second expedition, conducted by their more pious sons, the Epigoni, who acted in obedience to the will of heaven, was crowned with success. 380. Who was the Sage of Monticello? Thomas Jefferson, 1743–1826, 3rd President of the United States, was often so called from the name of his country seat in Virginia, and in allusion to his wise statesmanship and great political sagacity. 381. What was the origin of the term Johnnies, as applied to the Confederate soldiers during the late rebellion? This term Johnnies, or Johnny Rebs, is said to have originated in a taunting remark addressed to a rebel picket, to the effect that the Southern states relied on John Bull to help them gain their independence, and that the picket himself was no better than a John Bull, an accusation which he indignantly denied, saying that he would as soon be called a nigger as a Johnny Bull. 382. What was the Day of Corn Sacks? The 3d of January, 1591, is so called, in French history, from an attempt made by Henry IV to surprise Paris on that day. Some of his officers, disguised as corn dealers, with sacks on their shoulders, endeavored to get possession of the Gate Street Honoré, but they were recognized, and obliged to make a hasty retreat. 383. Who were the Copperheads? This popular nickname originated in the time of the late rebellion, and was applied to a faction in the North, which was very generally considered to be in secret sympathy with the rebellion, and to give it aid and comfort by attempting to thwart the measures of the government. The name is derived from a poisonous serpent, called the copperhead Trigonocephalus contortrix, whose bite is considered as deadly as that of the rattlesnake and whose geographical range extends from 45 degrees north to Florida. The copperhead, unlike the rattlesnake, gives no warning of its attack, and is, therefore, the type of a concealed foe. 384. What was Simney's Hole? An enormous opening imagined by Captain John Cleves Symmes, 1780–1829, a visionary American theorizer, to exist in the crust of the earth at 82 degrees north. Through this opening, he thought a descent might be made into the interior of the globe, which he supposed to be peopled with plants and animals, and to be lighted by 2 small subterranean planets, named Pluto and Proserpine, which diffused a mild radiance. 385. Who is the Quaker poet? This name is often given to John Greenleaf Whittier, a noted American poet, who was born of Quaker parentage and is a member of the Society of Friends. The name was also given to Bernard Barton, 1784–1849, an English poet of some note, and a member of the Society of Friends. His poems fill 8 or 9 volumes, the Household Verses being among his best productions. 386. Who was the Newton of antiquity? This title has been given to Hipparchus, who flourished in the 2nd century B.C. He was the most celebrated of the Greek astronomers. He calculated the length of the year to within 6 minutes, discovered the precession of the equinoxes, and made the first catalogue of the stars, 1081 in number. 387. What are the 8 motions of the Earth? 1. Diurnal rotation on its axis. 2. Annual revolution in its orbit. 3. Precession of the equinoxes, which requires 25,816 years for the equinoctial points to make a complete revolution of the ecliptic. 4. Change of perihelion. In the year 4089 B.C., the Earth was in perihelion at the autumnal equinox. It is now in perihelion on the 1st of January. In the year 17,267 A.D., the long cycle of 21,356 years will be completed, and for the first time since the creation of man the autumnal equinox will coincide with the Earth's perihelion. 5. Change in the obliquity of the ecliptic. The orbit of the Earth vibrates backward and forward, each oscillation requiring a period of about 10,000 years. 6. Nutation caused by the Moon. This movement requires 18 3/4 years for completing a revolution. 7. Planetary perturbations. 8. Translation through space, the greatest of all. 388. Which is the floral emblem of the United States? The violet is the national emblematic flower of our country. Perhaps it is symbolic of the native modesty of Americans. 389. Who was the first white child born in America? The first of which we have any record was Snorre Thorfinnsson, who was born at Straumfjord, Buzzards Bay, in the present state of Massachusetts, in the year 1008. He was the son of Thorfinn Karlsefni and his wife Gudrid. From him the famous sculptor, Albert Thorwaldsen, is lineally descended, besides a long train of learned and distinguished men, who have flourished during the last 8 centuries in Iceland and Denmark. 390. What king wrote an essay against tobacco? King James I, of England, issued in 1616 a counterblast to tobacco, in which he describes its uses: a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, and in the black, stinking fume thereof nearest resembling the horrible Stygian smoke of the pit that is bottomless. 391. What metals are valued at over $1,000 a pound? Vanadium, a white metal discovered in 1830, is valued at $10,000 an avoirdupois pound. Rubidium, an alkaline metal, so called from exhibiting dark red lines in the spectrum analysis, $9,070. Zirconium, a metal obtained from the mineral zircon and hyacinth, in the form of a black powder, $7,200. Lithium, an alkaline metal, the lightest metal known, $7,000. Glucinum, a metal in the form of a grayish-black powder, $5,400. Calcium, the metallic base of lime, $4,500. Strontium, a malleable metal of a yellowish color, $4,200. Terbium, obtained from the mineral gadolint, found in Sweden, $4,080. Yttrium, discovered in 1828, is of a grayish-black color, and its luster perfectly metallic, $4,080. Erbium, a metal found associated with yttrium, $3,400. Cerium, a metal of high specific gravity, a grayish-white color, and a lamellar texture, $3,400. Didymium, a metal found associated with cerium, $3,200. Ruthenium, of a gray color, very hard and brittle, extracted from the ores of platinum, $2,400. Niobium, previously named columbium, first discovered in an ore found at New London, Con. $2,300. Rhodium, of a white color and metallic luster, and extremely hard and brittle. It requires the strongest heat that can be produced by a wind furnace for its fusion, $2,200. Barium, the metallic base of barita, $1,800. Palladium, a metal discovered in 1803, and found in very small grains, of a steel gray color and fibrous structure, $1,400. Osmium, a brittle, gray-colored metal, found with platinum, the most infusible of known metals, $1,300. Iridium, found native as an alloy, with osmium, in lead-gray scales, $1,000. 392. Which is the Granite City? Aberdeen, Scotland, is so called because the material employed in its buildings consists chiefly of light grey native granite. This granite has been quarried near this city for over 300 years. 393. Where is the Gate of Tears? Bab el Mandeb i.e. The Gate of Tears is the strait which connects the Red Sea with the Indian Ocean. It derives its name from the dangers attending its navigation, or according to an Arabic legend, from the numbers who were drowned by the earthquake which separated Asia and Africa. 394. What philosopher thought the sun was a huge fiery stone? Anaxagoras 500–428 B.C. taught that the heavens consisted of a solid vault of stones, elevated above the earth by the surrounding ether, and that the sun was a huge fiery stone about the size of the Morea, the southern part of Greece. For this theory he suffered banishment, as the Greeks thought it impious thus to rob the sun, which they believed to be Apollo, of his divinity. 395. Who was Zopyrus? This distinguished Persian, noted for his remarkable stratagem, was the general of Darius Hystaspes. After his master had besieged Babylon, which had revolted from him for 20 months in vain, Zopyrus resolved to gain the place by the most extraordinary self-sacrifice. Accordingly, one day he appeared before Darius, with his body mutilated in the most horrible manner. Both his ears and his nose were cut off, and his person otherwise disfigured. After explaining to Darius his intentions, he fled to Babylon as a victim of the cruelty of the Persian king. The Babylonians gave him their confidence, and placed him at the head of their troops. He soon found means to betray the city to Darius, who severely punished the inhabitants for their revolt, and appointed Zopyrus satrap of Babylon for life, with the enjoyment of its entire revenues. 396. How did the swallow obtain its name? According to Scandinavian tradition, this bird hovered over the cross of our Lord, crying, Svala, Svala, console, console, whence it was called Svalo, the bird of consolation. There is a curious story that this bird brings home from the seashore a stone that gives sight to her fledglings. Seeking with eager eyes that wondrous stone which the swallow brings from the shore of the sea to restore the sight of its fledglings. Longfellow's Evangeline. 397. Who was the Sailor King? William IV. of England was so called, because he entered the navy in 1779, at 14 years of age, and continued in the service till 1827. He passed from the rank of a midshipman to that of a captain by regular promotion. In 1801 he was made Admiral of the Fleet, and in 1827, Lord High Admiral. 398. What became of the chains of Columbus? Columbus was carried home in chains from his third voyage. Alonso de Villejo, captain of the caravel in which the illustrious prisoner sailed, would have removed the fetters, but Columbus would not consent to this. He would wear them, he said, until their royal highnesses, by whose orders they had been affixed, should order their removal, and he would keep them ever afterward, as relics and as memorials of the reward of his services. According to his son Fernando, he always kept them hanging in his cabinet, and he requested that when he died they might be buried with him. 399. Which is the Samian letter? The letter Y. It was so called because its Greek original was used by Pythagoras, the philosopher of Samos as an emblem of the straight, narrow path of virtue, which is one, but if once deviated from, the farther the lines are extended the wider becomes the breach. When reason, doubtful, like the Samian letter, points him two ways, the narrower, the better. Pope's Dunclad. The same letter was also used to represent the sacred triad, formed by the duad proceeding from the monad. It is sometimes called the Pythagorean letter. 400. What was the origin of the term, mugwump? This was a word borrowed from the Indians by the New England pioneers. It meant, chief, head of all, in the Indian tongue, and was used by the pioneers humorously, much as a person does, big Injun, when he intends to be jocose.